And now back to our regularly scheduled blasting. How masterfully I failed to win. Aha. Damn. Okay. Now I'm getting this. Oh god. Actually good stats too. Yeah. I don't really want to play more left shot, but I'll save it, I guess. 8 to arrow storm skills. Yo, goblin rat, what are you looking for? What position? There's no position. What are we talking about? I need to clean up some of my stuff, actually I have so many. I might try some of the Aerostorm stuff, so I'm gonna save the Cassia since it's good. I have not done any towers. But in Paragon, I think we are relatively likely the number 1. But no one knows that for sure. These nemesis seems to be relatively good for mythics. Like last season they were dropping multiple mythics at once sometimes. But here I still get relatively consistent, at least like a mythic or something. Oh boy, that is a lot of eagle horns. Okay, they're also all favorited already. Ooh. I'm gonna do this one right now, actually. Oh, wait. Ah, okay, it's fine. I can roll it live. This one is particularly sad, man. PGA, energy, and resource F. Poison multi. Yeah. Some of these rolls are so scuffed, man. It's like almost min life, damage, and ranks. Like, I don't think I really want to try to transfigure something like that, right? It's kind of awful. But this one is pretty good, so let's see. $50 souls a pop, man. 11 million gold. Nah, this one is kind of too good to not roll a little bit. I want to get more life. Okay, 4,250. This is okay. What the fuck? How did I do one masterwork and then click straight through the UI? Dude. The 6 slots here dropping has been nerfed. Really? Is there any info about this? Okay, we have only 49 attuned dustmen. I have to farm a lot of nightmare dungeons. Holy. Okay, this is a huge one though. So I make it 148 plus maybe. Oh. Okay. Ah. Pain. Also, why does this item say crafted? Wait a second. Oh no. Okay, it can equip it anyway. Interesting. Less in repairables. Yeah, that's great. Okay. Let's see if I have like another good one. Here's some with a J. Here's a GA weapon damage. Here's a GA life. I'm gonna try this one. It's also not bad. But you have to roll a good dot multi. That's kind of the problem. Like the GA dot multi makes it very easy because the dot has this like insane range, man. $36. 52. What do you have right now? You have 73. So become 65. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay, so let's do this. I guess it's worth 200 million on this thing. Pain. I've only 38 of these. Oh my fucking god, man, are you serious, man? This is insane. Oh. No way, man. Look at all these XP globes and the gloves. Okay, I got 30 sigil powder and a little of gold. That was my cash there, by the way. Oh my god, man. Let's take this one off the GA. 54. If it's say close enough. I'm 47. Should I try to upgrade this? Don't have that much dust. I think I'm not gonna do it. Ah, oh, so close, man. Ah, oh. Pain, man. Fuck. Shadow damage. I mean, there's 4 types. That's the 1 in 4 when you hit it to get poison. But it's actually the best outcome. They want the elemental multi. 50 dots. Perfect min roll and then perfect max roll. Okay. Ooh. Okay, 420 dex. That was actually kind of neat. But the dot multi is a bit low. Ah, let's see it. It's like plus 134 DPS on the GA. So that is like 3%. So I guess it makes up for the dot multi. It has 2 more ranks. 2 more ranks is around 5%. So little? Nah, I guess. Sadia's life. 420 dex. 420 dex is actually not bad. 268. 320. It's 14%. Okay, so this should be like around 20% more damage. All in all. Okay, this is kind of decent, I think. The question is, does any of the others beat this? No. 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 Does any of those beat this? This is only 6. No GAs. I guess you can keep this as the backup, basically. And I think in that case you're gonna take all of these and 3-1 them again to try to get GAs. Since we have a good one with a GA. Unless it has like a high roll that dot multi or something, I'm not gonna try. It's very hard to roll this. And I still need... I need 15,000... Sorry, 25,000 more souls to just craft my Herodic gems later. Oof. So anyway, I started blasting. Rain of arrows is better. Thanks for the tip. Morning, Joan. You changed your Rouge build for Team Maxwell Dancing Nice build. What a blast. Well, I could have told you before, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. You always feel stupid having to scroll down to check if it's modifiable. Oh shit, wait a second. It is. Oh no. Yeah, I keep forgetting this as well. Yeah, you have to scroll down, there's no other way. Shit, I can transfigure this again. Uh-oh. Dude, I would actually be happy with even just some quality on this thing. I can actually roll the dot multi higher as well, I just realized. It's still modifiable, I can actually still do it. Actually, now that I think about it, I could just, you know, send eagle horns into the cube and transfigure first, right? Like the old strat. Keep it modifiable. It's actually not a bad idea, I think. Yeah, the button will gray out, that's true. But I never pay attention to that, actually. Oh shit, man, if you get a double transfigure on this thing, that's gonna be huge. Like, I would even take, I don't know, some random bullshit, like all stats. Or some attack speed wouldn't hurt, or something. How fast you kill Mephisto on this build in T12? I think at this point I would probably do each phase in like 10-20 seconds or so. Okay. Please don't break when I put it there. So there's 13 million per roll. Let's try some more. Oh! Okay, this is the one, guys. It has 420 decks already. Modifiable. Are you ready? Oh, 10 quality. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's fine. It didn't break. Okay. Nice. So I calculated a Mythic Eaglehorn is 18% extra damage. You know, not assuming differences in the stats, right? So if I had exactly the 4 correct affixes, Mythic Eaglehorn, the affix is 18% extra damage. And this dexterity roll by itself is 14%. The penchant ranks are the same, the dot multi is the same. I have a GA weapon damage, so this is a slight upgrade of a non-GA Mythic. And, okay, life roll is not perfect, but close enough. So this means if I get a Mythic, and it has 0 GAs, but all the same stats, and I get basically no transfiguration, like an indestructible or whatever, it will be around even with this. Actually, slightly worse. Interesting, huh? So basically, I can only beat this now if I get a Mythic with at least a GA, or a Mythic with some transfiguration, like a Dex again or something. Oof. Or like, I don't know, maybe like a triple GA normal unique or something, and then figure the Dex again. So that might also be an option. Okay. kind of big. I don't even have the gem sword yet. Like, I have royal gems. Where's my gems actually? What? Oh, that's the other one, I think. Okay. What about these Shard Harathiels? What about the Word of Hakan? Like, I think all of the Rain Arrows builds are not even running Word of Hakan. Need to ask Matthias later or something. Maybe I can get him on voice. And what am I doing? Still 0 Paladins have claimed Mephisto's spot in a race. That is wild, actually. Where's the Paladins? I mean, you have Paladins pushing and stuff, you know, if you can push like 120, you know, people are definitely capable of doing Mephisto. And not on hardcore maybe, but on normal for sure. On normal SSF, I guess. And it's gonna ping Hysteria. Is Pension safer than DN? You mean Death Trap? Death Trap is really a bit on the squishy side. You can make it somewhat tanky, but you have to go out of your way and lose some power and stuff. So yeah, Pen Shot, especially if we don't equip Harlequin and have like a defensive power on the helm, it's pretty tanky for sure. One point is Warplant's tenants after you hit 3-4 per tree. Not that much. People are always complaining, oh, it's not account wide, blah blah blah. I mean, I think the main tree that really matters is like Nightmare tree. Like Nightmare in general is like a very good activity to farm. So you want the branching pathways for the escalations, and then you usually want the left side here with like the attuned. And then, okay, maybe the last point is optional, like a bunch of elites, it's not that crazy. But it's 6 points basically for this. Helltide, usually fine with just 2 points for the maggots or so. Here, I would say you generally find with 3 points for the prankster. Here, you don't need much, to be honest. You know, it's usually like 1 or 2 points for the activity you're farming. Like if you do 9-point engines, you want those 2 here. And then, yeah, having these horde chests is kind of nice. Having like maybe 1 in the Nemesis layer is fine. So it's like 5-6 points, but this is easy to level. You know, 5 points is easy. Fuck this. And I mean, Pit you kind of just do naturally enough anyway, right? You don't really have to worry about it since you level your glyphs. So It's not really that much that I need. Maybe I should make like a war plans. A war plans for Sloths guide. Or something like that. Lair boss, gold node. I don't know about that. I'm not sure how much gold it gives, but I mean, it converts everything to gold except for unique and mythic. Yeah, okay, I mean, this is basically all this shit, right? I wonder how good it is. I should try it. I'm gonna try it, actually. Hello? Eva? You wanna talk about Gaudy Age or Roa or whatever you're doing? Okay, Golden Horde. Let's see, actually. We have 1948. You think it'll buff the mythic drop rate? No, I don't think so. Look at that, melting. Holy. I can actually feel the difference. Okay, let's see, we have 48M. Actually, I got 21 million gold from one kill. It doesn't seem that bad. This is almost one enchant. Okay. I think I might keep that. Let's see a bit more. Need so many items for testing. By the way, guys, since we were talking about it earlier, we have this 1 week SSF raid. So anyone who's blasting SSF, go kill Mephisto, send a screenshot or even better video or something. We don't have that many people yet who have actually claimed any ranks here. There's prizes as well, especially for the rip clips. I'm there, pork. Good job. Do you ever use Entropic Prism? I have used it like twice, I think. Which is, it was like an irreplaceable item, then you use it, you know. If you get like a 4 GA neck or, you know, some shit like that, then yeah, you use an Entropic on that most likely. But yeah, for the most part, no, it's like not worth it. Like the chance of breaking your item are really low already. Dude, this gives a lot of gold actually, the shit is legit, look at this. I did like 2 or 3 kills and I got 60 million gold. Huh. What's the prizes? It's on the link. So we have some battle passes for the winners, you have some giveaway. I think we had some Maxor hoodies for like the fastest completion. There's like a Crimson Market raffle for a keyboard. I have some cash prizes for the rip clips. A bunch of stuff. Can I get more gold? Does this work when I have like gold fine charms? Not really, right? I guess, okay, that's what it is. Your brand new Diablo 4 trying Rogue is Penshot, one of the best. That's what I'm playing right now, yeah. It's a very good build. Is it better to use Heartseeker? I mean, they're like different playstyles. Rogue in general is like very good right now, so you can try many different things. Yeah, well, let's go and call with Eva, I guess. Kind of curious to hear the latest spaghetti, I guess. The 900 gold point seal, I think it's nerfed now to like 80% or so. But I'm not sure if it even works on these chests. So... But yeah, I still get pretty consistent, like 20 million per kill. It's not bad, actually. If I do 1,000 levels, that's 2 billion gold. Okay. It definitely adds up. Okay, we're calling Eva. Rogue class lead on Maxwell, guys. Let's see what he...
Weeboo.
That sounds like a very tired weeboo. What is this?
I mean, I woke up an hour and a half ago or something.
Boss, I'm tired. Ava in the training dummy room.
Oh god.
And then, you know, cue the Ben Affleck meme.
You're not wrong, I guess. Holy.
Well,
Dude, I'm like on build number 9, right? Like, I just kind of like, I just want to go back to Doc at this point.
what are you doing, man? Holy.
I mean, what do you mean? I have like 6 million guides
Man,
to cover.
look at the bright side here. We have Vixie. Ava is my guiding light for my Doc. Look at that.
Hey, let's go. But yeah, no, I don't know. I was kind of getting close, like done with all the builds, right? And then I think with Matthias was like, "Hey, dude, you're covering Arrow Storm, right? So like, test, Rain of Arrows, Arrow Storm." And I was like, "Okay, that sounds dope as fuck. Let's try it because it used to be bugged."
Dope. Holy.
Let's do that. So we cooked for like 3 hours, like thinking about, like, oh, what are we gonna use to make this work, what is gonna be the most optimal thing, proper cooking. And it's just like Rain of Arrows. Every time you cast it, you spawn 5 arrow storms, right? But only one of them can be on a target at a given time. So if I cast 10 Rain of Arrows, I'm gonna be dealing damage with 1 arrow storm out of 40, out of 50, which is not.
Wait, how did that work? Like, what happened there? Like in the past, like are they like a dot now or something, like a ground effect now that don't overlap or what?
No, like they are. I think they're like on a target, right? Like they're supposed to be on a target, so it's kind of like
they actually attach to a target level.
Yeah. But it's supposed to be dealing AoE to everything around it, I'm guessing. But the problem is, you can't stack them with the Rain of Arrows and only with the Rain of Arrows one. Like with the Forceful Arrow one, I can stack like, 6 or something, like on top of each other, and it's fine. Like I cleared 116, I think, or something with with the Arrow Storm.
Okay, like a push out.
Yeah. But I mean, my gear is doo-doo, so I don't know if it's... I mean, I guess it counts as a push, but...
Okay.
not
yeah, I'm just wondering if I should try Arrow Storms. Like, is there like any, I don't know, any redeeming factor about playing that or something?
No, not yet. Like, if the Rain of Arrow version would have worked, that would have based on math, it would have cleared 135, which is nuts. But it just decided not to work instead, so... Well, into the bin it goes. For now.
Classic, okay.
I mean, it also doesn't scale with any of the ultimate scalers, so like it doesn't count as Rain of Arrows, so none of the upgrade nodes work for it. Peaceful Boots doesn't work for it, which you need to use to even spam Rain. Like it's a little bit of a mess. If it gets fixed, like that's pretty pog, but until then, not so pog.
Yeah, that seems kind of crazy that none of the stuff works, considering that, like all of the skill upgrades are supposed to, inherit the stuff and so on, right?
Yeah.
But
and
yeah.
It works for Forceful. Like,
just be glad you're not playing a Spiritborn, and I guess everything's fine.
Ah, that's true, yeah. It's always... it's always an upside. So what do you think about... I'm actually, like, super curious about your experience with DT, because, like, from talking to people... It's very much like the same pros and cons as Dash Rogue. So it's kind of wondered, like, how did you feel playing it?
Well, it's very hard to solve the toughness, I think, for hardcore at least. So I went with double defensive rune of luck. I didn't go Gar.
Yeah.
I also, like, for the blasting, I did, like, defensive aspect on neck, but I was in T11. So, you know, because I was doing, like, you know, 18-hour sessions, so I had to, like, kind of, like, make it safe.
Yeah.
And I just went on T11 in that case. But, I mean, if I had, like, an offensive aspect on my neck, I would probably, like, destroy T12 just fine, and then it would be good. And it's, like, okay tanky, I guess, for, like, softcore standards. You probably only die if you stand in, like, molten explosions or something, so...
Yeah, or like a lightning bolt from downtown.
Yeah, but besides that, I mean, it was fast, it was fun. Don't really have any complaints. I guess one thing I would say you can try is the Yule instead of Sun for Q. So that's what I did actually, because I realized in combat I basically have the same, you know, 1 second cooldown on the Earthen Bulwark anyway, and outside of combat I shadow step around and I still get bulwarks. So that was kind of nice.
Oh, that's actually an interesting point. Yeah. That's actually not a bad idea.
I just got a diamond mind. Holy.
Oh.
It's my 5th diamond mind.
Holy, what the heck?
And someone was just talking about it, they nerf it. Like, what is nerfed? Like
Dude, I've
the
had
drop rate
one
apparently.
so far, and I got it in like very early. I think it was like the first thing I did in T8 or like T10. Like it was like something where I shouldn't be expecting to get it. I was just like, yoink!
Yeah, I got a few of them, and I tried it briefly, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm collecting some Shard of Herathiel. I need to try this dash rogue that you're saying at some point, but I guess it's still gonna have like this boss issue.
Yeah, I think Dash Rogue more than some other builds is like more frustrating to fix for bossing. And I think that's a shame, right? Because like most other builds can swap out an aspect or 5 and at least like kill bosses at a reasonable pace. But Dash is kind of unique in that it just doesn't have that sort of uptime, right? Like it doesn't work the same way as those other builds. So like you need to really kill the boss in order to like, you know, burst the boss down or something to make it feel great versus bossing. You can't really do that with Dash Rogue right now. But like for anything where you stagger relatively early, let's say in Pit for instance, right? Like it's super fine. You stagger it immediately and then boss just flops.
Yeah.
But boss lair, it's kind of despair.
I mean, I could just do all the bosses in the layers now and then just spec into gold builds, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, like anecdotally, like when I was just playing like a bunch of DT as well, right? Like it just feels like DT is really good at what it's supposed to be good at, which is great, like speed farming, right? That is supposed to be its thing. And I'm kind of glad that it's not the best push build as well, because I don't know, I don't like the fact that like the best speed farmers are also the best pit pushers. Like they're just something in my brain is just like, nope, this is not how it's supposed to be. What do you think about that? Like, do you think it should be differentiated in that way? That like speed farmers are speed farmers and pushers are pushers, or?
I know, I mean, it's kind of like by accident sometimes, right? Like some builds just have mechanics that are more suited for one or the other, right? Some builds are more slow paced and so on, so it is what it is, I'd say. But, yeah, I mean, of course, if there's like some sort of niche or some sort of purpose for every build, I mean, that's good, right? Or even if like, okay, like, you know, these are just all round good builds, you know, just pick any of them and have fun, right? And I mean, that also works. I wouldn't necessarily mind if like there's one build that is like slightly better than the others for pushing. If it's also really good at farming. I think that's just how it goes sometimes. But yeah, if there's like more reasons to try more builds, I guess that's generally better.
Yeah. Like, I don't mind the weaknesses of Dash Rogue, for instance, simply because, like, I just go dock if I want to kill a boss, right? Like, I don't really care too much that I'm not dealing boss damage with Dash. But I understand that, like, that's also, like, a privilege, I suppose. like most people would like to have builds that can do the both.
Mythic Amulet. Banish Lords. Oh shit. Wait a second. And it has 1 damage, crit damage. What the fuck?
I just got a mythic Word of Acan with 3 defensive stats. 2 defensive stats and the imbuement ranks and dex. That's
Yeah, no one is
that's
using Word of
just
Acan, it seems. Like, I see the cold builds are not running it, and the poison builds are not running it. What is going on here? Wait, does it not work for poison view?
I mean, no. The problem with Rain of Arrows, right, is...
Death Trap is very good for
not the problem
yeah.
with Rain of Arrows, but Word of Acan is that you do 3 damage instances per wave, right? So like when your wave goes out, it's 3 different damage instances. So Word of Acan makes 1 cold, 1 shadow, and 1 poison. It doesn't make all of them. Does that make sense?
Oh, good.
So like instead of you having poison imbuement on all of them, it just makes 1 of them poison imbued, which is then kind of terrible because you're trying to, you know, deal damage with poison.
Yeah, okay, F.
And it seems that the Spellbound Steel set works the same way, where it's only technically dealing the damage type of the imbuement that you have active. Which is also a shame, because there could be like some really cool unique scaling if it like allowed for more, I guess.
Oof.
Yeah. How is Penshot feeling, actually? Like, I haven't played the Penshot at all yet.
Really good.
Nice.
I mean, I was blasting with it on like day 2 mostly, before I switched over to Death Trap at some point, and now I'm back to it. So, yeah, pretty good.
I kind of do want to test it at some point.
Did you see the Eagle Horn? I just made an Eagle Horn. That's kind of big.
Yeah, I saw it. It was fucking huge.
Yeah. So I just like calculated. I need the Mythic Eagle Horn, and it needs to have at least a GA somewhere or some transfiguration that does something to actually beat this. So kind of crazy.
That is actually crazy. What the hell?
And like all the same stats, right? Like I need to have exactly the stats as well. So it's kind of tough.
That is very rare. I've had 2 Mythic Eagle Horns so far, which is fun, considering I'm not touching that right now, at least.
Yeah, I got like back-to-back, like I was farming Rashan and got back-to-back Mythic Bows, and they were both Wind Force. That was great.
Anecdotally, do you think that the Mythics that drops correlate to like the boss that you're killing? There's been a lot of people asking that.
Nah, not at all, it seems. I think that could be random.
Alright. Okay.
I get like all kinds of Mythics. Like I'm just like sending like 500 Rashans now or something and see, but yeah, I've got a bunch of Mythics and they all seem like all over the place basically.
Mm.
Okay, so what do we actually want? We want not weapon damage. Okay, so what is your current guess right now? What do I have to build for like pushing? Because it's like all over the place. People are doing all kinds of shit. Like I see Penshot, I see cold Venom Arrows, I see poison Venom Arrows, I see cold and Dock. I see pure Dock. Like what the fuck, man? Like what do I make?
I think it's probably gonna be Rain of Arrows or Poison Penshot. Like I think it's gonna be one of those 2. The Poison Dock build is kind of Monka, because you need to play it basically like a macro playstyle where you just spam like Fan of Knives when you're doing bosses and stuff instead of holding Fan of Knives.
Great.
You can hold Fan of Knives and it will do, you know, like good boss damage still, like better than Penshot, but people are basically spam tapping it.
Okay, this means I'm gonna roll off weapon damage on my Etnas, so that's a good start.
Yeah, I don't think anything else is going to be competing, realistically. There's also the added thing of, like, Rogue is pretty squishy. Like, not baseline, but in pits when you're doing like, you know, above 120, 125, 130, like stuff can randomly one-tap you, like one-tap you if you're melee. That's why like grenade dock was kind of struggling before we had resolve last season.
Mm-hmm.
So like I actually think like range builds are just gonna have an edge regardless. And I mean,
Yeah.
it kind of helps that both Rain of Arrows and
Actually, no,
Henshaw
I
also deal
realized
extra
like
damage.
Etna as a mythic, I can just craft that. It's actually pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's good. It's really good for all of those poison builds.
Yeah, it's a 23.7% for making it mythic. Damn.
Yeah, I've crafted I think 6 or 7 XT but weapons right now, and I've only gotten Etnas. I think I got probably 5 Etnas and 1 Rust Bidden, and I'm trying to get Ashiaras.
Mm-hmm. Now, here's another thing, actually. If I play Rain of Arrows, it will actually just be immune potency everywhere, right?
Yes.
But also I need to... Wait, I still need a shadow damage or a cold or fire damage or something, right? So I'm wondering if I just put this on the Etna now.
That works, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, 3 ranks are usually better than Imbuement Temper, I guess. So... it could be kind of close, actually.
I need to like do more testing on Sightless and see if the clone can work properly with Doc or not. Because right now it's a little bit depressing.
I was gonna send shadow damage on my Etna now, fuck it.
Yeah.
Or lightning. Snap.
I wish we had more like lightning based skills on Rogue, to be honest.
Yeah, I need lightning imbue only.
Yeah. Like, can you imagine it just zaps enemies like around here? Like, oh. It would be like the cleave option. It kind of does feel like a missed opportunity in general, you know. I understand why you don't want to dip into too many like elements, I guess, for a class, but like fire, for like fire tipped arrows or something, like, or like coating your weapons in like some burning oil or something to deal fire damage, like burning damage in general. Lightning shots feels like very Demon Hunter-esque, I guess, but. Oh, 4 GA ring, come on, CDR. No! I don't think I've found a total of like 4 GA CDR items since season launch. Which is very unfortunate because I need 2 different sets of like CDR items. I need the dot ones for like the Roa dot build. You have to test that and test the poison dash. And I need it for like a crit version for DT, Rain of Arrows, and dash. Oh, and God DH, I guess.
Oh god.
God DH is actually like the most fun I've played now, like this season so far. It's just very despair when you go against anything unstoppable. So for Pit, you just skip those mobs and it's fine, right? But like for Undercity, like you click a beacon and then like a full pack of unstoppable enemies, you go like goes out.
I didn't know that's a thing.
log
That's
out.
crazy. What the fuck?
Yeah. Same thing with there's a specific mob type that if you don't one-shot them, like burst them, they go unstoppable and then heal to full. Or like heal to like 80% or something.
What the
You're
fuck?
sitting there like, whelp. And it's not obvious, like when you're playing Dock and stuff, like, you know, those mobs just die anyway, right? But for like freeze builds, it's like a raid boss.
Yeah, this sucks, man. Like, this makes me really not want to play any of those cold builds.
Which is kind of a shame, because this has been a problem since literally launch, right? That, like, the freeze synergy builds that are super cool, and they have, like, support. Like, you just can't play them in a bunch of content, or they just feel bad to play compared to running something like Poison. Like, I would even give up, like, an offensive temper or something. Like, just... not temper, aspect, just to be able to... get some of that damage bonus versus unstoppable or bosses or structures, because like structures also just don't die like at all.
Yeah,
Like structures
stupid.
might as well just be the raid boss. You know, like the structures in Undercity where you get extra time. Like I don't gain time from killing them. Like it's an insta skip. You just blast through it. Like there's no point.
That's funny.
Time loss structures for cold build. Great.
It's burst damage? What do you mean? Nimbrain.
But I do think that if like freeze got a little bit more love, something like what's it called? God the Age would actually be probably one of the meta speed farmers, if not the meta speed farmer for Rogue.
Do you have a clip of it somewhere?
I mean I can fix the clip from last night's stream.
Yeah, I want to see what it actually looks like in action compared to D3.
Let's see. I also go like full movement speed XD. I could go more movement speed.
Go Ghostwalker.
Yeah, I mean I have Nebulous Brew on. No, not Nebulous Brew, it's the pull in. Like whenever you pull enemies in, you you get more movement speed.
Is that above the cap?
Yep. I have 260 something % movement speed right now on that.
Okay.
Let's see.
It doesn't go above 300, right?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh. Knockback and pull effects going to 35%. Okay, this one.
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't tested this. Wait, how do you trigger this?
Heartseeker pull in.
Ah, yeah, true. Okay. It's kind of nice.
Just go zoom zoom. All right, let's see. Here's the run.
There's also triggers when you just try to apply it, right?
I think so. Yeah. Okay.
I did sleep. Sezox. But, the stream was running. Oh, actually, we have the stream reset now, right? Uh-oh. Weeboo, 1 minute until 48-hour reset.
Uh-oh. Wee woo.
Okay, guys, don't panic. Just press F5. Too late. Uh-oh.
This must have been before I had... Wait, hold on. I need to... I think I min-max this even more later. I need to find it.
I
Here's
don't know where
my
5 is.
70-second one. You're gonna lose the 10 seconds at the start because, you know, unlucky.
That's fine. I just want to see like a little bit in action what it looks like. No, Tana Lux, thanks us up.
go.
Okay. Are you back, guys?
We back.
Okay, let's watch God the Age, guys, from Ava.
Me finding a door, the first thing I do. Right.
Looks pretty nice. Like, it
I don't
definitely
think
looks
I'm
cool.
a cap here. Yeah, I like it.
Maybe
The
I'll
annoying
build
part
it.
is
How good is the gear here?
not at all. I
Okay.
have a mythic Asher Wrath with helps, right? But like, it's mostly just like maxed aspects.
Ah, you're playing Azure for this.
Yep.
Oh boy. Okay.
The reason why I'm not running a follower is because, or like mercenary, is because I don't want it to accidentally stagger the boss when I'm doing
Yeah.
speed farming. But like for doing these speeds, you can see that I don't need the Asher Wrath on the bosses, so like it's actually fine. I can just
Can't
run
you
a
not
follower.
can't you not select like any mercenary that just doesn't have the C baseline?
Yeah, but at that point, why use it? Like all of the damage effect and beneficial effects are basically tied to control more or less. Like ground slam creates it, like it creates a
Yeah, I
AoE
mean,
stuff.
just
Maybe
unspec everything, you know, just have the base effect.
just Valiance. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, or like Zubo's thing or something, right? So
Map hack. Yeah, that works.
I think you can do that.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I used to tilt unspected
How's that guy
after
doing? It's pretty good.
Rahir like kept on ground slamming the stagger every single time on like a push attempt on my like when I was limit testing with it.
Someone's
Not
asking, does the
today.
Aerostorm build run Casillas Grace? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. 2 GA Mythic Casillas Grace. Could be an Eaglehorn,
That
but
is
that's what it is, I guess.
juicer right there.
No Eaglehorn, so you only win force. Yeah, you're gonna get another one, watch out. I mean, at this point, I actually don't need an Eaglehorn anymore anyway, so it's fine. Not sure what I'm doing with my life here.
Vibing.
I mean, the thing is, there's no other small lair boss to farm for any of the builds I want to do. Like I checked yesterday and it's just Vashan, so I was gonna do 800 times Vashan, I guess. So, actually 400 times.
Meanwhile, I'm just fishing for Signet, like both Pelgane and Saboteurs, like to try and get CDR, because apparently the game is cursed.
Yeah, I got a Mythic Signet actually. The Pelgane. So we'll see if I use that.
I have 3 for 1, so many rings now. Like, it's actually insane.
Yeah, rings in general are just so hard to get. Because of the, you know,
like,
multipliers and whatever you want.
Yeah. At this point, I'm just like kind of fine with like GA CDR, and then any stats. I don't even care about the other stats at this point.
First time Lilith. Well, you should
Like,
definitely learn the fight.
CDR and then whatever it has.
But if you're just trying to do the
that's
T8
fine.
season journey,
Yeah,
you can probably
make
just
it
go in
work,
and one-shot her.
but,
Like if you're in like T12 or T11, you know, she doesn't have much HP, you can probably just murder her,
it's
basically.
better.
No, Scoundrel's Kiss are free to marksman. Look at that. A charm.
Nice. Are there on any other like builds that are on your radar right now, like for Rogue?
I mean, I'm more interested in actually, you know, really min-maxing a build right now. And, you know, I want to go for the leaderboard and all that. So I'm just doing that instead of just like, you know, rushing like new build every day or some shit. So I'm just kind of enjoying staying on one for now.
Makes sense.
And it's like pinshot enough to, you know, play this one time a week if I have to, so that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to cook like a smoke grenade build. Like that's the last thing I want to cook for the season, and then I'm just gonna min-max the heck out of Doc after that. But I'm pretty sure smoke grenade could be fun.
We did like 20 times the damage, maybe.
I mean, some people were doing like, I think it was like 125s with it last season. I don't know if if you can do damage to compete with anything right now, but like, it could be very fun. Just gotta, you know, peak cook and hope.
25 on smoke grenade. Yeah, I feel like if you cap out at that level, then kind of hard to really get comfortable with it without like crazy gear.
Yeah. I think like my benchmark right now is like if it can do 120 with like I've just thrown together stuff to make this build functional kind of thing, like then it's like worth covering. Because 120 in pit right now, it's basically doing all content comfortably. Except for, you know, Dash Rogue and its bossing shenanigans, but like apart from that.
Okay, for this gold build, I actually need Marathon, right? He has to run out.
Yeah. I'll make a planner for it today, like copying like what I ran in the video. Make it a variant on my doc guide.
Yeah.
I was
yeah,
gonna make it like a
like
standalone guide, but I don't know. If freeze was like not bugged, I would make it a standalone guide right now. But with freeze being what freeze is, early progression is gonna feel kind of bad with like dealing with all the freeze bugs. But you basically need enough CDR to make forceful. Heartseeker like below 4-second cooldown, which is it's not too bad. Like it's actually not bad at all. Especially if you have DT stuff already, you essentially got the edge stuff ready.
Mm-hmm. So you go Shard, Azeroth. Okay, then you have something like channeling on the two-handed. Or what? Moonrise. Did you do Moonrise even? No, Moonrise is kind of whatever, I guess.
I mean, I did Moonrise and Amulet for the general one, like general farming one, because there aren't that many good aspects. You can run like Conceited or something just to buff both your dock damage and your Heartseeker damage. Because you're still doing like a fair bit of damage with dock in that setup.
Do you do any sort of like a hit restore resource shenanigans with this? I guess it's not really resource based, huh?
It is resource based, but because you're channeling dock all the time, but you're getting all of the resources you want from the energy restore node on Heartseeker.
Oh, yeah, true.
So you're just kind of vibing with that. And yeah, I mean, like that build, you can actually like genuinely do all content in the game with it. It's just, you know, you have to swap some aspects and stuff around. Like you swap off Asher Wrath, for instance, versus bossing, like for Rostbitten or something. You swap off like Frozen Memories for, I mean, any generic non-fist damage multiplier. Holy, I'm getting like I got back-to-back Belial and then Nemesis Portal. What the hell?
Do we just temper like crit damage to this, or like what are we doing?
Yeah, it's just like a standard crit build. Like you want vulnerable prio on amulets and anywhere you can get it, and then otherwise it's just crit and crit damage. You go CDR on helmet, CDR on. I think CDR on tempers might just be enough. Maybe you need one CDR roll somewhere. A long time until the Nemesis portal closes.
There's no timer anymore.
Oh, they actually removed the timer?
Yeah.
Thank the Lord. Four GA Signet of Pelgame. And it's just like no stats on it. Might as well have been an empty item.
So just get a 94. We don't have that much dust actually, I have almost no dust. Yeah. F. Set up
What
light.
the hell? I didn't even realize Doggo in the Greater Nemesis portal would do the leap attack shenanigans. It's such a small room, what the hell?
Yeah. F.
I was fine. I didn't F for once, but
Okay.
it was just caught me by surprise.
Dude, maybe it's gonna send this actually. Because all these others are actually kinda crappy after I could roll them. This one is maybe okay, it has 100%. I think the others are too low, and I don't really want to invest into this. How do you end up with so much gold? You can vendor seals, and I also started doing bosses with
I'm gonna put those toughness values
golden
as well in
horde.
the difficulty scaling article, I think. I think it's just a good resource for people to
Wait, what do you want to do?
put the the video that he made about toughness. I saw that someone did the exclamation point toughness command in chat. Like those
Yeah.
values, having this in the article for difficulty scaling or something.
Yeah, I guess as a like a recommended benchmark or something, right? You can put something like that. And yeah, I made that video talking about this article. Maybe this one is just fine, honestly. So, screw it.
I have no upgrade dust whatsoever. I mean, the reroll dust for charms now. I've burned through all of them so many times. It's actually silly.
I have 20k raisin.
Oh. I think I've spent like 10k or so on just hunting for extra marksman ranks. Because I don't have a Shaco, so I need 25 ranks for Rain of Arrows to even play that build.
Oh boy.
So I had 24. So I was just hunting for one more just so I could play it.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it today. After I think it was like 10k or so.
I just made a GA sightless charm with marksman. But unfortunately the GA is on potion healing.
Good for hardcore, right? Chug chug.
It's insane,
Oh,
yeah. I should
Mythic
combine it with the
Amulet.
sightless, with the spell bonus. Yeah. Oh, Mythic Amulet, what do you get?
True. Oh, let's see. Let's see. It's one of a can.
Big.
Let's see if it actually rolled useful stats this time, or if it's still useless.
Why back on pen shot? Because I like it.
Actually, it's not dead. It's not great, but it rolled 8% CDR. So at least you have the CDR, then you need to play the build with it. That's kind of pop.
Doesn't it come with CR?
It's Dex and Imbuement based on, and then it's 2 random.
Okay, because I also found a lot of account with CR, so it's just random.
It's pretty pop.
I think they need to make these pre-roll stats like stand out a little bit or something. They should have a different color. And how about you link mythic items in chat and they actually look like a mythic and not just like a random unique? That would be cool too. Like people link me items, I'm like, what is this, man? Non-ancestor? Like, and then you click on it, it's actually a mythic, but it doesn't show it in any way. How about crafted items stand out in some way, man? That would be crazy.
Maybe.
The only best I can do is like, okay, scroll down like 17 lines, and then oh yeah, there's a little crafted tag in the corner, but only if you scroll on the tooltip because the tooltip is way too large. Like, what is going on, man?
Like, I still think that this is a better system overall, right? Like, I prefer not being like not mythics being mandatory, but like a chase thing that you can do that just like improves the normal items. I like it in a way, but like I don't think
You can craft Striker from Blacksmith, random craft.
I think it's too much RNG right now. Like when we go to craft a mythic, the fact that it's random in that pool and costs as much as it does is kind of like kind of monka.
Yeah, I don't like the randomness. I would rather have like a higher cost and then not the randomness. Like then when my upgrade to Mythic is actually an upgrade to Mythic, right? And it costs me like 50 fragments. And then I take those and I make the item that I want into a Mythic, right? I think that would be better.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like what I was saying as well, right? If you remove the created tag, but keep it as random as it is right now, I think that's okay. At least for the like short term. I would like to have some other system in the long term, but like at least for the short term, it would be okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see some pretty big adjustment to this whole Mythic system.
still need to fix a cowl as well.
I see some determinism about it. Yeah, it's
Like I want Etnas, it's not Etnas, sorry, Asheras, and I want the cowl for Doctor now. Then I would be done with Mythics.
I don't really trust Carl. I know Matthias is a big Carl enjoyer, and you also have it in a bunch of builds, I think.
I mean, I only have it in the builds where I play Spellblade because it basically fixes all the issues that you would have with Spellblade.
Mm.
It makes the AoE, like, it applies weakened and vulnerable on AoE with the AoE detonations. Pre-stacks, you know, Canny, it pre-stacks your Writhing. Like, it does a lot of good stuff for Doc in particular because we don't have good AoE.
Okay.
Like, it solves a lot of small stuff, right? But, like, for Penshaw, I don't know. I'm not super sold on it myself. But I also haven't played Penshaw, so...
Okay, chat, I'm kind of curious what you think about the one crafted item limitation. Got double max life roll on the weapon. Yeah, I think Asheraf can have double life roll. It's a good bug.
I just got knocked into the whirly on Beast and Dice. F. I'm actually considering picking up Nair Rune again for farming, for Doc. Instead of Lack. I feel like the defensives isn't as needed anymore. Especially if you have a Mythic Seal, so you can go 5-piece Spellbound and 3-piece Sightless. Just getting that free stealth activation is kinda cozy.
Yeah, I see that. Don't have to do anything for it and then just vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nationals is really good to progress McEnroy. I did that all the way to T12. Are you playing SSF as well, or are you on trade?
Oh, of course I'm SSF.
Okay.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way I'm gonna be on trade.
So are you looking forward to farming 70,000 Forgotten Souls for your Heraldic Gems?
Yeah. That's gonna be a skip. I don't know. I'm not convinced yet if I'm gonna do the leaderboard shenanigans this time around. We'll kind of see, I guess. If I do find stuff to be able to get the Rain of Arrows build going, then I probably will, just for fun. Last few days, just try to push tower as far as we can. But for that to work, I need to get it. And right now it's eluding me. Because you need to run both Scoundrel's Kiss and Signet of Pelgain as like rings. And that is not fun to farm. Because you need perfect CDR. If you're gonna do like the super giga juice version.
Mm-hmm.
Plus amulet with perfect CDR and ideally max resource GA as well. Like it's a big chase build. Which I don't mind. Like I don't mind it being a chase build, but uniques and CDR GA does not go hand like well, you know, together right now. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
if you need a GA cooldown on a unique, then oof, yeah. That is rough for sure. Need to transfigure it into GA. That's what I did on my misery chord actually. Like I was like a build of CDR short, and then I started like, you know, preparing, like I don't know, I had a bunch of saboteur signals and I don't know, a bunch of stuff like that. And I was like, okay, one of them hit CDR somewhere. Nothing hit, everything got indestructible. But then my misery chord actually hit a GA on the cooldown. That was exactly enough.
Nice. That's actually a good point. I guess like any item that could have, you know, perfect stats plus that, like you just send transfig and hope for the best, like pray. Obviously, it's also fixed if you get a random CDR transfig on like an item, right, as well.
Yeah.
It's just not reliable.
It shouldn't be that hard, but I mean, on the other hand, I haven't seen a single cooldown transfiguration the entire season so far, so I don't know.
I haven't transfigured like a single item so far, so...
I mean, if you can, like, I don't know, just print like one-handed weapons or something, then it's not that hard to get one of cooldown eventually. You just do that. On a legendary weapon, right? You just take like 30 of them and one of them will hit cooldown.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think it
Mythic Seal.
Like, when we get to... What the hell?
Golden Epiphany, yo. With 16% damage. And double way of the blurring blade. Holy.
Dash rogue? Pause?
This has crit damage and agility damage. Yeah, it's actually a dash item, man. What are they gonna do with that? Holy.
I tried max attack speed shenanigans with dash rogue. I'm not recommending. Like chat go motion sick. Like we're all, you know, feeling woozy afterward. You know, like it was not a good time.
Yeah.
It scales so well, like insanely well with attack speed. Like it's actually crazy. But you can't control it at all. But I was seeing like, you know, 1 trillion crits with dash, which is kind of cool.
That's quite a lot.
Like I went from DT to that, and I'm like, why is my dash hitting twice as hard as my DT? Like what's going on?
My first Golden Epiphany, I have 5 or 6 diamond mines. I wonder if I'm gonna do something with that. I haven't really like checked if I can do anything with Golden Epiphany on the rogue. I guess you have probably like investigated a little bit. Do you have any insights?
I
mean, some of the sets are kind of on the low side.
Yeah.
And you get 2 extra unique charms basically, right? So it's 2 unique charms versus like a 5 set. So if you have like a 5 set that only gives you like 200 multi, if you have like 2 70% multis as charms, I guess that would kind of make up for it, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you're going, like the one thing I could think of are builds like that aren't dependent on the free cost for what's it called? Narrow's Eye. Like, because you could go Gladiator's Triumph and... Oh, my headset died. I'm not going to be able to hear you for another, like, 20 seconds. Whoops. Hold on.
How did we still hear him, though? Sus. How's Flurry nowadays? Flurry's doing fine too. 8 of items have indestructible stick.
We're back.
I'll come back.
Actually, like, now when I think about it, isn't, like, Sightless kinda in that ballpark where it might be better to run...
Yeah, so
like
Sightless is, like, it is one multi, right? That becomes 350. Or is it 300? Sorry, is it 410 or is it 350 total?
410, yeah.
Okay, so they add together, so it's 60 plus 250.
Yeah. So if you go Sightless 3, and then 3 Charms, that's a 555% increase multi. So it's actually, like, pretty big if you don't need, like... Because nothing on Sightless, like the Sightless 5 is, like, mandatory. So technically, as long as you can get 60% multis or higher, like, that's kind of, like, giga chillin'. Wait, isn't that, like, theoretically, like, really good for, like, Doc, then?
Well, it depends what unique charms you have, I guess. Okay, so the way I see this is, okay, you lose the 5 sets, so you go from 4.1 to 1.6, right?
Oh yeah, you still have a 1.6, never mind. It would be
yeah, you still get a 2-piece multi, yeah? So you go from 4.1 to 1.6, and the difference is like times 2.5, and the root of that is 1.6. So you need two 60% multis to get exactly the same damage as the 5-piece.
So if you can get anything that, like, either functionally gives you more or gives you the same, then, like, you don't need... that's actually kind of cool. I like that. There are definitely gonna be builds where, like, that might be okay. Maybe not ideal, but, like...
Yeah, it depends on if you can get some cool effects that also give you enough power, I guess.
Yeah.
So one thing I can think of is something like Tybalt, but it's kind of weak on the DPS side. But it can be a solution for some stuff. Another thing is maybe stuff like Azarath. There's Rustbitten. There's Sea Lord that also has like an energy effect. My Belial bugged out, great.
You can run Umbra Crux, you know, that's great.
Umbra Crux, sick, okay.
Trying to think.
See what else.
I mean, Gladiator's Triumphs and Scoundrel's Kiss are both really good, but you normally run Narrow's Eye, so it's kind of hard to make that work. I guess you can, like, Godslayer Crown.
There's the which one is that? The Close Quarters Combat glove. Fist of the Iron Rose. Yeah, so this one. This is kind of good, I think.
Yep.
So this is definitely more than a 60 multi by itself.
Pain Gorgers for some builds.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably, like, make it work. You can probably cook it.
Okay, I'm actually kind of curious. Did they update the Mythic Charms in the data, or do the Mythic Charms just have a copy of the actual Mythic items effect? Because I see we have Mythic Charms still in the planner, because we didn't remove them. But they have the updated effects. So I wonder where that came from. I guess they're probably just linked to the original Mythic, and just get the power or something. So even if the Mythic power is updated, they are also updated, even though they're not actually used in the game.
That would make sense to prevent double work, I guess.
Yeah, anyway, so the main thing I see is like Fist of the Iron Rose. I think that could be something if you can benefit from this.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, for Twisting Blades, like, having Godslayer, like, Fists of Iron Rose, and whatever charm you would run normally. Like, that should be pretty good.
Yeah, I think I think Gold Slayer is kind of a must-have, but you can also just wear it. Like, the thing is, putting something Gold Slayer into the cube is also oof.
Mm.
Into the talisman. Because, like, the health slot is not as competitive as other slots, right? Like, the typical unique charm is like 60% damage. Or more, and like Gold Slayer 10%, I mean, I don't know, the typical helm is not 60%, right? So, what are you gonna put? You're putting a Shaco on your helm? Sure, but that's like, what, 35?
It should be higher now, because you get 6 skill ranks for both PI and the skill plus clone. But I guess clone might still be bugged, I still haven't...
Okay, if your clone also does something, okay, let's say 40% optimistically, maybe you get 40% from Shaco. Yeah. So, pretty good with like a triple dip on ranks, but it's still not the same as, you know, just equip a God Slayer and then put something else, right? And God Slayer also kind of easy to get compared to Shaco.
Yeah, I think it's a case of can your build use Cowl or not, right? Like, do you get more damage from having Cowl? Because if that is the case, you can actually use Cowl of Nameless and get, like, output out of it, then that would be the only competitor, maybe?
Yeah, okay, Cowl is also a charm, right? You can also put a charm.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, this is like maybe something I would say, okay, this makes sense. So you have Cowl, then you have stuff like Fistful Iron Rolls. Like, you know, especially if you do, like, does it work with the Sentry Shadow Clone? The Fist? Can you trigger this thing? Have you tried this?
It should trigger the marksman part at least.
Yeah, exactly. So you play TB, you use this Sentry, you have the Fist of the Iron Rolls, you have the Epiphany, you have the God Slayer, you have the Cowl, and then it's like one more unique charm.
Mm-hmm.
What is the
For
other
normal
charm?
dock, you can trigger it with clone and star shards as well, so you can run it with normal clone with dock. It'd actually be kind of fun. Etnas could also be good there if you don't want to have it mythic.
Yeah, I guess for a cold TB, you wouldn't mind to have Edna there, but you still have to get the second element somewhere and give up some tempo at least or something, right?
Yeah.
Actually, for like a for poison, wait a minute. Yeah, you can also put Edna there, but then equip another weapon and get like another random aspect, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
You can put Asherat there for the big bonks.
Yeah, it doesn't work with dots though, no?
I don't know. I've heard rumors about it. I just haven't seen anyone actually do testing on it.
Yeah, Macro has done testing on Necro at least. Like with all the Necro cold dot stuff, it just didn't do an explosion at all. It should be very easy to see. You can just go to the dummy, freeze a dummy, and hit it with poison, and then, you know, just see no pop, basically. So try it if you want.
Yeah, I have a backlog of things to test at this point.
Blood Mad Idol. Sounds like a good charm.
If you can solve the defenses, then yeah, it's a very good charm. Some people are running it on DT, which I feel is that is a brave soul.
Yeah, on DT that's pretty optimistic for sure.
Oh, dude, I got my first CDR Signet, and it's fucking mineral.
Oh, time to GA it. Oh. I need keys.
Yeah. I love spending all of those resources only to randomly try and hit that. It's great.
Alright, let's take another stack of 100 keys from my stash and go again.
The Woody Helltide experience is still paying its dividends, I see.
Dude, it's wild, man. It's definitely... like, I don't know, man. I'm not sure what I'm doing with my life here. But now we're doing 800 Vashans, so...
I'm not doing that many, but like... I've probably done like 100 beasts and dice today so far. And not getting shit. only have like 9 keys left as well, so unlucky, I guess. How many creator keys do I have? 5. Okay.
I can't cast. Okay. Didn't let me cast for some reason.
I just realized I've been playing without mercenaries this whole time for dock as well, which is not needed. Like,
how do you see current item stat? In this game, you don't.
Oh no.
That's the fun part. Why do you need to proc shadow damage when it's a poison build? It needs to be any non-poison, non-physical. So it can trigger the Etna. Etna is very important. Okay, I actually got another eagle horn now that I need to try. Fuck. It's 60 dots, GA pen, 150 already pre-rolled. So I guess I'll have to do this one.
Holy.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is very easy. Just need to roll some life.
I'm guessing you have absurd amounts of resources as well from doing the Helltide spam.
Well, you don't get that much there. I mean, okay, I have souls and stuff. I have like CCK souls right now. But everything else is not that crazy. Like if I do like 2 hours of escalation farm, I'll definitely have more dust than all the stuff I collected so far. Same with the fragments, you know. So you don't get much of that. It's really just XP and keys.
Pushing, by the way, pushing like the Andariel phase in when you're doing the Greater Nemesis flare, right? I got Andariel and Belial at the same time. That's like actually ass. Like the platform, like you have no space, fire lines everywhere, and then Belial just spewing his fire, like his poison lines everywhere. Like that's actually like the most rippy thing I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, the Eagle Horn did not, in fact, turn out insane.
Unlucky.
It replaced weapon damage with knife on hit. But I'm not too sad. I have a good one.
Yeah, I need to farm stuff to start popping off with Doc as well and see how far I can take it.
We got Harlequin as a second mythic drop. That's nice, man. Yeah, Harlequin is pretty useful for many builds, actually. Especially in the rogue poise builds, because you have the nice double dip on ranks. Do you know roughly how much toughness is 1 rank in Dark Shroud? As a rule of thumb.
Oh, dude, no clue. Like, it's so difficult. Like, it just depends on how much elemental resistance you have, right?
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, like a typical in-game character, right? I'm gonna try this. So we have 3.307. Let's see. Okay, my toughness did not change. I guess it's snapshot. Great. I have to try this in target dummy room. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Wait, no. Wait, is it because of overflow? Yeah, true, it's because of overflow. Okay, I'm stupid. Alright, so 3793 37080. Oof.
Not a lot, yeah.
0.3%.
I mean, that's huge gains.
Yeah, so, like someone was asking, like, or they was saying, I got a Shaco, and I'm like, yeah, nice. And I already have like double dipping on ranks and all that, like on a rogue. But then I'm saying, okay, what about the defensive upside? And there's no defensive upside, it turns out. So, oof.
Very small defensive upside. It's there, it's just not very stonks.
CS retry gems is still the way to go. Yeah, I can do that, but escalation is the way. Escalation can be kind of crazy if you get the gem dungeons. Shaco doesn't have a 20 multi DR anymore. They just made it 6 ranks now, that's it. But you get Dark Shroud ranks on a rogue, so that helps. It takes me roughly 6 pen shots to kill Varshan on T12 right now.
That's not bad.
Yeah. So I think I shoot for like 5 seconds and then I wait like 2-3 seconds until he melts. What would I use instead of Shaco? Double dipping is you get pen shot ranks and you get imbuement ranks. So for poison imbuement builds, Shaco is very good. I think on my setup it's like 35% DPS or so for Shaco. Where, you know, typical builds would be maybe like 15 to 20.
Bro.
Hmm?
I've just tried to get CDR on these rings, dude. Like, it's just not happening.
Can I entice you to play a different class? Have you heard about necromancers? They have summons and stuff.
Oh yeah.
They're way easier to set up too.
7.5 CDR and then nothing else on the ring. Well, screw you. At least I've seen CDR, you know. Now, like now I'm reinvigorated. Like, surely it's gonna happen to me soon, right?
The core stat will be stuck on... Yeah, I don't like that these uniques have core stats for only one class, I agree. I think it would be nice if it had all stats or just like other affixes, right? I think it's nice if you have like a good item, you want to make an alt, and then, okay, you can equip that there, and you don't have to like get another Shaco again. Sell... No, not talismans, the seals. Yeah, the legendary seals. Those, you sell them. It's 13 million a pop. And also here, each chest is like 9-10 million with the golden horde for me.
Alright, I have to go get my kid ready for stuff, and then I'm gonna start even more testing.
Okay, good luck.
Good luck on your adventures. Bye-bye, chat. I'll catch you guys later.
Let's hang out. See you. That was Eva, guys. Later we're gonna meet Macro Bio Boy as well. That'll be fun. Also, it's so powerful with the Paragon board the way it is now. Yeah, I wouldn't say really powerful, but it's kind of nice to get like some small stuff here and there, right, for some of these. Like if you get like one All-Star Transfiguration or something, yeah, I get 3% res. What else? Regain 3% armor. You get 3% mobility cooldown, 3% subterfuge cooldown, 3% armor, 12.5 healthy, 15 elite. Yeah, it will probably be something like, you know, 3 to 5% DPS and like 3 to 5% toughness on top of the all stats itself, so it's kind of nice. Love Mac. You rated us yesterday too. Here's another Eagle Horn. Should we try it? 54 dot multi. It's really hard to beat this. The thing is, even if I hit... even if I hit poison multi, it's gonna be like, you know, 23 or 24 or 25 poison multi. And the dex already is like 15. So it's not a large gap here. So basically, if the item is slightly imperfect, like I have 54 dot multi, I have to get like basically a perfect affix again and so on. I guess it's not worth the trouble, actually. The 900% gold seal is gone. It's now like 80% or so it's still kinda good. And yeah, farm gold reserve dungeons and bosses. You can vendor uniques, you can vendor seals, and you can use the golden horde here from the boss tree. This thing. The special event locked in hardcore where it's endless waves of enemies. No, it's not locked. You can go do it. You just need to find one. Actually, I think I still need to do mine. I have one, actually. I'm applying only Vashan. It's the only boss that needs small keys that actually can drop something that I care about. But I guess I can double check again. Maybe there's another boss. If I want to do other builds at least. I have a good Eagle Horn now. And as it turns out, you can't actually target mythics. So I could farm any boss. Made $1 billion gold in the last hour. Yoo-hoo. Good to know. Yeah, gold is actually going up relatively fast on this. Okay, so we don't need more shards. Okay, we definitely don't need anything here. No. No. No, yeah, there's like no other small boss that drops anything at all. So it's basically just the Eagle Horn. So who knows, maybe I'm gonna get lucky with that, otherwise, whatever. We just do this guy. Yeah, superior keys are from Belial, exactly. I think you get a few from like, you know, the one-time completion from like season journey and stuff, but that's it. Like a dozen or so maybe. Maybe if we make alts, we can get like the season reputation. It's actually 10 million per chest right now, roughly, Glimmer. Sometimes a little bit more, but it seems like 10 million is like the standard. Yo, thanks, Hank. I think it depends on like how many ancestors I get, or maybe how many items on the chest, because the items get converted to gold. So I have 7, 8, 5. And now, yeah, 21 million, so let's see if we notice like sometimes it's more. $806. Yeah, it seems very consistent, 10 million per chest. I mean, it was pretty good. I mean, I am missing out on some items, but I think I take the gold. I can still farm items elsewhere, right? I can go Gamba items or something. I think this is actually kind of nice. It also makes it so that you loot less, right? And there's less clutter on the ground. And I kind of go back less often as well, I guess. It's missing 2 pinch ranks down. Yeah, this is too much of a loss. I'm a bad person if I only have the energy for one character. Yeah, absolutely horrible, man. Holy. Try to roll some extra resource generation on your items, maybe. Is it hard to use Warlock in endgame? I mean, Warlock is like generally a bit on the squishy side. It's also generally a bit on the more complicated side. So that's just how the class works. But, I don't know. I mean, Warlock is doing fine, I would say. They have decent builds. They're just not really as fast as other classes, and usually they require a bit more effort. But you have like plenty of like working builds on Maxwell, for example, for Warlock. It feels weird to see I have so few mythics occurred. Yeah, I like it, actually. I actually haven't used any mythics yet. I could go and make a mythic Etna. I'm thinking about doing that. This one here as a mythic would be good. Oh, there's actually one in there. Was it a seal again? There's some mythic in there. This shit drops too many items, man. Best armor. Deswegen ist actually completely pointless as a mythic. It's just the explosion damage that goes up. The greater nemesis layers actually still pop up relatively often, it seems. I'd say 1 in 4 of the nemesis layers leads to a greater nemesis layer. Or something like that. Why did Juria just like instantly explode? What's going on? Dude, he had like 1 HP. Wait, do I still have this thing allocated? I thought I removed it. I did remove it. Hi, new from there, by the way. Nice to see you. Yeah, I was just doing Valshan right now and chilling. I was taking up gold and muds, and then we'll see what happens, I guess. I guess we'll just grind at some point, I guess, so let's just do it now. Is it worth to do rushes and pit? No, I skipped them. I mean, they're kinda weak. Morning Obsidian. Yeah, I think it would make sense if like you do these seasonal events and you can actually get sometimes a Pandemonium fragment, right? It doesn't have to be like every time. But I don't know, like I close some of these ruptures and then I don't know, there's like a 10% chance I get like a Pandemonium fragment or something. You know, that would feel good. I can craft some mythics with it. Right, I think that would kind of make sense. And then maybe at some point you say, okay, I got what I need and I don't really care anymore. But, you know, I feel like these seasonal events just don't really give anything at all, so... kind of weird. That second chest is on the wall plants tree.
Step up to my end. You know where to find me.
Complete Legion events in Torment 11 or higher. 10 Legion events, man. Holy. Okay, Navigations, sure. Bounty caches, sure. Infernal Hordes. Craft a flawless heroic gem. And then you get 8 volatile and 8 pure. That is crazy. Okay. Complete 105. Realm Walker. Gives nothing. An abundance of experience. I wonder how much that is actually. That's kind of nice. T12, Harbinger, you have to do that at some point. Helltide, sure. Interesting. I have 25,000 obols so far, total. And then we get 1 Neef Iron. Huge, guys. Okay. I'm still missing one of these things. I have to do 5 events of mastery for a skill point. I wonder if I cursed shrines and stuff count for this. Does it count? Craft flawless gems for smoldering ashes. That's funny. I've never crafted flawless gems. Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring? Bring me a challenge next time.
Insane. I guess I can use this to boost some alt. I'm not sure what alt. This build just for bosses? No, this is like basically standard pen shot. I have a Raspit and Dirk Charm right now instead of I don't know what. I think I have Tibbot's Will normally here. So this is for bosses, yeah, but you just swap the one charm basically. The rest of the build is the same build basically. Maxwell is already resetting the build to blank default after opening browser. And then if you refresh, it's fine or what? Only when you open the browser? Anyone else has any issues? Is Poison Dancer nice at doing similar DPS? Yeah, it's almost the same. You're doing Death Trap, should you switch? Only switch if you don't like Death Trap. Death Trap is very good. Ah, this doesn't know the build idea. Is it like... Is it like your own plan, you're editing it? You guys have to save it, I guess. Or is it like an actual like build guide? Okay. I'm not sure why it doesn't save. Does anyone else have that issue?
Step up to my anvil. Oh, what is a waitress, isn't it? Step up to my anvil.
Hi, Alex. I'm mostly farming souls, gold, and maybe a better eagle horn right now, and some mythics. I have many keys, so I'm trying to do something. And I need to craft an Eldarin at some point, so if I salvage some mythics, I can do that. And when I have an Eldarin, I can blast. So that's kind of the strat right now. Actually, we have 2 sparks. I can't get a fucking Eldarin, man. It's not dropping. It's crazy. Or not. I can't craft it. Oof. Once I have it, I can go farm some Night Penitence again and stuff. So for now, I'm just gonna send it. I know. Not the issue. Yes. Danny, thank you. Is Spiritborn dot poison build viable this season? If you mean the swarm build, it's very good, yes. They also brought back the tick bug. It's actually one of the strongest builds right now. Spiritborn of swarms is crazy. I guess I could log on my Eternal character to check it out, the changes exactly. Yo, it's a double GA after all. I'm gonna try to cross this. They brought back the bug, yeah, kinda funny. Classic. They brought back the tick bug and they did not fix any of the tank bugs. Perfect. Ugh. World boss 1 minute. Should we actually try a T12 world boss? I wonder how this will go. Those are features, okay. Sure. T12, where the fuck is the boss? Here and here. How do you farm for general uniques? You upgrade in the cube. There's a meth bug. Yeah, I think if you do phase 1 too fast, the camera bugs out. So try to do it a bit slower, like half a minute or something is probably okay. That's what I heard.
You seem
You can only equip 1 crafted mythic. Crafted uniques, like anything else, is fine. Do you get enough mods to do this in endgame or not? I can now make 82 uniques. So yeah, I can do like, you know, 10 Tybalt's Wills or something like that easily. So yeah. Not a good idea. He kinda takes damage. It's pretty slow. We also don't have consistent vulnerable uptime, so that's a bit of an issue. Okay, it's gonna be like a 2-minute kill or something. If I had a cursed touch, would be better. Also need a bit of resources here. Okay. Maybe this was that tanky, eh? Maybe there is no resilience anyway. Oh, maybe resilience was only an Asmodon. Is it the Asmodon that's like fucked? Why is Scattered Prisons that rare? They're only rare like early game. Usually after you go to like T10 plus or so, you have like infinite. 134 Scattered Prisms. I'm not sure exactly where you get them. World bosses, Citadel. I can't do Citadel, I guess. Bartering. You can try bartering actually, there's a cache for this. Infernal Hordes, I'm not sure about that.
Oh, finished so soon?
It's 24 on these rare seals. Oof.
Ancients, watch over this one.
Wait, can I make one?
Mainlander, what brings you? That is a scarlet
Oops.
craftsmanship.
Doombringer, man.
That's it for that piece.
Dude, I just can't get Eldarin, it's insane. Don't think I'm gonna do an Oathmaker shenanigans. Or a crown. A wind force with damage all time and shadow. Sick.
Pity to break another's work.
Fuck. Dude, how can I be so unlucky? That's crazy. I just wanna get an Eldarin, man. Filtered Valchi. Mythic Valchi is filtered by unique hide all unique rule, but not hidden via Mythic unique. Yeah, so apparently there's like some bug of the filter where it says if you have like Mythic unique selected, it doesn't work. You have to have item property Mythic and item rarity unique, I think. I think they have both. What's the best way to farm enhanced primordial dust? Material reserve dungeons, I guess. Yeah, just escalation sigils with materials reserve especially, I guess. Yeah, I think it's gonna be on a hunt for Eldarin now until I get it. It's gonna send bosses until I get this fucking sword. I don't know what else to do. Like, I also can't really craft with anything, right? I need sparks. I don't really get sparks. That's a lot of GA all stats. Dude, one of these charms also does a 1.5 million gold, actually. It's a lot. If you sell like an entire inventory, just charms, it's like 50 million gold. That's also not that terrible. But it would also be 50, 25, like 400 resin. Is that correct? No, 800. You can get sparks on scrapping cute mythics. Yeah, true actually. But I can only make 5 right now. Yeah. I mean, if I push Penshot, I will almost guaranteed go with the crafted Etna. It's a pretty good one. I have to GA. It's kind of a nice one. I mean, there's also the option to go with a Shaco when I push. Maybe I'll do that actually. And I won't find a Shaco, I guess, so we probably have to craft the Shaco and use a normal Etna. Although, I mean, a defensive helm, I can just roll poison fuel ranks anyway and stuff. And a good start. And then a Mythic Etna. Mythic Etna was 26% extra DPS, and then Shaco is like 35% extra. But on a Shaco I also lose an entire aspect. So maybe Etna is actually the way. It's like free real estate. And you don't lose any defense. And actually kind of close enough to the Shaco. So I might actually not run Shaco for the push. Because it's also very likely I will just die with a Shaco. Mythic season, but you have no mythics equipped. Well, it's a mythic rework. Doesn't mean we need many of them. I could have one, I could have wanted. I could have an Etna now. I guess I would probably be able to make one. I think there's 5 melee weapons. Can you relate there maybe a bug of picking up Pandemonium fragments and bags still saying you have none? Oh, I haven't noticed that. I think that's just that rare. Is there one crafted mythic permanent? Yes. How much I have to spend for the base of the bow? What do you mean with the base? What do you mean spending? You have tested, made sure they've dropped, okay. Interesting, I'll try to pay attention. I mean, I did notice that sometimes I open these caches and I don't get any, and then sometimes I get them. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Hard M without stars and upgrade. It costs nothing. You kill this boss and you'll find the bow. Yo, 42 holy, hello by the way. Thanks for the super chat. How to survive, what's armor and life rest cap? There is no caps on this. So that used to be a thing in the past, but now it's basically you have more, you're tankier. So you try to put armor, life, and especially all res, not individual resistances, on all of your armor slots. So that's like the holy trinity of defense. And then, you know, it goes up with Paragons as well. But yeah, like here's like exactly that. My chest has life, armor, all res. My pants has life, armor, okay. Here's life, armor. Here's just life. Yeah. Then also, like, for example, life rolls. Like, a lot of people like neglect the life rolls on like offensive slots. Like you can have life on the ring, life on the ring, life on the neck, life on the glove. A lot of people put like quad offense there and then they wonder why they're dying. Also, masterworking all GAs live on the weapons is extremely powerful for the opportunity cost. It's very valuable to put, you know, see everything is masterworked of life on the weapons. So this is a very good way to get defense. Generally, you aim for like 5 million toughness in turn 12. So right now, for example, yeah, I have like 6 million with my bulwark up and stuff. So it depends a bit on like, you know, what build you're playing, how much CC you have, if you're ranged or melee, and how much to sustain and so on. But around 5 million is a good ballpark number. How to get request new game feature. New game to be featured on Maxwell. Ah. I mean, you have the Maxwell Discord, you can make like a feedback thread or something. Dude, look at all these GAs and it's like crafting mods, poison res. Oh man.
Oh, finished so soon?
25 maximum resource, so applied alchemy. This might be something for Death Trap if I actually go for that set.
Mainlanders, what do you see?
How's he for the moment? Very fun. You blasted D3 for many years and haven't touched D4 at all. Okay, well, you have a lot to catch up on. But yeah, since the expansion, it was 2 months ago. People are vibing. How do you have 4 billion gold? It's actually 5. And I got it from, well, at this point, half of it from doing these bosses. 20 million per pop. Gloves. What's that? Fists of the Iron Rose. It's like a giga shit roll. What is this? Lucky hit resource. Oh my god. My damage is 4,696.
Step up to my anvil.
Can you make another one? Never lucky. Any chance you wanna quit this? No, right? Can my build hit trillions? It can. What's the pros and cons of D4 and PoE 2? You missed the feel of Diablo. Well, the pro in D4 is you can do whatever you want, and the game remains relatively easy and approachable. Even if you are really bad at making your own builds, you're gonna be okay. The grind is, relatively short to see everything and so on. And well, in PoE, it's kind of the opposite, right? PoE is also a lot more trade focused than D4. D4 is a lot more SSF friendly. D4 has leaderboards, I guess. That might be a pro for some people. PoE is not really a competitive game in any way, outside of like, race events or something here and there. Do I miss not being able to do this Dark Citadel? Yeah, every day, man. After stream, I cry myself to sleep. I'm wondering, why did I choose SSF? No leaderboard type of endgame for PoE 2. I mean, there's like a level ladder, but no one really cares about that outside of, I don't know, maybe the first few days basically. And, okay, there's now a new thing where the first person to hit 100 gets like a shout out and sacrifices his character so that everyone else gets a passive point. So they introduced that, which is kind of cool. So there's like, sort of like this hype of hitting 100 first and then sacrificing. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's really gonna be like a huge deal or something, right? There's not really like, something like a permanent ladder or some permanent competition like the tower or something like that, it doesn't exist at all in PoE 2. So the real competition is basically like, races. Like there's a few official races they have done like every few months, where it's like an X3 race or an X4 race, just for the campaign for like a little bit. And then I guess eventually we're gonna get the gauntlets. So these are like the real competition. But we have had 0 of those so far in the last 1.5 years.
That's it for that piece.
Right, another 100 keys, guys. Let's go. They did nerf Endurance 5. It's extremely strong anyway, though. And if you wanna be very safe, you can use it, yeah. I'm not running it. That could be useful for like Mephisto, for example. The best way to find out the site? Good question. I guess Chaos Rift Helltide. Didn't really try to farm any outer side yet. I'm not sure how anyone is running out of outer side. I've been doing almost nothing that gives me off the side, and I have infinite. I guess there's tributes, and there's hordes. Oh. Mythic Godslayer, man. Do I thought it for the spark? It has good stats actually. But it's only 3% more than normal. I could get a spark from it. Yeah, conquests definitely need to be in this game. I'm not sure why they're not. What is that second chest? It's the first chest, twin brother. Although they didn't get all the same genes. The second one cannot spawn Belial, unfortunately. Or the Nemesis Slayer. Get it here. From the ledge boss tree. Dude, can I just nerf the salvage and these gold values on these? Like, man, I don't want to go to the vendor every single boss kill and salvage everything. This is crazy. Somehow it seemed like less items than the previous. It would be nice to have storage and salvage inside the boss layers. Yeah, makes sense, I think. The bosses are not hoarding anything, they're just hoarding an anvil. So that when someone comes and kills them, you know, they're like just that kind, basically, right? For passing adventurers that decide to murder the bosses, they just have it ready. How nice of them.
What brings you? Taken apart, melted down.
It'd be nice to have less items that meant more. Yeah, I think these bosses should just like not drop more than one item. How about that? I think that would be a way better system. Just drop one item. And then just scale, you know, the quality and the chance to become ancestral or mythic or a GA or something, right? Just give me one per boss. I think that would be better. I think bosses should take the items from you, in fact. I mean, someone's suggesting to put a stash into the boss lair. So it kind of sounds like they took the items already. Actually, I got scattered prisons there. Someone was asking. 2 scattered prisons on this one. I think Lance Paladin is viable. That's probably the best Paladin build, actually. Yeah. Put a blacksmith in the layers. Ah, so they want an entire blacksmith, not just the anvil. So the evil bosses are holding the blacksmith hostage and we have to go and free him. And as a thank you, he will salvage the 1,000 items that the boss drops. For free. I'm trying to get the boss to drop. I'm just waiting for more mythics. So I can craft an Eldarin. I want to get an Eldarin, then go farm the remaining wall plants and farm escalation dungeons. So that's the plan right now. But I'm just not getting enough mythics. And more importantly, I'm getting really unlucky with my Eldarin craft. I've crafted probably at least 15 mythics at the blacksmith. Maybe more. It's a 1 in 9, I think. How to survive. Hydrate, sleep, eat. And exercise. Exercise is relatively optional, I'd say. My second word for calm, man. Holy. That's crappy. What do I think of Dance of Knives? Might cause some nausea. But besides that, very good build. We need summonable servants like an Azo, a grumpy vendor who complains all the time about us putting him in danger, a blacksmith who wants to fight but always has an excuse. I don't know, man. We only have right here. And I'm really not in the mood to have more people here. Just give him a hammer. How about that? Nice, got 120. Hey, Herman. Two fixed stats and almost all the mythics are trash. Imagine if they left it on PTR. Yeah, just full random, man. 4 random stats. I mean, the problem is like some of these stats are way more impactful than others, right? So if you get an amulet and there's no dot multi and there's no bone multi, you know, what are you doing, right? Like a single one of those rolls is like 15% DPS. Yeah, you need to have that, right? It's like not negotiable. If you get a ring and okay, there's no main stat or whatever, and like, who cares, right? It's like tiny. But yeah. I mean, all is like asking for a stash in the boss layer and a salvage anvil in the boss layer. Like, it's just like fighting a symptom of a bigger problem. And the problem is that you get way too much shit in these layers. You know? Just fix the shit. You don't need to put a stash in there. You also have to pick up all the shit and salvage it. And then, you know, every 2 kills I go back here and, you know, okay, I have to go here. Render this, render that. I have to go here, check this thing. Okay. I have to click on this, I have to salvage these, and I have to click on this and salvage again, because for some reason they're in 2 different categories. You know, this is the real problem. The problem is not that there is no blacksmith in the boss layer. But we have loot for this. Very cool. Too few items is less dopamine. I think that is the opposite, actually. We get way too much, especially way too much shit. So we cannot have any dopamine because we never get any good items, or we never expect any good items. You make it 90% less loot, you make the loot 10 times better. And suddenly, dopamine. Hello. How's HCSSF rogue going for me? Let me check my notes. Going pretty good. mean, I still need to farm an Eldorin that I'm working on right now. And then it all loot to push, I don't know which build, for rank 1. But now I'm kind of like holding my mats and my gold and so on a little bit to, you know, make sure I actually have what I need when the time comes for the rank 1 push. I think Doc can perform good in the pit. Yes. Thank you, Plump. Does the gemstone transfiguration exist this season? It does, but it's heavily nerfed and not the best in slot anymore. So you just go for elemental damage in every slot, ideally. There were no changes for the devil. I'm just running the Rasputin right now for a bit more boss damage, basically. Not out of keys. Well, I have 800 keys, and that's just the small werewolf keys. We're gonna be doing this for a while, I suppose. I guess we're gonna get out more mythics on the greater beta bosses. They have, I have 600 keys of those now. You're probably gonna end up with like almost 1,000 keys of greater level bosses, and I think they have higher mythic drop rate. So, we'll see. Nobody walks anymore. Dark shot and cooldown and changing shot is different. Yeah, small things. We don't need shadow step when we're doing bosses. Should we send it into the cube and see what happens? We can try. Oh, this one drops on the ground. I thought they fixed this. I did like 3-to-1 upgrades and that was actually working. But now this one still drops on the ground. Interesting. Oh my fucking god, man. Are you serious? There's an Etna. There's life on hit and weapon damage. Ugh. That's painful. Is that even an upgrade? I mean, I don't have the dot multi. Good question. How much dot will you have? 81 or 20. Let's calculate this a bit. 45, 45, 45. So this is our dot. Wait. Did I add this one? Okay, this is base, glove, two-handed, one-handed, one-handed, ring, amulet. Okay, we're missing one. Okay, so 5, 5, 6. 8% for the dot. Okay. And the Etna itself was, I think, 23.65 or something. 23.76. So even without the dot at all, it's a 14.5% gain. Assuming that the imbuement potency is a full multiplier, but that's not necessarily the case, since the clone also does a little bit. I guess the 10 all is also slightly worse than the dex. Oh. I know, it's still there, right? Oh no, they removed it now. Okay, so if you enchant it away... Okay, we got it again first try. You even got a GA on the lightning damage. Sick. We're playing Lightning Rouge. Oh. Good transformation though. You have to save this one here because when I go Eldarin I have to equip this again.
Swinging away.
I have too many eagle horns.
This should be interesting.
What is better for XP, running around in Helltide for the worms or doing the Season Rifts in Hell? Yeah, Season Rifts don't really give you much. You only do the Season Rifts to get to 50% threat and then you do the worms basically. Like the XP from the Rifts is like nothing.
What is a Tetris, isn't it?
Care for a game of chance?
You get millions of sinners. Crazy. Sinners are insane, man. For sure. Dude, all these cows are like absolutely shit. What does it have? Dex and imbuement. Okay. Oh, we actually get progress for these. That's funny. So there's no life or dot multi. And 17% for a dot multi on the weapon. So the dex gets kinda close. The weapon damage roll. Weapon damage is just not that crazy. But you can't give up the life roll, so it's like 25% toughness. This one is kinda good though.
I'll be here, swinging away.
17 of these left. Ugh. Okay. I got 20 quality, but that's not good enough to beat this one, right? It's the same dot multi. Slightly more weapon damage, same more dot. 2 more ranks. But yeah, this is not even close. Doesn't speed my backup. Man, if that was 2 imbuement, it would be kind of good actually with the cooldown, I think. I think it's gonna transfigure them all first and see if they stay modifiable. That's probably the better strat. I've only 137 of this. Oh my god, it will bind it to my account. What are we gonna do? Well, I think that's what Shan drop. I'm mostly there for the mythics now. And for the greater darkies and so on. He drops Eagle Horn, but I have a pretty good one. And he can't target mythics anyway, so I'm not even gonna get the mythic Eagle Horn anyway. Broccoli, thank you so much. Okay, everything is unmodifiable. Fool and Cry is from Bashan, by the way. I wonder if this is a combo for a specific item that I can craft. No, here's Tom. Here's Full and Cry.
Bring me a challenge next time.
Don't worry. I don't have a version of this build using Sears or Diamond Mind. No, I'm not planning to use it right now. But you can do that. Yeah, you Spellbound 5 set and Sightless 3 set. What can you do for more seals and talismans? Bosses. Yeah, like every run is like a half inventory or something. Besides that, I have like wallplan rewards and like sometimes tributes. What do you breakpoints for this build? There's not really any breakpoints for this. Like for the main version of the build that I play for like torment farming, needed towards will for the resources. Right now I'm just running overflow, which is like enough for the bosses here with ballista. I made a penshot guide a few days ago, but I wasn't using Cowl. Otherwise you can also see Matthias's guide from Maxwell. This doesn't really have more damage than Doc, they're pretty even. Doc can also just spin around for like 5 seconds and this guy will die. Nice. You're getting 500k to 1M gold from my spender is trash. Gold reserve is kinda decent though. I got like 130 million from my gold reserve dungeon the other day. Morning, Artemis. How do you like it new? Panda almost hit a greater nemesis there. Fire in the middle. Uh-oh. Yeah, I saw like some bug or something was reported about it. Let me see this. That was nasty. Is it worth to spend 3 super keys on Uber levels or spend on 3 times Reaper? I mean, Reaper is not particularly good, but it gives you fragments. So if you want to craft a mythic, then this is useful. So for now, I'm doing that. I'm not doing the Uber Nemesis layer. But they are decent. I got a mythic or 2 earlier as well. Like, am I gonna die before we ever see the clip from Panda? No, let's watch it first, and then we die.
Where if we would have had, if we didn't do, ooh, whoa, there. Holy.
What? Wait, it's
The
invisible.
point where if we would have had,
Ah, no, this little patch here.
if we didn't do,
Oh, shit.
ooh, whoa, there. Holy.
Okay, interesting. So it's not like a bug or something, I guess it's just like some leftover. Good to know. You always go in first. Yeah, PTSD is too strong. But yeah, you don't have to go into the Nemesis portal anymore instantly. It's fine now. They moved the timer. I wonder what the fuck made him include this timer. Like, who had that idea? Like, hey guys, we really should give it a 30-second maximum timer. And also drop loot for 25 seconds before that. You had a greater Nemesis portal despawn. Really? Oh, maybe we're not safe, guys. No one is safe. Maybe some troll code stuff on those, who knows? You know they get laid off. Okay, but why would you like put in some troll code? Like what? That'll be wild. That's not how that works. Well, maybe it does. I mean, a lot of things have happened in this game's life. But I really have to wonder, how did this happen? So I can believe anything, to be honest. How did the code for the pit bubble get removed? The way was taking too much bandwidth. So they decided, you have to make a cut somewhere. Just remove the pit bubble, guys, it will be fine. Or maybe someone said, yeah, everyone is playing Barb. They can upgrade a glyph while getting hit, it's fine. I don't know.
isn't it? Taken apart.
Nice Grimstar, what do you get? Why is the Vashan ambush in the pit so tanky? Yeah, Vashan is a Giga Chat, man. You gotta be careful. A wind force. Oh. You're it because of the no pit bubble. The Goldman pool got me. Oof. Did they fix the Goldman though? I think they fixed the Goldman though. It doesn't spawn like the 10 overlapping pools anymore. At least I haven't seen them yet. But as that is. You created your loot filter 5 times. I think there's like a cap of 10 filters or something. Maybe that is the reason. You know, we have to load everyone's loot filters when we go to town, so we can't have too many of them.
Feeling lucky, mainland?
This Shred build is gonna be one of the fastest build this season. Yeah, Shred can go pretty fast. I think it might be especially good on controller. I think it works better on controller than mouse keyboard. But also Shred has like, I don't know, 3 separate bugs going on, and macroing and snapshotting, and it's like completely like all over the place, man, in terms of fuckery. At least for like higher end stuff. So not really amused by this, to be honest. Yeah, I guess maybe Shred feels especially good on controller because not only do you have the auto targeting on the Shred, but also, you know, all other builds are just worse on controller than mouse and keyboard, right? Like anything that's like relying on a teleport is just not great on controller, and Shred actually, you know, feels extremely good in comparison. Actually, I would say the Spirit Bond counterstorm build should be extremely good for controller, right?
Mainlander, what brings you? You know where to find me.
Like the eyes of Lycander herself.
Item quality, okay.
Taken apart. Melted down.
Are there any AFK tank builds this season? I'm not sure how AFK can be as a static bomb or something, maybe? Or then it's still bugged to shit, so that's not really a thing. Get some minion stuff, like, I don't know, minion necro. But tanking on a necro? AFK tanking on a necro? I know about that. They've got some boots. Should certainly beast all boot. Okay. Any builder would run a Penitent Graves. Chill effects cause enemies to take turns increased damage. You can change mouse and keyboard to mimic controller if you don't like to aim. Change WSD, uncheck move with mouse, and check hybrid targeting. Interesting. Why is the text size so large? Like, look at the font size, it's so large. What the hell? Wait, where is this? Control, oh. Your mouse direction will be used to aim instead of mouse cursor. Okay, so you check this. And then you have like controller targeting. Okay, so I still have a cursor. I don't know what to expect. Let's see. So you can't click to move anymore. Okay, I'm definitely missing my shots. So I'm not sure how that works. But it's shooting where I aim. It doesn't target a guy. Oh, what does that mean? And now we have to do full WSD all the time, which is a bit annoying. That is correct, Ross. No target found. I should probably do a recording on some stuff like this, actually. I don't know about this here, but fuck it. I'll just give more damage plus core skill or plus poison. They give the same if you have the same number of ranks. And whichever has less gives you more. Do I have a guide for the Death Trap build? Stay tuned. But yeah, I went pretty defensive on that setup. I had double defensive runes, for example. Barrier generation. I said what I said, Jazz. Whatever has less total ranks gives you more damage. Look at that, guys.
Hmm?
I'll fix it.
You keep saying that.
Yeah.
Do you deserve this?
Yeah.
No.
I was blasting. We needed it.
Yeah, but you promised last night.
Yeah, I forgot.
You look like a dwarf. With
Don't worry.
that long beard of yours.
Oh shit. Whoops. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, look at that now.
Who's there?
Come here for a second.
Yeah, 1 minute. Look, even Mark Steak says it looks great. Kind of funny how these guys are tankier than the like next Uber Nemesis layer bosses or whatever they're called. Kind of strange how that works. The American Wallpan should be account wide. I guess it wouldn't hurt. I think a lot of people would be happy about it. I think a lot of people are sort of like overestimating how much it really matters and how long the grind is. Or maybe they're just upset that they lose the progression somewhere, right, if you make an alt. So I can see these sort of points, but I would probably be more happy with like a catch-up mechanic than a account-wide mechanic. But either way it works, I guess. Anyway guys, I gotta BRB at like a minute. Yeah. Okay, we're back, guys. Took a few minutes. Okay, where were we actually? Did I do this thing? Thank you. I think I should stop doing some bosses and actually do some videos. I do a death trap guide, mythic farming. Pandemonium fragments are from the seasonal boss. It's like the only place to farm them basically. You get them sometimes when you turn in the caches, I think. Or maybe it's just like the pre-infinite caches actually. Once you have the rap track completed, you don't get anymore. Hey, that boss key is kind of sick actually. So this is almost 60% of a mythic actually. Each Belial gets a lot. Strongest and fastest build for Rogue this season. They may be the same. To be fair, almost everything on Rogue is the same, so you can play whatever you want. It's the best farming method guide. Stay tuned for that, I guess. We do have the meta section on Max, so you can check out as well. So if you look at this here, there's this. So you have yeah, in-game progression, farming guide. There's a bunch of stuff. Especially the good loot, Mighty Max. That is what you like, I guess. Is that what he meant? Does the Rouge need a crossbow? Does the bow also fit? Usually both is fine. There's just a distinction between faster and slower attack speed. And for many builds it doesn't matter, it just does stick. So It's a funny comment. Imagine having to redo Atlas 3 and PvE2 every new character. So why do we have to redo the more plans for every character created? So dumb. It's like they want people to play more. Lol. I mean, what kind of game dev are you if you don't want people to play more? But yeah, I agree that I think people would probably be happier if there was shared war plans or some other system like that. Yeah, enjoy your weekend, Mighty Max. What if every 2 warp members added +1 to account? Yeah, I think something like that would also work. So if you have 7, you start at 3. It's also something.
Welcome to my home away from
I wanted to make a video like, only the most important points in your war plans kind of deal. I do have a mythic bow, but not the one I want. I got so many wind forces, man.
that I'll be here, swinging away.
Bought some mini necro this season. Oof.
It's locked.
Oh, I'm out of keys. I should have Echo of Mephisto replace Pit Guardian as a Labos token. That would be funny. That doesn't have to be like the whole like 3 stages fight, right? But just like maybe the first version even or the second version, right? Mephisto shows up in his like form and starts blasting. Would be kind of cool. Even like the accurate phase would be kind of funny, I think. The Infinite Roshan Simulator. Dude, it's gonna be even worse after that, because I'm gonna get like 1,000 greater keys or some shit, man. Holy. But at least the greater keys, I think they have higher mythic drop rate, so... Yeah, I don't know, like I don't really wanna go back to farming now without Eldraine. I'm waiting for Eldraine. And I can't get it. Yeah, Sentinel Warlock is a relatively good bossing build. So it doesn't really surprise me that this was the first Warlock. This was already like, relatively good last season. But I don't wanna play it. Macro doesn't wanna play it. No one really wants to play it, to be honest. Like, you know, I don't even wanna recommend anyone playing that. So, yeah. What character build is the head honcho so far? You mean like the best build or what? I mean, barbs are really strong. Urbant. Ancients, Rend. Mostly those three things, I guess, on a barb. Rogue is like really good across the board with like any build. They're like maybe slightly behind the barbs, but you know, everything is just great on a rogue basically. So rogues are insane. Spiritborn got that sick rune bug again, so they're pumping. Druids have like the shred stuff going on and lightning stuff in general with a bunch of like snapshot issues and bugs, making them kind of powerful. So that's kind of what it looks like right now. Why is everything always bugged? Is it worth leveling all mercenaries to 10? Yeah, I always do that like day 1 basically. It doesn't take very long. Basically, you just, like if you don't want to like swap your main merc, you can just swap the secondary merc, right? Every few hours or so you swap it and you have, you know, one at 10, you have the other at 10, you have the other at 10 and you're done. So it's not really a bother. You think that'll fix the bug on Spiritborn? I'd say it's a 50-50. Because they did fix that bug on the PTR, and now they brought it back for live. So they already have the bug fix. And also, like, fixing that bug will not really change anything about any build on a Spiritborn, right? It's just like, okay, you fix the bug. And, you know, it's not like people invest into a build and now it gets nerfed, right? Like, you still play the same build with the same gear and everything. So it's just gonna be like a bit less OP, basically. It's not like you're gonna, you know, have wasted your progression or something. So I think they might fix that sick bug. It's actually crazy then, after 3 years of this game, we just had the third anniversary, man. Right? And we still have like these rookie, you know, mistakes, right? It's insane. Like how? Hope to fix the inheritance bug on Spiritborn at the same time. Copium. They fired half the team, did they? I thought the default team was totally stable, no? If you stun a boss, then punch them, they freeze in place. I heard there was something going on with like the Earth set and the Pedify. Or something, no? Maybe they cower in fear before your might when you punch them as a druid. Yo, Braille. Thank you, man. What happened to the bubble in the pit? Yeah. I don't know. Probably something like this here. Hey guys, we need to update to the pit. I don't know what to do. How about make it more exciting by removing the bubble? Yeah, excellent idea. I like it. Yeah, what if people don't actually like this when they just want to upgrade their glyphs and bail? So I think this is probably what happened. They just threw the guy out. He's gone. AI said it's a good idea. Of course you should remove the bubble in the pit. Here, just copy paste this code into your database. The bubble is now one of the rare pit events. You need a Warplan note for it. Shit. I mean, these rare pit events can appear without it. It's just more common, right? So far, I've not seen a bubble though. But I've also never seen a goblin pit. So maybe that checks out. Having fun with Paladin this season, nice. Yeah, Paladin is fun. Just not as strong as the other classes right now.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Yeah, I think I'm not gonna play Cold. Big good one though for that. Maybe I'll save it. Who knows? Wise CEO was saying the next couple of years they want to rush Diablo 5. I don't believe that. What? Where was that said? No way, man. I don't believe that at all. Yeah, they initially said D5 wouldn't take as long as D4. But that would put the latest, like, I don't know, release at, wait, like 2030 or 2031 or so, and I don't see that happening. Like 5 years? No way, man. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to lower the wait time between the games. But, you know, considering how D4 is going, and, you know, how far away we are from even completing the whole, like, D4 arc, and everything, right? I mean... D4 arc ended with Mephisto, D5 Bale, D6 Diablo. Nah, no way, man. What? I mean, a game like this takes like a fucking decade to make, you know? Like, what do you mean? D5 Bale, D6 Diablo. D6 in 2066. Yes. Oh, donkey teeth, hello, man. Next DLC, Revenge of the Tree of Whispers. The tree strikes back. Well, do we know if they're planning to use AI coding for their games? Maybe the other is a clone right now, whether I admit it or not. Okay. Bonka. I only got 1.5 million toughness. Oh, you stack armor, life, and res. And maybe some defensive powers. Paragon's help a bit as well. For fresh rogue, I would suggest Dance of Knives. AI coding is only good for fast prototyping. Well, that sounds perfect for a game like Diablo 4, right? I mean, every season is basically a live PTR. A prototype.
To break another's work.
We're doing it live, guys. Let's go.
What brings you to the ancient? Ancients watch over this one.
Oh, she's a bit resistant.
Is ultimate levels worth to spend 3 keys? I would only do it if you don't need to craft more mythics, basically. Like Ultimate is definitely juicier, but for Mythics, you want the fragments. Hey Sova, I like the season a lot. And everything is easier to gear than Death Trap. Especially Penshot. Why doesn't like a hit weapon number scale? The number goes up, not a chance. If that's what I mean. If your gear for Death Trap is it stronger or just faster? Neither. They're kind of the same. But Death Trap has like this infinite teleporting, which is kind of nice. Penshot is a bit stronger. I used Death Trap for the Paragon farm because I was mostly just teleporting around the zones. I made a Warplan video already, but I will make a second one actually. I'm gonna make the... I don't know what to call it yet. The minimum viable Warplan. Triple GA Bowman. Weapon damage, life on kill, and Penshot. Thick. Goodbye.
I'll be here, swinging away.
How do you farm charms in SSF? Bosses and more plans, I guess. Like here, get a lot of charms. Does this game have a steep learning curve? If you're casual, it's very easy to get in. If you want to be a tryhard, yes, it's especially a lot of bugs you have to navigate around. Bring fly spray. I like that. You want to play Death Trap, but you don't get the Aftermath affix. Yeah, upgrade rings in the cube. The resource aspect that's on rings. Is Heartseeker comparable in power with Penshot? Maybe slightly behind, but Heartseeker is very strong. Ancestral Charm. Unique charm. That could be interesting. Damn it. 4-2 marksman skills. It's an assassin's stride. I think you can get mythical obos, yeah. But this doesn't really happen very often.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Yeah, mythics are way hard to find now. I'm also here trying to get an Eldarin. And I just can't get any. Oh no, wait, we have 4 sparks. I did salvage some stuff, so I can try to craft 3 times. Let's see. I think Rogue has 9 or 10. I think it's 9 mythics. So I'm probably like at least 15 or close to 20 crafts in. I should get one soon. On Gauss, what is more DPS? Plus 2 Whirlwind or 171 strength? Most likely the Whirlwind ranks. The reason to keep cube crafted mythics that you don't need. 3 crafted, that becomes crafted again. But I'm not sure what happens when I have 2 crafted and a drop. So I want to try that at some point when I ever get a mythic that I actually want to do that with. But we'll see.
I thought mainlanders had a sense of it. Mainlanders? What do you think?
Okay. Never lucky. Any chance I'll play Silic Barb? No, I guess right. You're not gonna play Silic. I'm just gonna play normal.
For that piece.
Oh my fucking god, man.
You know where to find me.
Interest of farming a gold? Yes. Do the boss layers with the golden horde. It's 10 million per chest. And vendor your seals as well. So it's probably more like 20 million or more. Here's a legendary seal, that's 13. Here's a legendary seal, that's 13. Each chest was 10. So this boss kill was like 46 million. What's the best way to get a Paragon 300? The best way is watching my video from yesterday. No seal. There's a seal. Okay, you got 3 seals from 4 chests. Obo's bug is fixed, yeah. Okay, this was 3 seals and 6 chests. Let's see. 4 seals in HS. So it seems like 50-50-ish. New mythics can drop in Eternal, yeah. The only thing that's seasonal is the cube craft. But the other stuff is Eternal.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Didn't find a single nightmare escalation visual. You only get them in the strong rooms. The rest you have to craft them from the cube. What's the best way to farm legendaries for aspects? Use the cube for upgrade to rare, legendary, rare to legendary. And then gamble if you have obols. And you can do bartering, I guess. If you have anything. But is the variant is the same as Shadow Shot? Yeah, I made the build so that you can just swap between them for bossing and stuff. Ah, is the camera bug only when it dies in the air? Yeah, I heard about this bug, but I'm not sure what exactly caused it. How do you get the resource to craft unique to mythic from the seasonal boss? You need the unique keys for that from the Belial ambush. Too many players playing this game 24/7. Yeah, man. It sucks that a game that I enjoy is also popular with other people. Not rock with a stronger range of arrows or pen? Yeah, hard to say right now. They seem like about even. I have to wait like maybe some more days until the dust settles a little bit.
Step up to my area. You know where to find me.
I'm also holding off from like crafting, you know, insane endgame items right now. And just saving my mats until we know. I think D4 will bring gear sets at some point. I think it would be fun. Yeah, I think it could be fun. Who knows what they will do. Maybe one of these days they will introduce sets. Do you play Docker to Tibble? Does that another way to fix resource? There is, yes. Which is overflow. And then like maybe a resource regen roll or so. Especially if you play the Ballista version instead of Shadow Shot, you can pretty reliably do it. Like right now, I do exactly that for the bossing. I have Ballista, Overflow. I don't have Tip Outs, I just put Rustbitten Dirk. It's Banana Ambush and Lair Broken with Lair of Plenty. Which one is that? It doesn't work with the second chest, if that's what you're asking. Only the first chest can trigger it. Yes.
That's it for that piece.
Mainlander, what do you think?
It's very easy to, to trigger contamination. Like your original arrows still have a base crit chance, and they're not doing dot. And if you shoot like, 20 arrows per second, you have it all the time. All good, Kyle. I was just memeing earlier. Some people like to play video games a lot, and some of them play video games for 80 hours a week. Or more. Especially in this genre. It's like a very kind of like big rush at the start of the season, right? There's new stuff. New grind. You have to get everything from scratch. And then, okay, that's like, the, also the other side of, for example, for me as a content creator, I earn basically all of my money in like the first 2 weeks of the season, and then I have like 3 months of no income. Kind of. So... Yo, Woodsy. Thank you. But you are a millionaire anyway. Yeah, dude, I'm currently saving up for my third Lambo. I appreciate all the donors as well, guys. So if you wanna contribute, there's a link. Appreciate all the subs. Yeah, I was thinking, I already have the yellow and the red. Thinking something like a lilac or like a purple color would be kind of cool. One for Friday, one for Saturday, one for Sunday or so. They sold Maxwell. True, but I got absolutely nothing from that. Unfortunate. Mythic Lambo. Hell yeah. I do not own a website. And neither have I ever owned one. Number one by itself, yo, Black Up. Thanks, man. Yo, 1k bits actually, holy shit. Okay. 0.003% of the way there. Let's go. You're 100k in debt, should you still donate? No, you should not. He should fix your life. And Alt F4 Twitch while he at it.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Can you remove weapon damage of an item? You can, yeah. There's like weapon damage, dex, crit wound, sorry, crit dot. And then elemental, right? So there's 4 offensive. If you have 4 offensive and no life, then you can't remove it, because there's no other category anymore. But, you know, every weapon has life, I guess, so... Unless you're talking about static bar maybe, or some shit. Then we put like a resource mod. Don't buy matcha latte, you'll be up 100k in no time. Easy strat.
What is a waitress, isn't it?
It's the matcha. Yes, Luffy. You can't even buy a house anymore with 100k. Dude, in what world, in what century were you able to get a house for 100k?
Mainlander, I'll be here, swinging away.
1830. That seems insane to me, actually. 100k. Depends on the definition of house, I guess so. Okay, today is a decked out golf. Holy. Did I say I was doing a death trap guide? I did say that, yeah. But I've been slacking. Mostly I've been coping to finally get my mythic. And then I would be feeling much more relieved. But it's not happening. I should just record the guide. Let's do this round of Enquiries. So it's like 50 kills. It's like half an hour or something. And then we do it. In Ireland, you won't find anything below 200, 250k. Yeah. I mean, of course, you know, houses can mean a lot of things, right? You can have shitty quality, shitty construction, you know, small, shitty area, you know, lots of land or not. Like, there's so many factors, right? Multiple floors, multiple rooms, whatever, right? So, what is a house? But either way, like, for like 100k, that sounds insane to me anyway. So I'm gonna say even less on my YouTube chat. What is a house? Well, the entire generation is growing up right now that is asking that question, I guess. What is a house? Oh my god, man. For 100k you can live in a closet. I can believe that actually. In New York City. Yeah, but I mean, how do you... Like, how do you even... like, okay, outside of, like, all of the, like, you know... locale... and so on, right? Like, how does a house even get constructed for 60k? Without the construction company going bankrupt? Okay, maybe it's like a very old one, right? It's like this, you know... Maybe renovated sometime, but it's like, you know, from the 70s or something. Container house, yep. Prefab house in shit areas. Exactly. Like, I guess you can't buy like a very, very old, you know, rundown, I don't know, shitty area. Then yeah, sure, you probably find some very cheap ones. If the only goal is to like have your own 4 walls. Dude, I got another signal of Paragon. This one was insane, actually. Crazy. Most of the good builders are old men about to retire. Oof. I think there's like legit huge stonks for like young people going into these sort of like artisan and like, you know, construction and whatever professions. Because I think that's actually true. Like, a lot of young people don't even want to do this. They study all kinds of shit, right? And then they flip burgers. But if they actually had just some formation for like something like that. Your 20-year-old son just got in as a plumber's apprentice, yeah. And I think these sort of jobs are like super underappreciated. Like both from, you know, the young people like not going for them, and also like just like, I don't know, in society, I guess. I feel like, you know, they were always like looked down or something, but I don't think this is really gonna stay that way. Everyone is gonna, you know, really struggle to find these sort of people, I think. University qualifications will be worthless once AI takes over. Oof. Kind of interesting actually how, you know, AI and like robotics is like actually more impactful on the sort of like the intelligence side, right? Like, you know, the coding, for example, is like the huge thing right now. We talked about this earlier and so on, right? And I feel like that part seems to me like the harder thing to accomplish than, you know, building robots that can build stuff. And then, you know, like, if you look at like how this generally worked in like human society, right? You know, you go to university, you study a thing, and then you have like an office job, and, you know, that is usually regarded as the more difficult thing, right? Like, the mental work, basically. And it seems like it's exactly the opposite of AI. Like, we don't really have a lot of, like, robots actually doing stuff. Okay, factories and so on, right? But, like, autonomous robots, you know, like a construction worker style robot, it's not really a thing, is it?
Care for a game of chance?
Thanks, Momo. How's that? Okay, very good, actually. Having a blast. We're all fucked by this. I remember the hype around 2015 about autonomous driving, whether autos drivers gonna work. Yeah, okay. I mean, it took a little bit longer than expected, I guess. I also remember that, actually. It was actually, during my time at university, I actually had, like, a topic about that at some point. And, okay, I mean, it was still, like, some years away, and, I mean, now we're here, and now we have, you know, robotaxi is coming and stuff like that, right? We're basically there. So, a decade later. And yeah, I would, like, not really expect people to be driving themselves anymore in, like, at least new cars, you know, in like a decade or two from now. I think that is definitely a thing of the past at some point. It's probably a good thing since people drive like shit. Yeah, I don't think it's hard for a robot car to beat humans. I definitely would feel a lot safer on Greek streets if everyone had a robot car, I must say. Mythic Seal? Did I get one? Good for IRL streamer. Oof. Congrats, Philadelphia, I guess. Brother, we can't get bugs fixed in D4. We're not colonizing anything anytime soon. Well, we're building a moon base though, apparently. And then to the stars. On the dark side of the moon. Now the Nazis are already there. I have to go somewhere else. Oops. Rakanov's Wake. Huge mythic. Those are only in Germany, isn't that crazy? The Nazis? They're not just in Germany. Or they dropped from the moon. Yeah, maybe. They came back. It's like the old thing of dating after a breakup. You can't love someone else till you love yourself. Now a planet to Earth and colonizing other planets. I don't know. I love Earth, I guess. So, let's go. How's the car industry in Germany doing? If I had to guess, pretty poorly these days. Or, you know, at least, you know, they're probably losing traction and status. Right, we have like, what is it called, BYD from China. You have Tesla, you know, this kind of stuff. And they're definitely giving them a lot of competition, I think. It seems the Germans are quite behind on like the whole like electric car stuff and so on. And autonomous driving? I don't know about that. China's killing car market for you, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not surprised about this at all. Like, right now, like, you know, like, German industry and stuff, you know, was like a golden standard and whatever, right? For a long time, but this was at a time when the world was changing very slowly. And that really benefited Germany, right? Like, you know, there was not really a lot of stuff going on. But, you know, these days, like, the development cycles and, you know, like the advancements are like so sped up, and now we have AI more and more introduced as well. Like everything will just go faster and crazier. And Germany's industry and like the German mentality is not really made for that. Everything is slow and conservative. BMW, Mercedes and Audi are not exactly the cars people buy. Yeah, okay, I guess they're probably also still considered like relatively like pricey and stuff. I see that. But they do have their like entry, like, you know, small vehicles and stuff. I actually have a Volkswagen myself. I have a Volkswagen ID3 electric. But I got it secondhand. Germans are some of the craftiest people on the planet. It's the government that is the problem. Yeah. I haven't really been following German politics the last years, so I'm not really sure. But I can understand. The entrance vehicle means paying 45k. Now, I mean, for my electric, it was like 20k. And it was still relatively new. I got a relatively good deal, I think. But either way, 45k for entry vehicle sounds too much. Mankind is part of Earth's history for about 1% of its known lifespan. Don't think we are that special. I know. We don't really know of a lot of other species that do what we do, though.
I thought mainlanders had it set.
A mythic Eaglehorn would be nice. But I'm just looking for mythics in general to salvage, to then craft an Ilderin. I want to craft an Ilderin. And then I want to get out of here. Sounds about right, Wonkus. Maybe not order. Or maybe reverse, who knows. All three at the same time. I did not get my car in Germany, I got it here in Greece. So maybe the pricing is different here in Greece, I imagine. How do you find a Realm Walker if you're actually done close to 100? I think you need to get like 300 kills in this event. Otherwise there's a Realm Walker in Zabinzet here. You can go there. You're turning a car, not getting another one. You're just gonna go without car? I mean, if I was living in a big city, I would also not get a car. Well, technically I am living in a big city. But practically, the public transport is like completely unusable. Let's say a city that actually has some good network. You drove less than 13k kilometers in 3 years. Okay. So like 4k per year. So like 10 kilometers per day. Uh-huh. Razor blade, holy. Look, it's actually like a universal item. A class can use it. There's no main stat on it. Sick. Does weapon damage affix matter for dot builds? It does the same, yeah. You can use weapon damage on dot builds. Okay, how's my spark situation? We have 3. Dude, I keep getting this fucking it's like a 4th Doombringer, man. Are you serious?
Worthy of the ancients, this.
Attack speed, 1 life attacks actually. I made... Is this crafted? This is crafted, this is crafted. This one has crit. This one has 1 energy attack speed. Here I'm a bit more flexible, so I think it's gonna salvage this. I mean, technically both can roll the same stuff. Okay, let's save this one. Also, these 2 big gains. Poison, all life. This is cooldown, 1. It's pretty good. You probably need a cooldown actually. I'm not even sure if I need this thing at all. Would I even play cold build? I guess cold roar, and roar I would like the cooldown. And there's no other cold build that I will push. So let's just salvage this.
Taken apart.
Okay, we try again. Oof.
Anyone asks, tell them
What the fuck?
that's it for that. You know where to find me.
Okay, wait a second. Is there any chance I will use one of these on anything? But then there's like a crit and there's like a non-crit version. Fuck. I think you can definitely salvage this thing. And this thing.
Easy to break another's work.
Okay, I can't get this fucking sword, man. This is insane. Dude, there's not even a Shroud of False Death in my table. Like, that's crazy. Oh my god. What is happening? I got like 5 Doomringers. You're going to play and you're going to have fun doing it. Okay. Have fun. Hi, MacArthur. Anybody uses Mythics here? 3 times 3 sets. You mean Diamond Mind? Yeah, I usually use Diamond Mind with like a 5-piece and a 3-piece bonus. So like 4 plus 2 basically. And yeah, on Warlock basically every single build, besides Apocalypse, does that. Because you can just, you know, you could include a sigil that you already have anyway, and then Nameless set, 3-piece. Very good. So that's the thing. On Rogues, on the Poison builds you can do like Spellbound, 5 set, and 3-piece Sightless. So I know that. Yeah, there might be other stuff as well, so... Looking at Season 14, do you think they're moving in the right direction? I don't know, I mean... The Mythic update is, you know, kind of interesting. You know, in some ways upsetting, in some ways it's an upgrade, like, I don't know. I'm not really sure what to think right now. Like, I like that Mythics are way more rare. But I think the system is not really where it should be yet. Like, I feel like we have too little agency, and you know, this like upgrade to Mythic, and then some people don't know how it works. They put in like their GG item, and then it becomes another item, and they lose it. Like, oof. Right? There's like a lot of like weird friction in a system that they need to fix, I guess. I like the idea of Mythics being like much more chase, but I think they have to do that better. And besides that, I guess class balance is better, so that helps. I'm using Neo, Luck, and Igni Q. I need to walk about not to take out a shadow ball. Yeah.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
I mean, I start getting these superior air keys and I can go and get Pandemonium Fragments. And make a mythic, I guess. But yeah, I'm definitely trying to be careful of them. Yeah, Pandemonium Fragments are for the new boss. It says that you can get them from the cash turn-ins, but that's not true, I think. How's my... Oh, we have almost 90k souls. We're getting there. It was actually crazy to think about. I'm at 500k baleful fragments. It's like half of the cap from last season. What the hell? Yeah, I need around 70,000 forgotten souls to make flawless heroic gems. That's a lot of souls. But if we are at that point, then... You know, the actual crafting part doesn't need that much. Maybe eventually I can start filtering the non-ancestral uniques. Yo. Then you craft a Pandemonium into a Mother's Empire, which you cash in for a spark. Holy. The struts, man. The mixed trade and dev chat is so funny. I mean, I do like that I actually see people in trade chat. Did you see? Wait, did you see the clone getting yeeted to the side? What was that? I just noticed this. Season of mythics, guys. All the mythics. Look at all these mythics.
Back to it then.
Feeling lucky, mainlander?
Oh shit. Okay then. I gotta redeem. Do my duty. Really wish they would fix the part in wing strikes and use the scale for attack speed. I don't think that's really such a problem. We don't really get a lot of attack speeds on our builds anymore these days. I mean, okay, parties have the aura and stuff, but I think it's fine for some builds to just not go for attack speed or not go and like, you know, benefit from attack speed or so. But I think it would probably help smooth out the playstyle in general, right? Like wing strikes. You know, there's like this weird like gap sometimes, so before they hit again, like maybe could lower that gap or something, right? And just like smooth it out. Does Pension hit D12 faster than Dog once you get Eagle? I don't know, I don't think there's really like a huge gap between the builds. If it did scale with attack speed, you'd use it. No, I mean just in general, like, you know, our builds have way less attack speed these days compared to PA and Out of Hatred. Like, you know, not that many builds run Starless anymore. And even if they do, the attack speed value on Starless is way lower than it used to be. You know, like attack speed in general just got like a lot of competition from other stats. We have wound multiplier, crit multiplier, this kind of stuff. You know, we don't just put attack speed in every slot anymore and just cap out and everything. Attack speed cap 2 is almost entirely deleted, right? So, in general, everything is like less attack speed. That's what I'm saying. And on many of my builds, I have not a single attack speed roll. Hey guys, SSF, by the way, that's my chat right now. That's funny. We're almost 10 billion gold, guys. Are you jelly? It's hard to justify attack speed. I mean, it is not that hard to justify it. If your build is strong enough, you can give up a few % damage to then get attack speed to then, you know, smooth it out, or, you know, if you already know that you're one-shotting stuff anyway in T12, you know, then one-shotting stuff faster is helpful, right? If you're leaping around on a barb, if you don't have attack speed, you're gonna be like slow-mo, you know, D2 leap barb style. Jumping, right? If you have attack speed, that's actually good. You go faster. Same thing goes for like Warlock. I think I actually put a bit of attack speed these days on like some builds that have Rampage. Just for that reason, basically. Yeah, and it's also just more fun to have more attack speed. Like for example, I put like Alchemical Advantage on like a Death Trap Rogue as well, just like, you know, Shadow Step faster and it just feels more fluid and so on. Even though I lose DPS on doing it.
I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
+3 cut road. I mean, for pushing, I think it's fine that, you know, quality of life does not exist. If you decide to push, then, you know, you opt into the suffering. Why not using Shaco Helm? Because I literally cannot. I already have this. And I cannot wear a Shaco. And the Shaco doesn't really give me noticeably more damage than this. So I just get like almost a free defensive aspect here. And the stats I want.
You know where to find me. That's it for that piece.
You should try some Tornado Druid Crucible. I had a blast with Tornado last season. And Divine Lance was also super fun. You just realized you can enchant uniques and mythics. Yeah, that's new. I guess it's easy to miss if you haven't kept up with the patch notes and stuff. Is Carl worth already aspect in the mid-game part? I can run a Carl. I think I just put a defensive aspect there. Because also, like, you know, it's just easier for people to survive. A lot of people struggle to survive. Because, you know, they just go to like too high torment too early. They have like no defenses on their gear. What? You have 1.5 million toughness in town? I have 200k. You know? So... Is the rogue bug fixed? The one bug? Which one? See? Master Louis? You know, people like Master Louis are exactly my target audience. 200k toughness. I thought it can chaotic and focus your uniques. This was only the PTR, it's enchanting on the cultist now. Managed to get to 7.8 million toughness on Necro, that's a lot. Yen's Blessing. Not really any build that even runs it. Even on Barb and stuff, right? For shouts. People don't do that, I guess. You check Tornado, 7 uniques, Frostburn, Azarath bullshit, and RNG said hell no. Okay, I'm not sure about who was the guy, Panda or Danger. But you could check my planner from last season. It was pretty fun. Although I did run with an Eldarin. Which, even after all this time, I'm trying to get. Perfect example of how horrible builds are at the moment on almost every class. Tornado Druid. Maxwell, I want to see it actually. So Panda did this. Kind of funny, man. Tornado has its own weapon and it's that Frostburn and Azarath. Interesting. Yeah, he's definitely playing this very different for me. Why is it always one imbuement skills, man? Fuck. Don't think I'm such a flurry enjoyer right now. The storm set that good. Yeah, it was buffed this patch. But on top of that, there's also a bug that allows you to snapshot the high roll. I think you just like press Lightning Storm and then it rolls like the random value, and apparently that Lightning Storm then carries over to all of your other skills. So you just never turn off the Lightning Storm. Like, I don't know how the fuck they did manage to do that, but this is crazy. Okay, we have 18 keys left, let's do that. And then we record some guides. So Death Trap guide and then the farming, like gold and mats and mythic farm and stuff, I guess. No, Dark Beast. Thanks much. How's it going, man? You can't mark Offenmaker as junk. Really? Interesting. Maybe the death was mad, it was nerfed. They implemented some hidden cannot mark as junk. Is Hardcore Spiritborn still doing 100? Probably. Let's see. $101 right now. Oh wait, that's Pardon. It's 115, 5 minutes. One guy is starting to game. I think Ignition already. The fuck?
He's afraid I'm not gonna take him.
Yeah,
Okay, goodbye.
take him. Yeah, goodbye. Holy shit. Which rogue build do I recommend as in fun and progress? Penshot. I made a video the other day. The second horde chest uses keys twice as fast, yeah, but you have less opportunities for the nemesis layers and stuff. Because the second chest doesn't spawn them, and Belial as well. So if you wanna preserve your keys, then you don't do that. But I have 800 keys, and then I'm gonna have 1000 greater keys. So, ugh. You know, I need to get out of here at some point. On poison roller build, should matter if you use bow or crossbow. Well, it does matter for if you want faster attack speed or not, I guess. Not sure what people use. I imagine they probably go for bow to cast faster and have like a more fluid playstyle. The softcore ladder busted with broken builds. I mean, the builds are the same on softcore and hardcore, it's just that in hardcore, especially Spiritborn, like, Spiritborn is extremely underrepresented on hardcore. I'm not sure why. But especially Spiritborn is extremely shit on the leaderboard on hardcore. How do I have so much HP? I put HP on my gear.
Taken apart. Melted down.
As a TB rogue, your crossbow or bow doesn't matter. Just the stats. Who won the race to 300? Well, there was no official race, so we don't have confirmation. But I think there's a slight chance that I'm the first. You hate you have to have a toughness to see armor and HP. Yeah, there's also like this empty space here, and you know, why don't they just show it? I think they should definitely show life here. I think it's nice to have both. Like the toughness value is really good, but I would like to see sometimes just how much life I have. You know, I'm not sure why they're not showing it. For rower, does it matter bow or crossbow? I can't think of anything right now where this would really make a big difference, but you know, with a bow you shoot faster. So you can trigger stuff like Sun Rune more often, I guess. Or Yule Rune, if you do these sort of things. Outside of that, they should basically have the same DPS. I think Roa has this sound effect when you have a crossbow, but it's like not as bad when you have a bow, right? So it might get very annoying very fast if you use a crossbow. Do I prefer this versus Death Trap for bossing? Prefer this. Does the Rain of Arrows have the sound problem with a bow as well? I know that on Barrage there's like this version where you shoot in the air and that also plays the Rain of Arrows sound, but only if you use a crossbow. Which is kind of funny. Wait, let's listen. Oh shit. I was guess I can lower the volume a bit. Do I have a crossbow? No. Oh. Wait, no. What? How are they hidden? I don't have this selected. What? I'm about to record the desktop guide. Snappers. Okay, I don't know why these ancestral charms are hidden. I don't see any rule. What the fuck? It's just this. Okay, a plan B actually. What? What? Wait. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's find out which rule it is. This is like one way to do it, I guess. Dude, can it stop moving me down, up all the time, man? Holy. Holy. Oh. No. What? It's this one. No, wait. This one hides only normal items. What? It's this rule for this one. And now all 3 of them show up. What do they have? Poison Res, Shadow Res, Impairment. Okay, so it must have this affix. So this includes the resistance, for example. So here's like the single res. If it has the single res, it has less than 2 greater affixes, so it's hidden.
Welcome to my home away from home.
This is weird. That's because this filter actually doesn't just filter what is a GA. It just filters for the number of GAs. So I think this might actually be hiding some items that I would otherwise pick up. Now that I think about it. How did I do this? Yeah, oh my god, thank you so much. Okay, so how do I show items that have GAs, but hide items that have a wrong GA? I want 1 GA items that are hidden when they have impairment reduction GA. I don't think you can actually do it. You select the greater affixes you need. Yeah, you have to do it that way, right? Instead of hiding the stuff you don't want to see, you have to select the affixes you want to see. That's the only way, actually. Yeah, so for example, you make like a filter. No, does that work? No, you still can't do that. I cannot tell the game I only want to see this GA. I can't do it. Fuck. Wait. Okay, let's try this again. Let's do a fresh rule, right? Okay, so we say, okay, item type. So we do, you know, all the items. And now we say, okay, it must have at least 1 GA. And it must have required dexterity. And now what? Like this dexterity item can be a pair of boots that has, you know, life region GA, movement speed GA, a random dexterity roll, and that's it. So it doesn't help me. It will show me life region GA. Ah, select greater affixes. Okay, wait a second. Wait, can we do this here? Okay, now we... Okay. Is this new? Wait, okay, so... Delete this. We can do this. That should do it. Oh. You know, it's been there. Okay. Good to know.
It's locked.
Okay, not remove the legendary icon from the map from hidden uniques. Nope. Man, this means I'm gonna pick up even more of these fucking charms, man, and have to salvage them. Ugh. Okay. Do you have the charm? Charm test is gone. Okay, let's do this. Do ancestral charms salvage into more? No, right? 10. Also 10. Okay.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Teewald's will.
Mainlander? What do you see? Ancients watch over this one.
It's actually way easier to get started with this, I guess. I wonder how much more damage it actually is. We have this aspect here and we have the glyph. But the glyph is not that crazy. Okay, let's do it. I'm gonna do a little dev trap recording. Then we're gonna do our farming guide recording. Say hi everyone. Hi YouTube. Alright. Hi everyone and welcome to my DevTrap Rogue Guide for Season 14. This is a build I've been playing quite a lot already. You might have seen my Paragon farming video, for example, and this is actually the build I used in order to get to a Paragon 300 within 3 days. It does take quite a bit of effort to set this up, I just want to mention that. At least for the full endgame version, this is the one I will be explaining. However, there is a starter variant as well in the max roll guide. I will show this off briefly, and you can blast with Death Trap relatively well, even as you progress, but it kind of just has this Exodia combo in the late game where once you get the full cooldown requirements, the breakpoints for energy and a bunch of other stuff, it really pops off and you can absolutely permanently spam your ultimate skill 5 times per second and annihilate everything. In terms of overall power, this is definitely quite up there. We expected it to be a little bit stronger than it turned out to be because there's some few little things not really going according to plan. But for the most part, this is one of the best builds out there. You have infinite teleports and there's no condition to that, as you can see here. I'm just like permanently jumping around. So for stuff like Helltide, worm farming, for example, this is excellent. But also like in the pits, you can do 60-second runs on a good run. And this will probably go somewhere all the way to like the 130 range or 125 range plus in terms of pushing or so. So it's not like the strongest build, but superb for anything in T12 and farming gear, farming paragons and all that kind of stuff. So let's get into this and I'm going to show you what this is all about. Here's my character right now. This is on hardcore solo self-found. So I have, according to that, you know, some not really crazy gear, to be honest. It's not a super tanky build because you have a lot of uniques here in our defensive slots. So this is sort of the main downside that this build has. It's not that easy to really become comfortable on the defensive side, but it is still playable even on hardcore. So for now, what I want to explain is the main combo of how does this actually work. So it's a bit complicated, but you can reset a Death Trap instantly every time you cast it. This is thanks to like a certain loop of energy gain and energy spending and the preparation class specialization. So this one says that when you spend 75 energy, you reduce your ultimate cooldown by 5 seconds. So your goal is to proc this 3 times per cast. So with a 15 seconds cooldown, you spend 225 energy and you will get 15 seconds off. And you see right now I do a right click and I can just spam it infinitely. So the way this works is that first of all, you need to get enough cooldown reduction to actually get to 15 seconds. So that is actually kind of the hardest part here. It needs cooldown everywhere, basically. So luckily, they added a bit of cooldown reduction on some of these uniques. So Ice in the Dark actually has a pre-rolled cooldown reduction, which is not otherwise available on pants. The same thing goes for the Misery Cord. This is a trap item here. They put cooldown on this one. So this helps you a little bit, but you also just have to get cooldown everywhere else. And a few of them need to be greater affix as well. So you see my glove has a greater affix cooldown. My ring has a greater affix cooldown. I have a normal here and a normal there. And then you also want to triple temper cooldown with a GA as well. And obviously masterwork, all that stuff. So at that point, you get to this 15 seconds. So the exact numbers, you can also find them in the Maxwell guide here by Ava. I played almost exactly the setup basically. And there's also like a clear explanation of all the breakpoints you need to hit. So I just want to kind of highlight this. And you can also like, you know, look in your character sheet. I think you need something like around 70 or so cooldown in order to hit that breakpoint basically. So if I remove this right now, I'm at 18 seconds. With 66, yeah, so it's like 70, 71 or something like that cooldown, so almost cap basically you need in order to get there. And then you have that sorted out, but then you also need the energy side of things in order to trigger this preparation. So how do you do that? Well, first of all, you need to have 225 energy somehow. So this is done by stacking max resource. So this can be on your chest, on your helm, and also on your charms. So this is, I don't have one here right now. But yeah, either way, I don't have, here's actually 12 maximum resource. So this is a roll you can get on your charms as well. That helps. And even if you already hit that breakpoint, more resource is useful for more damage. This is with the Beastfall boots. They also come with resource, by the way. So a bunch of these uniques have that pre-rolled like this one. Otherwise, you can randomly roll it or use the enchanter, for example, for the chest piece. And this then gets you close to 225. And the remaining part comes from the Sea Lord's Fine Gloves. You don't strictly need this item, but it's a pretty good item. It's a good multiplier. It solves your energy as well. It gives you also energy regeneration. That helps maybe a tiny bit. But for the most part, this maximum energy is kind of like an extra bonus here. And if you have a perfect roll of this with the 3.0, you can get up to 10 stacks. So 30% extra maximum energy, 60% extra damage. It's a pretty powerful item. And you stack this very easily by just shadow stepping. So you see here, this is this like kind of skull arrow icon here. This is these stacks. They go up, and every time I cast shadow step, you see my energy goes higher. And I go up to 260. I'm like way over shooting the 225 requirement. It's not that hard to hit the 225 with this thing active. However, when you start a run and you start spamming Death Trap, you will not have any of those stacks. So you might have to do a few shadow steps first to actually get a few of these momentum stacks. They will stay forever until the end of the run, but then you go to the next pit, they will be gone again, and so on. So just something to keep in mind. If you just walk in and you start pressing Death Trap, then it might actually go on cooldown because you might not have that 225 without at least a few of those stacks. Now, in addition, you also need to figure out how to actually get all these resources back. So how do you do that? And for this, we have this aspect here, Aftermath. So here it says you get 8 energy when you cast an ultimate for each skill rank it has. So this means if I have like 250, or let's say 240 energy, then I need 30 ranks to fill all of that. Actually, it's slightly less than that because we do have resource generation from strength, a whole 2% actually these days. It got kind of nerfed in a lot of hatred, so I guess it's somewhat irrelevant. But this means, yeah, around 30 ranks for like a 250 energy pool, basically. So this is, you know, here, for example, I have 35 ranks, so I would restore something like 270 or so resources in one cast. So this is almost exactly what I have here, so this is perfect. If you don't have a great roll of this, then you can also put this on the neck. So on the neck, you get a 50% boost. And this is like a way to kind of get started early as well, in order to make sure you actually get enough resources back. So you can very easily see this when you just cast it. And if you have too few ranks, you will just not fill the resources. And not filling it up might still work if you hit a 225. But if you don't even hit that, then it also doesn't work. So yeah, this is sort of the whole puzzle you need to solve in order to actually play like the full endgame version. It is quite tough to set up, but once you do, you are rewarded with an incredibly fast build that you know, almost no one can really catch, basically. So this is the idea of how Death Trap works. Now, in terms of how do we actually make this you know, more tanky? Well, since we have all these uniques here, you have like one defensive slot. You know, technically, you know, there might be people doing something like a Harlequin Crest here or so, which would help with that whole resource engine with Aftermath, for example. But you don't really need those ranks in late game. And instead, I would recommend, okay, just go for a defensive power here. You want to have some sort of defense. And on top of that, we can also put defensive runes here. So I have Neo and Luck and Yule and Q. I think Ava in the guide also has the Q rune for the Bulwark, so that helps a lot, but he has an offensive one there. So you can play around with that if you feel tanky enough anyway, then you don't really need a challenging shout. But on hardcore, I'm definitely like a challenging shout enjoyer. And that gives you a decent amount of toughness here. You trigger this Bulwark every second on cooldown, basically. It has a 1 second cooldown. And you see that, yeah, I get the barrier here. And look at my character, it just kind of comes back every second, just kind of spamming this here. So yeah, this is extremely fast, extremely good. Sustain with that, as long as you don't get one-shot by something. So this helps a lot. And there's another thing, which is that this build has actually gotten quite a bit stronger this season, thanks to a few changes to the skill that allow you to get bigger multipliers. And there is technically the option to put a defensive power on your neck. So this is actually what I have done while I was doing like long farming sessions, just for like safety precaution on hardcore. It is certainly kind of overkill for softcore, I would say. But if you're really struggling, this might also be a way to do it, and just kind of like to chill farm a little bit or something like that. You can do a defensive power here. But yeah, it's in late game gear, once you actually have good setup and some Paragons, you should not need this, and you're gonna be okay. Now, about the skill itself and how do we scale up the damage. So obviously we have a lot of ranks, as always, but then we also have the explosive trigger upgrade. So this is new in this season. If you have played Death Trap before, we were actually running the Death Pit. So this gave us like second charge, and then a lower cooldown. So this changing the setup here basically made it a bit harder to reach that cooldown threshold now, but also they gave us the extra cooldown from the items now. This is new. So it kind of makes up for that. But more importantly, it gives it the stun grenade and the grenade tags. And now we can profit from some pretty big multis. For example, the opportunist aspect here. On a two-handed weapon, this is a 240 multi, so this is like way larger than almost any other aspect. It's like double the power of like a typical aspect pretty much. And this is kind of like the main reason to go for that stun grenade upgrade instead of the other one. And this just gives you like a lot more power than last season, for example. And this also allows, for example, the explosive glyph to be used here. So we have this one. However, the stun grenade damage from the primary effect does not actually work for the Death Trap. So it's not a stun grenade. It does throw some grenades, but they're kind of whatever. Most of the damage is the trap itself. But since it has this grenade tag, the legendary bonus actually works for this. And you also have a bunch of damage reduction on this one. So you just want to get the glyph online, but you don't want to stack it up completely, basically. This is like another benefit that comes with that stun grenade upgrade here. And yeah, besides that, you also have this here, lots of dodge chance, which is kind of nice. That's actually not factored in on the toughness on your character sheet. So when I cast here, you see my toughness doesn't actually change, but we have a lot of dodge. So it's mostly like the undodgeable effect, and maybe like some really hard-hitting abilities you're gonna be worried about. The sustain is very good. You have this, and for certain things, it can be kind of tough to survive, but overall, it's gonna be okay. This build also has like a built-in Dark Shroud. You can kind of just like press that since it has such a short cooldown. You can just press it every few seconds basically, get your 5 Dark Shrouds, which is kind of nice. We also have the Cold Imbuement. So we don't actually deal damage with our Shadow Step, but we Cold Imbue our Shadow Step and we kind of just like jump around like this all the time. And sometimes we hit something and that Cold Imbuement can then also give you Barrier. So this is like also something that kind of goes into this like defensive puzzle here. And the rest is just kind of there to help us out a little bit and give us buffs. So in terms of our skill bar, while we're at it, we have the Concealment here. And Concealment has the crit buff. This is a crit build. You want to try to get as close as possible to 100%. So this helps a lot. There's 14% here without the extra ranks. We also have the Smoke Grenade, which also get all these grenade ranks, for example. And this gives us a bit more crit chance here. This is 22 together. And then you have crit chance from the Dark Shroud, so this is like 27. And yeah, this means you need like something like 70-ish crit chance, or around 60 when you have the Gar rune, in order to get to cap, basically. So this is how this is done. And this is kind of important because we stack crit multis. So for example, wherever you can, like on a weapons, for example, there's crit multi here, crit multi there. You can have it on the neck as well. You obviously need to stack some crit chance to get there. But this is really strong. And there's also the Paragon node here for Deadly Ambush that also just buffs your crit damage. So another incentive to get as close as possible to 100% crit, because your non-crits will not benefit from this. But you cannot go around this Paragon node thanks to the spring-loaded effect here. So this one has the traps arm time, which is very important. And this means we want to stack that crit and go with that board and have this here basically, because otherwise your traps will actually not arm fast enough while you spam them like 5 times per second, and they will actually start despawning before they actually go off. So that's kind of like the main problem of this. And together with that node, you also want to have a temper of this. This is an offensive temper. So you want to have one temper and the node. Well, I guess technically you could do something like 2 tempers if you really wanted and not go for that Paragon, but this is just how the setup works. And like that, you get the arm time down to 0.25. If you look at the Death Trap tooltip, it will say that in the first line. So for example, if I take off the glove, you see it's 0.75. you want to make sure this is 25. And like this, your death traps will actually go off in time. Yeah, that is pretty much it for the setup. So everything else is basically just kind of like trying to stack more defense or more damage. So vulnerable, we have vulnerable application very easily. Thanks to the saboteurs, this is another one of those perks of playing with a grenade tag. We can use this ring, and that is kind of nice. We don't actually get an extra size here, so the death trap looks the same, but we get a pretty nice damage multi, and we get free vulnerable and free weakened application, so that's kind of sweet on this one. So this is where that comes from. We get vulnerable very easily, so try to get vulnerable multi on, for example, your amulet, your rings, your gloves, wherever you can, and then try to stack life and armor and res wherever you can, basically. There's one other thing about movement speed. I have movement speed here right now, so this is not really that necessary. It's mostly like a town and quality of life thing. You know, like, sometimes I don't horse around in the town, I just walk. We don't really have much else to put here. Maybe one defensive stat would be nice instead of the movement speed. And then for the temper, there's almost nothing else either. So you could do something like a utility temper for barrier generation, perhaps. Or, yeah, there's also like the mobility cooldown. So if for some reason your shadow step is not at 3 seconds, then you can also do that. But I think you kind of naturally end up at this anyway. But yeah, since I get a lot of questions about the shadow step, how do I perma shadow step? This is sort of a byproduct of just playing this build. So once you have this full combo online with, the death trap loop and energy recovery and all that, and the 15 seconds cooldown, your shadow step will also be low enough cooldown to just be infinite, basically, because of this node. So this one says it reduces the cooldown by 3 seconds, but this is after you cast it. So this is not reducing the base cooldown. So this means that you can actually get to 0 cooldown like this. If you have a 3 seconds cooldown here, you cast it, it will just instantly reset itself. So this is how that functions. You don't even have to do anything for it. You don't need any Eldoran procs. It just works, basically. So infinite teleport all the time, no matter what. This is kind of like a really good part about this build. But yeah, this kind of sums it up here for the Death Trap Rogue. So everything else, I would recommend go check out the guide. Ava has done a really good write-up here. There is also the starter, mid-game, and so on. You can go check that out. The sets and the exact stats and everything. Like, I didn't go over every single piece now, but you'll find it all here. So I was going to link this down in the description. Hope this helps you out. Personally, I had a blast with Death Trap. I've played a bunch of it already last season, and now it's even better. And yeah, absolutely great build to like fly around and just have some fun with the Rogue. So hope you enjoyed this. Wish you good luck in Season 14, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Just upload this real quick. Show us Death Trap pit, huh? I mean, I have some footage here. This is from last season before it was buffed. So here's a random T116 in 2.5 minutes. And now I think the build is maybe around twice as strong or so. So yeah, and this was also like with less Paragon and probably less gear and stuff. Yeah, I think I checked this this video in particular when I did like Undercity runs, and it was like pretty much 2 minutes flat for Undercity. Let's see, 6:19, 7:19. Yeah, look, 2 minutes flat for Undercity. It's pretty good. Yeah, I didn't do Mephisto on Death Trap. I did it on Penshot. Nice video. You just fought Everrise for 30 minutes in T7. Do I have Death Trap Mephisto? Let's see. I know I did it last season, but I'm not sure if that's in this video. No, this is just some random blasting here. Yeah, anyway. Where's the armory? Okay. Can it do 150? No one can. Okay, now farming. Alright, gems. What do we need? Mythics. Aspects. Opticide, people ask me about for some reason. What else? He just died in hardcore SSF. That was top 8 and going for top 6. 07 Galehan. Gold, okay. Raw. What? Okay, I guess souls might be worth mentioning. Prisms. Scrolls are whatever, and if iron is whatever. Raisin, maybe. Enhanced primordial. Raw refined dust. Attuned dust. Charm sets, I guess. Fragments, okay. Anything else? Sparks, I mean, it's just like a byproduct. The cube material for new crafting. I guess pandemonium fragments. They could mention that. Scrolls. Does anyone ever worry about scroll of restoration? I don't think so, right? So anything else? Obols. How to get a wife? Just getting one. Or we spend 150 scrolls trying to get GI tempo and a non-ancestral item, and I need to farm them asking for a friend. I guess if you really want to farm scrolls, I guess they're from hordes. There's also a tribute. Upgrading to Mythic makes a completely new item. Yeah, let's talk about obols, I guess. Obol, so with an S. Obols reserve. Okay. Should probably mention somebody to say plus escalation. Gold. Vendor seals. Okay, and then we also have the what's that called? Layer of gold or something like that. Golden Horde. This is very good. Couldn't make an estimate even. Okay, souls is bosses mostly. Material reserve. I don't know how much exactly. I'm not sure actually how much like one boss is. But it's a lot. Anyway, prism, yeah, bosses, world bosses, bartering. Okay, raisin, charms, refined dust, this, materials, reserve. This is basically just the side, tribute, orbs, that's it, gems, backup, CS reach, so I'm not sure about gem reserve actually, and now I think about it. I am slightly curious to have one. How good is the gem reserve? I want to see that real quick. You can break new mythics, yeah. Gem reserve sucks at 17k each. I mean 70k each times 6 is like, that's like a royal gem per chest. It's actually kind of good. Let's see. Okay. It's 5, 1.5, 3. Okay, it's not that crazy, actually. Yeah. 7, 3. Like 2 to 7k each, 6 types. So if you average this, it's like 4.5 times 6, 20, 25k per chest. So 4 chests is like a royal. Here's Ruby. Yeah, the problem is also that gem reserve is, you know, you have to get a conversion loss. So it's not even the same as like this type that you want. $74k, yeah, that definitely seems nice. I would probably prefer CS Reach as a backup instead of this, but I guess it doesn't hurt to enter a gem reserve dungeon. If you see it in an escalation run and there's nothing else, just go in there, I guess. 50 to 70. Yeah, and they scale up to roughly times 2 in escalation, tier 3. Okay. $60 to $70k. Okay. I mean, that's mostly it. I think I have a good start to farm XP here, Frosty. You should check out Paragon and my latest video. Hell tides and maggots, exactly. Escalation tier 3, chest drops. Okay, it actually goes up more. Okay, so. Greek Wars, Gambit. That's mostly it. And bartering. Okay, do we need anything else? Runes. Is everyone seriously farming for runes? I guess. I mean, that's mostly just tributes, I guess. Runes. Tributes. There's also a layer of runes. I don't think we have this actually. Do we know this? Which boss drops what? I don't think so. I don't think I have this even. I know that Varshan is Cry, Fool, and Tum. So that's what I know. Get a lot of runes and Echo of Hatred from gold bags. True, although it's not exactly like a farming strat, I guess, but might be worth mentioning. But you can't really target farm Echo Hatred anymore. So at least in the past you were able to like farm in the cities and get them. I have mentioned some souls, so souls is mostly their bosses. I guess. Don't filter. No accessor uniques. I think this is kind of important. Do we have anything else in our farming guide? Boss lair keys. I guess how to get the keys is kind of important, since actually a few things rely on that. So the best way to get keys is actually just the XP farm for maggots, right? Is there anything else where you get faster keys? I don't think so. Layer boss keys. Helltide maggots. Where else do we actually get them? Key spoils, bartering. I mean, everything else is complete shit against this, I guess. Oh, 7 wild gecko. What happened? You get a greater keys on normal levels. Yeah, I mean, they kind of, you know, they upgrade, right? But, yeah. Strong rooms. Out of city. I guess you can mention the strong rooms for this. Hordes. Okay, anything else? Average auto side per 9 dimension. Yeah, okay. Crafting mats, whatever. Around a cube. I should mention the attuned dust. The nodes. Fearless conviction. Okay. Anything else I should mention? These are kind of whatever. Gems. Okay, yeah, this is relatively the same what I'm about to explain anyway, so I guess I can show this as well. You get a shitload of keys on the seasonal boxes and sub instead. Yeah, but not for the infinite ones, right? Wait. How to farm things, go check Maxwell. I wish it was that easy. Just go check Maxwell, guys. But, I get surprisingly many questions. Okay, let's see. Okay, there's not a single key in here. I only have one though, so I don't know. I don't really trust it though. How many keys do you get from this? Getting like 1 key every 3 or 4. You opened 6 and got 10 keys. Yeah, this is not a lot of keys for how long it takes. That's like almost not even worth mentioning. Yeah, it's mostly the maggots. We found maggots. It's what it is. Okay, I think this is everything we want to talk about here. Okay. Hi, YouTube. Anything here? No. Okay. Hi everyone, so I keep getting a lot of questions about how to farm everything in Season 14. So I want to give you some notes and hopefully this will help you out in your own seasonal progression. Because a few things have changed and maybe other than that also just as a reminder of how things work, where to get the stuff that you need. So let's straight into it here. So I have some notes here. I'll also link this down with my season 14 sheet in the description. It's just like a very rough overview of, you know, different things and their sources, or like at least their best sources that I would recommend to go and do in order to get a certain thing. One note at the start, Nightmare dungeons, in particular escalation dungeons, are extremely good in this game right now. So if you are a dungeon enjoyer and if you have unlocked some of these wall plan nodes, this is generally like a really juicy endgame activity thanks to the branching pathways and loot just kind of scaling up as you go through the escalation. So it's definitely worthwhile to invest into the Nightmare Dungeon tree for various of those like farming needs maybe. So this is definitely good. And other activities have their own like niche purposes, but Nightmare Dungeons are just kind of good across the board, I would say. So especially once you're like decked out and you have the wall plans online, it's kind of nice. And some of the numbers that you see, for example, looking at obols or looking at gems in your regular T1 dungeon or just like a normal Nightmare Dungeon, they are lower than when you go through the escalation. In tier 2 and tier 3, you get more stuff. So don't let the low numbers at the start discourage you from that. So anyway, let's jump in. Aspects. A lot of people are still like progressing through the early torments and stuff like that. So how do you get them? Well, first of all, you just don't really get a lot of legendaries early on. Like if you're like in Torment 2, you just accept that half a gear is going to be rare. That's just how it works. And you can't really do anything about it. You'll also see this on the statue, for example, that, you know, like the loot kind of ramps up. So here, you know, you get like more and more chance to get legendaries, uniques, and so on. And here comes this, and here comes that. So it's just normal, basically. You just don't have all the stuff and you slowly build up your gear. So just something, you know, to preface this. But how do you actually get the aspects? So if you want to go through the torments really fast, well, it's mostly Gamba. So if you have any sort of obols, if you do an event, you know, stuff like that, maybe find a murmuring obol goblin or stuff like that, you can go here and then gamble, especially offensive pieces most of the time. So one-handers, offhands, stuff like that. Even if you don't necessarily want to use a one-hander, this is the easiest way to get aspects, just directly from the item. And other than that, you can also take those rare items or even blues and then take them to the cube and you upgrade them. There is the upgrade to legendary recipe here. So you put in a rare item, you need pure primordial dust. If you're like really low torments still, then you might not have that many of them, but it does ramp up really fast. And then also in the late game, for example, you can put ancestral items here and try to fish for high roll ancestral aspects. So this is how kind of like min-max your setup way faster, because at some point you're going to be like in, you know, Torment 10 plus or something, and you realize like half my aspects are like complete trash, low rolls. This is like a pretty easy way to kind of gain a bunch of power at some point once you actually find ancestrals. So you can do this early on and late in order to min-max. And then there's the last source here, bartering. It's mostly really to get started because bartering is not great anymore. But if you have a few of those coins, you can go there and try your luck. And there's also these different caches, for example. Let's talk about lair boss keys. Lair bosses you'll see mentioned in a few of these places here. How to get them? There's only really one good source of this, which is the Helltide and Maggots farm. This is also what I made a video about with my Paragon. You know, I'm Paragon 300, I've been blasting, and I have a lot of keys. So I just did a session of 600 Vashans, and I still have 200 keys left. And now I have 700 Greater Dire keys. So it gets pretty crazy. And this is mostly from those maggots. So when you go into Helltide, you have the Hellmouth and then the Wrath and Rot upgrade here. So this is also where you get the most XP in this game right now. So this is just kind of going very well together. You farm Paragons, you get keys on the side, and with those keys then you can get uniques and a lot of other stuff that you're about to see. So really good, and I recommend you to go check out my video on how to farm my Paragons. There's also like the map, and there's certain spawn locations for these worms, and you can get a lot of keys really fast from this basically. So this is kind of important. There are other sources of lair keys as well, but they're kind of like here and there, you know, opening a chest in a Helltide, for example, or you know, certain, like, apparently the seasonal caches can drop them. So there is a few things like that. Sometimes you have key rewards in the wall plans, but really this is like the only one that's really like a huge target farm. Now, mythics. A lot of people ask me about that. Mythics in general are way more rare these days. In fact, personally, I've been playing almost the entire time without any mythic equipped whatsoever. I just very recently made one with the cube here, and I have not actually found a mythic that I have equipped so far. I have found a few good ones that I may use. You know, I have like a Signal of Paragon, and you know, I found this thing here. So if you want to respec, there's a few things, but overall, it's definitely really tough to get mythics. In particular, if you want to get one of those iconic mythics, you know, like the old ones, like a Starless or like a Silic, or you know, like barb builds with Grandfather plus Silic. So you can only have one of them crafted, equipped, and you can have as many as you want from drops. And that's not really a really good way to target any of them. So for most of these like random uniques, like the class uniques and these like, you know, new ones basically, it doesn't really matter. They're just a little bit more powerful, okay? But if you actually care about these iconic mythic effects, like the Silic, then you are kind of out of luck. You have to go, you know, pull the lever of the, you know, the blacksmith craft especially. This is where you get the old ones, like the Silic or the Starless and so on. Or you just have to wait until they drop, but that is gonna take forever because there's so many mythics in the drop table now. They also nerfed mythic drops across the board. So, for example, the mythic tribute is way worse these days. Personally, I haven't gotten one yet. I heard from people doing like 12 chests with no mythic already. So it's giga nerfed, it seems. The mythic drop rates from the bosses are also nerfed, but you do get them here and there. So if you start sending lair bosses here and there, you will find mythics. So this is really the only way, I would say, to really get them. And then with those sparks, you can go to the blacksmith to try to get one of the iconics, or you can go to the jeweler crafter and then also craft the rune mythics here. This is a different pool of mythics, so just keep that in mind. This is the class and the random ones. The blacksmith has the old ones, and the cube is basically the same as a jeweler crafter, just with a different currency. So you have the upgrade to mythic here, where it says an upgrade, but it's not really an upgrade. It just gives you a new item of the same slot. It doesn't mean it's the same item. It's not even the same stats. It's nothing similar with the same item. It's just like you put in a one-handed weapon, you get a one-handed weapon. You put in boots, you get boots. So that's the only thing that is similar. And that is equivalent to a jeweler crafter like item, basically. So there are two different pools, blacksmith and jeweler crafter. So just something to know here. You cannot get a starter skies from this, for example. So you have to kind of choose which unique you need, or which one just has the most impact. So if you don't actually care about any of the iconics, just go for the biggest multiplier most of the time, and maybe hope to get the others as a drop at some point. But yeah, overall, I must say it's pretty rough out there. I've been personally trying to get an Eldarin, for example, for my rogue, and I have not been successful at this point. Even after crafting, like, you know, 30 times at a blacksmith and stuff like that, I'm just getting super unlucky. And this is how it works right now. There's nothing really that can be done about this, and their bosses is the way. The new seasonal boss, again, for the Pandemonium fragments, if you really want to get like one of these, you know, like an upgraded mythic that has like a really big multi, that can be really nice. And this is also, for example, where you might want to spend your superior lair keys. So we have these unique lair keys here, those ones here. You can spend them either on Belial or the new boss or on the Nemesis layers. So you have 3 different ways to spend them. And I think all of these are probably okay. For Belial in particular, I think it's good if you need items from Bartok or Astaroth, because they're kind of harder to farm than other bosses. And other than that, if you still need the fragments, then I would go for the fragments with those keys. And if you don't want to make any of those cube mythics, then I would just save them until you get the Nemesis layers. So what I mean is the Wallplan node. This one here, it is fairly juicy. I've done it a few times, and I've also gotten, I don't know, maybe 50-50 mythic drops there. And it's just a lot of loot otherwise. You know, it's just a lot of stuff at once. So kind of nice, but it needs 3 of those keys. And again, it kind of depends on what you're hunting. So yeah, this is all I can say about this. But overall, the Nemesis layers are also relatively good. So I haven't got like multiple mythics. Like, for example, last season I had a few Nemesis layers where I get like double and triple drops even of mythics in one normal Nemesis layer, and then again in the follow-up greater Nemesis layer. So it's not that crazy anymore, but I do get a mythic here and there when a portal opens. And if you actually do like a bigger boss session, you will eventually get those portals, and it's kind of like nice extra income basically on sparks and mythics basically. All right. let's talk about charms. So I keep getting a lot of questions. This is probably more of like an early game question, but how do you get them? How do you finish your set? So again, lair bosses drop a lot of these actually. So every time I do like one round of like Vashan, I open like 2 chests at once because of the wall plan node, which is kind of nice for like the bigger boss sessions, the Lair of Plenty here. You can just kind of cycle through all of those chests faster. And in that case, I do like a few kills and I have like an entire inventory of seals and charms. So this way I can get them pretty early on. If you have any keys, just send it. Basically, even if you already have the unique from the boss. Other than that, there's the wall plan rewards. So every time you do like a new run here, you might see this here. You can kind of look for the talisman rewards. I don't have one here, but I do think they pop up relatively frequently. And I think the wall plans themselves, just the completion basically also drops a few of these stats and so on. And there's also a tribute that can give you seals and stuff. So that's just something worth checking out. If you have any of those, you can run them. Let's talk about gems. So if you want to get your Horadric and Flawless Horadric gems, you need a lot of gem fragments. So it's 25 million gem fragments for one Flawless Horadric gem. Let's not talk about the Forgotten Soul cost, which is also pretty ridiculous. But either way, if you want to go for those highest gems, you do have the option to now farm Nightmare Dungeons. So I talked about this earlier. These have been buffed quite substantially. So in the past we had CS Reach. This is still there. It's still the same, unnerved. You can go there. For example, when I was in Torment 3 or so, I just went like 10 minutes of CS Reach. I did like a few runs and I got like grand gems in every slot basically. Or at least I had like the defensive ones here. I had like a diamond, I had a topaz, I had a ruby, and then I had a bunch of royals. So that was very nice to get started, you know, in the low torments. But besides that, I'll kind of just wait until later, you know, juice up your Nightmare Dungeon tree and then farm the Amethyst and so on reserve dungeons. They drop a lot. So in a single run, I got like over 2 or 2.5 million rubies in one run or something like that on like an escalation dungeon. So it's kind of crazy. 1 grand gem is 1 million. So this would mean over 2 grand gems in a single Nightmare Dungeon. So it gets kind of wild and it scales up pretty nicely when you go through the higher escalation tiers basically. And as a backup, you have the gem reserve, which gives you all types of gems, but it is a lower total. And you also have the conversion loss, because you don't need all types most likely. So it's usually better to target exactly the ones that you need. Like if you're a rogue, you probably want a lot of emeralds and stuff like that. And you can get grand gems and at least normal Heraldic gems relatively fast with this. Flawless, yeah, that's going to be quite a grind. Off the side, it's not really a problem. Like I have almost not really done anything that gives off the side a lot. And I have 100k somehow. I'm not sure where I came from, so it just kind of happens. I think a lot of people kind of want to masterwork their stuff too early when you shouldn't be masterworking your gear. So just forget about it if you're still like in Torment 7 or something. And just do it later, basically. I wouldn't really worry. But if you really want to go, then you have some options. There's strong rooms in the Nightmare Dungeons. They pop out a bunch. There's tributes as well, so you can run those. And there's also Infernal Hordes across the board, which got a bit buffed. I've done a few hordes and it seems all right. I was getting like a few hundred off the side or so. It's like maybe a horde for an item to 12 or something like that. So somewhere along those lines. And this can obviously be juiced up because if you get really big ether runs, you get a lot more off the side. There's also some nodes on the wall plans where you can convert to even more off the side or even to even more gem fragments, but I don't think it's that crazy as in the Nightmare Dungeons. But just something on the side. And there's maybe one other thing I could mention, which is like the Chaos Rifts in the Helltide. So we have this stuff here. This is the like Season 10 Chaos Rift thing. And they actually pop out a lot of off the side as well. Like hundreds, like sometimes like 1,000 off the side or so from one of those Hellworm spawns. So this is probably the fastest, but you kind of don't want to go for it when megas exist. So this is the main problem there. Now gold. I have 10 billion gold, and the best way to farm gold is lair bosses. So like 80% of this gold I just made in like the last 3 hours or something, just doing lair bosses. It is really good because you get a lot of these seals. So you just vendor all of these legendary seals. So every time you find one of those, they are 13 million gold a pop. You can see here the sell value. Very nice. So if you are at least, you know, if you already have a 6-slot seal of any kind, then just kind of wait for better ones to drop and just vendor all the others basically. So this is my recommendation on that. And they do pop out pretty reliably on their bosses. So I was checking this earlier. It seems something like a 50-50 from one of these chests to get a legendary seal, on T12 at least, so kind of nice. And then there's also the Golden Horde node here. This is the one on the bottom. This converts all of the non-uniques into gold, and on T12 Varshan, this is 10 million gold flat per chest, basically every single time. So I do a Varshan, I open 2 chests at once, I get 20 million gold just like that, I get a seal, it's like 30, sometimes 40 million gold for a single Varshan kill, and this is how I just got up my gold so fast. Besides that, I would also recommend kind of like check your spending habits a little bit. You know, having gold is not just a function of getting gold, it's also how much do you spend. And I think a lot of people are really overdoing it, especially now that we can enchant uniques. So it's just kind of like be a bit mindful about this, and, you know, don't roll it all away at once on an item that is not really worth the trouble, basically. So I would just kind of keep that in mind. Then we have obols. So obols are still kind of nice. They did get nerfed, but we have the 25k obol cap now, kind of good. And this means you can do like a really big obol session at some point when you actually know what you're going for. Obol reserve dungeons are the way for that. So I just kind of like check for these sigils here. Also the others I already mentioned. So here Obol's reserve is a yellow one. The others here is also gem reserve. I save these up here and there. Or you just do it in escalations basically. Especially if you get them in like the later escalation levels. I think you can get even more than this per chest. That's kind of crazy. And in a single dungeon, you can probably get like 5 to 10k obols or something if you really try. So you can get a lot of gamba going, and then you can use those gamba items, you know, to make your aspects, for example, or just as a crafting base to then, you know, make some gear out of it or something. So pretty good stuff. Then we have souls. So Forgotten Souls are pretty important, especially if you want to do like flawless heraldic crafting. Even just normal heraldic gems cost you thousands of souls, so you definitely want to make sure that you get enough of them. So first things first is you don't want to filter non-ancestral uniques. It was nerfed a little bit how much you get from these, but they're still kind of valuable. They're like a quarter to a third of an ancestral unique roughly in terms of value. So it's still kind of good, I would say, you know, in order to kind of like just ramp up your materials. So kind of just keep them on the filter, pick them up, salvage them. You know, you don't have to do anything else with them. You don't really have to check their stats, just instant salvage them every time. It does mean a bit more teleporting when you're doing their bosses and stuff, but it adds up basically. You see I have 500k Baleful, I have 40k souls right now. And you can convert Baleful fragments now. So this is new. You have this here, there's a bunch of stuff you can do. Bale crystals into Baleful and then Baleful into Forgotten Souls. It's a 10-to-1. So basically I have 90,000 Forgotten Souls right now. And well, I still have a lot of lair bosses to go. So this is kind of the way. Materials Reserve also pops out a lot of souls. I noticed in like some runs I was getting over 1,000 Forgotten Souls, just like that basically. That can happen as well, especially if you get like a bunch of butcher spawns and these kind of things. This can get pretty wild, and this is how you can ramp up those numbers a little bit, and then you can like start enchanting, tempering, you know, for all the good stuff basically. Prisms, just real quick. This is mostly an early game problem, I think, when you get the first Ancestrals and you don't have anything. So try to do some lair bosses. They seem to drop them sometimes. Goblins as well. There's like the glittering goblin that drops the prism here and there if you find those. And then world bosses can drop them, and bartering has like a certain cache. I think it's an augment cache or something that gives you prisms. So very early on, this could be helpful, but otherwise, I don't know, you don't really think about them. They kind of just happen on the side as you play. And I have like, I don't know, 100 of them or something now. I cannot really run out of them unless I start transfiguring like, you know, dozens of items at once or something, trying to hit some crazy transfiguration or so. But besides that, it's fine. Raisin, you don't really need a lot of Raisin most of the time, but in terms of like endgame min-maxing, it is a pretty good way to try to get GAs on your charms, and this can be kind of impactful. You can get extra skill ranks, you can get extra maximum resource on some builds. So you can now find GAs on charms. This was previously not possible, and the only way to get them used to be the cube. Now it's still, you know, kind of like targeting it with the cube. You can at least reroll the right set. So this is just one of these upgrades here. So this is why you want to do this. And basically, the TLDR is just salvage all the charms. Ignore the blue charms because they give you nearly nothing, but even yellow charms, I do pick them up, the yellow seals as well, and I just salvage them. Again, when I do lab boss sessions, for example, I get a lot of these, and it's kind of worthwhile just to like slowly ramp up the resin, and then at some point you do like a crafting session, because it's kind of costly. Then we have a dust. So since you're at the cube, refined dust, this is for crafting yellows. This is this yellow dust here, I think. Where do I have it? So yeah, refined dust is a pretty important material. You can easily roll away like 50 or 100 or more on, you know, a single amulet or something. So you get this mostly from materials reserved nightmare dungeons. So not only does it give you a lot of souls, but also a lot of these crafting mats here. So this includes refined, enhanced as well. So this is what you need for example, crafting non-boss specific uniques. Like if you want to get a Tybalt's Will or an Endurant Faith, this sort of stuff. It's basically the only way to get them is with enhanced dust. And then you, for example, use obols to gamba bases, put them in the cube and upgrade. So this is also from those dungeons. Attuned dust as well, or just basically all of this dust here is a part of materials reserve. So it's kind of like a all-in-one kind of deal. Attuned dust in particular, though, actually has a target farm as well through nightmare dungeons with one of the nodes. So I just want to highlight that. This is here. This node here, the Fearless Conviction. So every time you finish a nightmare dungeon, I think it's one attuned dust, like guaranteed. Maybe it can be more even. But either way, when you kill elites on the way, you get a bunch of these conviction stacks. You open the chest at the end, you get some attuned dust. And honestly, this stuff stacks up very slowly and disappears very quickly. So it's definitely worth trying to get this point as soon as you can. So I'd also recommend, you know, if you're doing a nightmare dungeon farm, get a branching pathways as early as possible, and then get 3 more points to get the attuned dust, basically, because you will need it with like all these uniques we equip these days, and you want to try to, you know, like get the perfect rolls on your powers. It's very valuable for that. You can also use it for charms these days as well. So when you get a charm, you can also try to roll the perfect value. So pretty nice, but yeah, they're really hard to farm. Then we have runes. So sometimes people ask me how to get them. This might be worthwhile for like crafting if you have sparks, and this is what your crafted item is going to be. Then you can also skip farming the seasonal boss, for example, and just go for this and try to hit what you want. So yeah, it has tributes. This is probably the best source, to be honest. Undercity is kind of designed for runes, and on top of that, you can get extra runes. Echoing Hatred is a thing if you have it, but it's not really target farmable. Just if it's sitting there, just go do it. Try to go as high as you can, get as many goblin kills as you can. They drop a bunch of runes. And there's also the Lair of Runes Wall Plants node. So I'm just going to show this real quick here. However, I don't think it's that great. It's just kind of like a little bit of a bonus. I've tried this earlier with Varshan for like, I think, yeah, 600 keys or something, and you know, it does give me like a few legendary ones of a specific type. For example, Varshan drops Cry, Full, and Tum runes, and I had like, I don't know, like 5 to 10 of each of them or so after a while. So it kind of ramps up if you want to target a specific slot on a jewel crafter, but the thing is, we don't really know the drop tables of these, so I don't even know which one drops what, to be honest. So we'll see. But it's maybe worth having, especially if you just go for these other nodes down there anyway. And lastly, Pandemonium Fragments. So this is like a new seasonal currency. So if you want to do the cube mythic crafts, then you have to use that. It was actually changed to only 5. They made it easier. It used to be 7 at the start of the season. And it does say that the Pandemonium Fragments are supposed to come from the like chests, basically, the Glint of Hope rewards. So that's like the season wrap track. But that is fake, I think. I don't think this actually drops from them. At least I have turned in plenty of those, and I have not really remembered getting any of them. So it's basically just a new lair boss. So you have to get these superior lair keys and go do the boss. Each boss kill is one of those fragments. You need 5 to then make a mythic. And then, depending on what your chances are, you have to retry this a few times in order to get the item that you care about. But this is sort of the only way to really get them, to be honest. And that also sums it up, to be honest. So this is how to farm everything. I will have my sheet down in the description as well, so you can go check it out. There's a bunch more Season 14 info I have there, like the farming, the leveling, a bunch of things I'll probably add as we go. So for now, hope this helps you, and hope everyone's going to have a blast in Season 14. So Let me know if there's anything else that you want me to cover, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. +1 video. One step closer to a Lambo. Okay. Just gonna make a few more videos, guys. Next Lambo.
May you find your way back.
Okay, let me just upload this real quick here. Okay, anything else? No. I think I go back to Vasham blasting, guys. ID free. Big. I want to check the gold reserve again real quick. We have 193.3. It's like 4M. Yeah. Gold reserve is like okay, but probably kind of whatever. They didn't move to 99% gold sale, they did, yeah. Well, it's not entirely moved, it's like 70 to 85 now, I think. Okay, what do I have? Leveling and Hellworms, Mythics. Okay. Good enough. Okay. Maybe I actually didn't show the maximum farming guide, but let's put it here. Maybe we're gonna put the new table here while we're at it. Merlin meets his sister, guys. You need to send me a picture. This is Isolde, our bunny. But she's with Merlin's, with Nini's mom right now. Like our two bunnies are not here. Let's do this. And actually, while we're at Mythics, okay. I'll be a real quick bathroom and stuff, and then we continue blasting. We're back. Only rely spawns they have in lab bosses, looks like they nerfed it. Doesn't feel nerfed to me. I've done a lot of bosses though, so I don't know. I definitely got a bunch. Maybe every 50. Maybe actually more often. Because only the first test counts. So every 25 maybe? Actually we had a wink redeem for Daha Light. Oh, new keys. Oh, Adlerhorn Mythic. Heilige Scheiße. Okay. We don't happen to know why they removed the safety bubble around the glyph station. Maybe these devs are just sadistic. Who knows? Heiliges Blechle. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's even intended that the bubble is gone. If it is, that would be weird. If it's not, that would be weird. So, who knows? 150 million gold. I actually didn't realize they went for that much. Gold Epiphany. I wouldn't vendor this just yet, by the way, Monkas. The Spirit One especially, Gold Epiphany might have some use. If you want to play more builds. Jaguar crit, Jaguar cast speed. Hi, Nightwolf. Is 6 if further away? For getting the points, yes. If you wanna actually Kika farm the chest at the end, you know, once you have some points, could be worth to go to 10 waves. I might try it a bit. But I'm not doing wall plants right now. I kind of put wall plants on hold for now, because I'm waiting for Eldarin. I wanna get Eldarin and then blast a pen shot for like, you know, a day or two, just enjoy and grind. But I just can't get that thing a thing, man. Yeah, okay, crit chance is not great. I'm not sure if the Swan Split would actually want to go for Golden Epiphany. But I could definitely imagine some builds on Spiritborn that would like Golden Epiphany. I think Ignition was cooking something.
Mainlander, what brings you? Taken on nowhere?
Where's the best spot for sets? Yeah, there are bosses, I guess, and otherwise more plants and tributes if you have some for chumps.
That's it for that piece.
I'm thinking about trying the crafting material drop rate charms and see how that goes. I'm gonna try to collect a few of these. Once you go into 9 minutes, this could be nice. Oh. Yeah, Pulverize did get a bit better this season, actually. I played last season and it was okay. And it has like double the damage now or something, I believe. So, not even counting the new mythic stuff. But maybe it also lost that again from Perdition, right? I think I was running Perdition as well. So I guess it's kind of similar to last season, but last season it was fine. I was blasting. Definitely playable. Pension build shares most of the items with the best Spirit Bomb build. Yeah, Dot Vuln, I guess. For the legendaries. Last season cleared 125 easy with both. Yeah, I should be able to do this. And higher, probably. Like, I was running Basilisk last season, and Basilisk now just got like, I think plus 90% damage against petrified enemies or something. It might have been some small buffs as well, I'm not sure. Okay, there's one thing they fixed the Earth tag. Wait a second. So user on Horror gave it the Earth tag, so you can't get the nature magic synergies. So that might make it a little bit weaker. Basilisk and Petrify combo, yeah. Yeah, I did it last season, that's kinda cool. We have a Pulverize guide on Maxwell, so you can check what they're doing there. We just gained 40 Paragon levels in 40 minutes. Hard-turn rooms are stupid. Yeah. Yeah, the grind from like 200 to 250 or so is like insane.
Step up to my anvil. You know where to find me.
Boing. Holy raid. On this. How's it going? Bark. Did you already like share the barking with your chat? The wonders. Welcome guys. We're doing a boss session. We only have like 3 billion more keys to go through, so we're soon done. Actually, where are we at? 162 and 700 greater layer keys. No problem. Oop. A lot of people complained about paladins I made on the day and it shreds as usual. Classic. Yeah. What build are you doing? I'm thinking about making Hammerdin or a Fist of the Heavens actually. I want to see how that will go. Since they made the Adjudicator oath better. Super secret tech. Oh shit. Actually, I wonder if you can play Aura then with Epiphany Seal or some shit. If the set is broken, just don't play a set. Easy clap. Or do like some triple 2-piece set. That would be crazy. Anyway, kinda excited. You can hit 200 plus ranks on total auras. 200. Ah, true, they added the aura ranks on the weapon again, right? So that should help. Mythic seals are pretty common now, Condas. I'm not sure if I've gotten any, but I think I have like 6 mythic seals already or something. So they're way more common. Dot hammered in.
That's it for that piece. You know where to find me.
Flipping erase the gold cup, man. Because even as death, I would eventually hit gold cup if they hadn't raised it. I'm already 11 billion now, and it kind of just goes up. If I don't, you know, go hand now, if I just use all my keys, power another week or two, I would probably hit gold cap. Well, good luck, Conus. Kind of excited to see what they're gonna do. Oh. Oh, no way, man. Fuck. Two GA, man. Arrow Storms login. Well, I guess I'll save it, but fuck. Oh man. Dude, this guy is debating me so hard with those mythics. Yesterday I got It's very good. Yeah. Well, I can't have crit plus life, but okay. Just roll life, I guess. Yeah, maybe I'll try some Aerostorm shenanigans and see how it is actually. Let's just save it, I guess. Thanks, Countess. Prime from Countess even. Holy man. I always feel so privileged when I get a Prime. You know, like that person gave their one Prime to me. Crazy. I think Etna is the best use of crafted mythic, or is Harlequin better? Well, Harlequin is more damage, but it's not much more damage than a Mythic Etna. Mythic Etna is 26%, and a Harlequin is like 35, maybe 40. But you lose the aspect on the Harlequin, where this is just free power. So, you know, you're not squishy of Harlequin, basically. So I kind of like going with the Etna right now. Yo, thanks by the way, guys. Bindal. Terminal Bando. Thunder. Appreciate the subs, guys. Holy primes. Actually. The bug on Fortune and Mythic, I've done it 6 times, only got Iconic. The Blacksmith only gives you Iconic. The Jeweler and the Cube give you the others. This is actually how it works. What time did the Death Trap build? Oh, I played it for 2 days, got Paragon 300. Just recorded my guide, which is about to go live. And now I'm chilling on Penshot again. Can you get Eldarin from Blacksmith? Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get Eldarin. And it's just not getting it, man. It's insane.
step up to my anvil.
I'm surprised by how low Rogue is on tower leaderboards. Well, if 140 plus seems low to you, then I don't know. What is high? What do you mean? No, it's pretty much exactly where I would expect it. Relative to Druid and Spiritborn. It's just, you know, Blizzard decided to introduce some bugs that no one could have known before. So they're just a bit stronger than they should be, and probably will get fixed, and then everything is fine. Second razor plate. Holy shit.
Back to it then. Oh, these are dangerous, isn't it?
Okay. 16% damage diamond mine. Interesting. We can reroll stats on Unix now, yeah. The enchanter. Change one stat. One-hander is daggers and swords, Saphir. It's gonna be either of them. Can the Penchant build be run as cold? You can play cold Penchant, yes. But I don't think it's gonna be as good as this, especially for like bossing, you might have a bit of issue. Because their bosses are hard to stagger. For pit and stuff, it's okay because pit bosses are easily staggered, but their bosses are not. So cold builds have a bit of a struggle. How many more seasons until I make all tuning persons auto pickup? 17.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Fuck. Need space. Yo, KB. Thanks so much. It has played safer on Tormentors than last 2 seasons. No, I could just see things this time, you know. I mean, last season I only died twice, and both of them was to playing a Warlock with fire skills and walking into fire enchanted explosions. This time I'm not playing a fire build, and I can see things.
That's it for that piece.
Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
Oh, it is a waitress, isn't it?
finished so soon? What brings you to the ancient isles?
Gloves. Going back to Decree, can't have fun this season. Holy. What's the issue, Sadafsi? Kinda curious. I need to do something here.
I'll begin swinging away.
This is... oof. Guess we don't need all these gold reserve dungeons. After all. Gem reserve.
Oh, what is a waitress, isn't it?
Isaac, the item will be completely new and rerolled. It's not even necessarily the same item when you do the upgrade mythic. So you don't do anything before. And don't use a good one. Which are considered top tier classes for this season? Barb and Rogue. And a bit of Druid, I guess, and a bit of Spiritborn. someone is mentioning Macro. Is he online actually? Gonna ask him when he's here. I love me some Gamba. Okay, good luck. Yes, I think so, Danny. War plans in general are like, you benefit from the stuff you have. If you don't spec a certain thing in a party, then you don't get the bonus. So that seems like it works as it should. A range of number of runs before I get Mythic Horn. I don't think I'm gonna get this the entire season actually. So okay, we're doing shared build for push tower and close CCP will put lightning damage temper. Wound crit damage, what do you think is the most valuable? I mean, if you have at least 80% crit chance, then crit is the most valuable. And below, I guess lightning. I think I'm actually gonna run out of Paragon keys soon, right? If 82 keys left, then I'm actually out. I think it's 800 keys. Been just here all day, playing fucking Paragon. On the upside, I have 12 billion gold and 100k souls, so that's kinda cool. A bunch of mythic seals. You'll never know.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Yeah, I got 2 mythic wind forces, 1 mythic Cassius, 1 mythic Alpha Maker. I got everything but Eagle one, basically. Also got a mythic Sky Hunter. Yeah, I think I got literally every weapon besides Eagle Horn actually. So maybe it's not unlikely I will get one eventually. The game knows. Yo. Stardom. Thanks so much for 500 bits, man. Wish I had. That Spiritborn guy, Immortalized, has already his GG Kapaleka rigged. Or did he craft it? He probably crafted it, no? Or did he actually find one? I mean, you're gonna get a lot more mythics on the Greater Apples. I think, at least in the past, the Greater Apples used to have double the mythic rate. I'm not sure if that is still true. But like, I think before expansion at least. We have like 800 Greater Lackeys or something. He opened 50 of the new boss sets, got 2 mythics. Ooh. Sounds like I'm gonna get more from Belial, man. I got a gold from the bosses mostly right now. I got like 10 billion or so. Yo. Death Mask. From Belial. Okay. Life, regen, and physical rest. Sick. Almost there to hope for Shaka. Rookie mistake.
Anyone asks, tell them it's from Skovos.
How many times is it gonna give me the wrong sword, man? Ugh. Stop.
Greetings.
Worthy of the ancients, these.
Unreal, dude. Dude, can this thing even be crafted anymore? I don't know. It was craftable last season. But who knows what the fuck they've done with Edrin. Is the aspect of imitate imbuement bugged? No, what's wrong with it? No, the blacksmith gives you the iconic mythics. So it's a small pool. It's like 9 items I think on Rogue. Did I kill Lilith T12? I did. Yeah, all the old mythics are from the blacksmith, guys. Music? Sure. Hmm.
What is a veteran, isn't it?
Your shadows don't show green arrows. I have imitated imbuement, everything is green. I show you pressing the button. Like it's only for 9 seconds, I think. Oh no, actually this is just a damage buff for 9 seconds. It should always work. I don't know, for me, I didn't have any problems. Paragon is some blacksmith. Hopper. Does it matter if you use sword or dagger? Mildly. So it's like attack speed basically. You attack faster with daggers, but you hit harder with swords. For range builds, usually you want daggers, because they're faster for dash, for example. Yeah, I hear people are farming the seasonal mechanic for XP as well, but I don't really believe in that very much. Maybe if you're in party or something, but solo, there seems to be no way there. I tried this briefly and I got nothing there, so I don't know. Season mechanics, okay, if you have a bunch of people, okay. And you have multiple groups of 4 in the same area. Okay. Yeah, so this is like not really realistic, I guess, for most people to organize something like that. Has the build been updated to no Shaco? It has not been updated. And it won't. Oh, 3 lab boss keys on this guy. Kinda insane. Yeah, we're almost out of our Shan keys, guys. Holy. Rob has 5 stashes of mythics. I think he really needs to start salvaging some stuff.
Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
The thing is, okay, how much XP do you actually get on this like seasonal farm? So I know that Rob is 300. So it seems like he gets kind of similar XP to the Hellworm farm that I was doing. But I'm not sure how much he played and how much he focused on the XP. Like I started the XP grind kind of late. So I'm not sure if he was doing this like from day 1 or something. I'm just kind of curious, like, how fast is it actually? Like, in terms of XP per hour. And also, like, how efficient is it when you just go there with, like, you know, let's say one group versus, you know, 3 groups, right? If you just, like, you know, invite your buddies and go 4 people, is that, like, good enough? Like, how much more do you get from having 12 people, for example? In SSF, you have all the gem fragments and souls across the floor of the Soradic. And you already have one? Nice. Yeah, I'm planning to farm Flawless Soradics as well. I have the souls now. I'm at 100k souls, so I have the souls. But,
Taken apart.
you have a 5 slot legendary seal with damage on it, or 6 slot without damage. 6 slot always wins. Like, you know, the typical unique charm is like 50-60% damage or something. In some cases more than that. So the shittiest 6 slot will beat the best 5 slot basically. Hmm. God, rerolling weapon damage. It gives you weapon damage back every time, man. Look at that shit. Okay, 56. This could be something. All GAs, to be honest.
Stones to cut. Here's what remains.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically just 3 extra DPS, right? So it has a bit less dot multi. But 502 weapon damage is a lot of weapon damage. Plus 552 DPS, it's like 12%. And then Dex is almost comparable. I think this is my backup, I guess.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Do just YOLO transfigure, maybe. It's so hard to beat my current one. Same strength. Shadow. Cooldown.
Send you to the ancient isles. Ancients watch over this one.
Honestly, I don't think I should try anymore. This is not happening. I also don't think that I'm gonna do any crit damage equal horn sight. Yo, macro. You up? Maybe we should put a blacksmith in a layer after all, but as a punishment. Yeah, and make it drop even more loot. That actually does sound like a punishment. Farming new mythics for other classes will be so painful. Yeah, I mean, for my ults, I don't think I'm gonna care about the mythics very much, right? You're gonna craft whatever iconic, or just use it from your stash if you have it already. Even if it has like the wrong main stat or something. And then all the other stuff is like, you know, bonus. Look at the bright side, you don't have to farm maggots again on your ult. Okay, so I think Macro is he streaming already? Macro Bio Boy. He is. Doing a Paragon board. So maybe we're gonna wait a few minutes. We're not distracting too much on that. No, we're not raiding Mac. We're gonna hang out with Mac. Go to a blast cast. I don't think actually I've done one with Mac. Like ever. So let's see. The Nemesis saga continues as another model. I got 3 superior keys from a Varshan Belial. So I wonder if the greater levels actually give you more. There's still no filter for 6 slots. Seal red. Dude, can't they just make these 6 slot seals like unique or ancestral or something? That'll be great. Like, why is this like even a roll? And they have to check all of them. There's not even a filter for it. What is going on, man? BJ Scanter. If they make an ancestor become even rarer. I mean, you can just make them similar, right? Chance or whatever, right? So I don't think this is an argument. But I don't want to check every fucking seal, man. You know, manually. Some Paragon fast in Helltide. Hellworms with maggots. Okay, Macro says, Woody, sir, let's chat. Okay, let's call him.
Hello, sir.
Oh, hi Macro. Nice to hear you, man. How's it going?
I can't hear you because I'm an idiot. Hold on.
Unfortunate.
Wudijo, sir.
I wouldn't like to be an idiot. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, sir, I can. How are you?
Great. Yeah. I'm just setting up a shared stream. We can combine chat and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get a notification? You know how it works on Twitch?
Yeah, I'm supposed to... Does it come straight through the dashboard, or you get like a little pop-up?
It's like in the notifications. But anyway, I'll send you a link. Yeah, just click that, and then... Okay, I'm already muted there, so you don't have to do anything. But just leave that open, basically, until later. You found it?
Yes,
I
sir.
did. I sent you a Discord link, okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually done one of these, right? Like, just hanging out, like Blast Cast.
No, not generally. Like me and the boys had set up one of these because it was easier than having everybody go through the Discord, and one of my friends was streaming his gameplay for one of the first times, so we did it that way. But I've never just had like a full sit and chat while playing.
Yeah, I've been doing this a bunch here and there. Like, started this like in season 11. I remember I did like with a lot of people actually. I had like a kind of like a daily thing with someone else. That was kind of cool. And also like a lot of people that I never had to really even talk to and stuff like that. So we had like Macindo and I don't know. I think I had Immortalized at some point. Yeah, so I don't know. Some people that I don't usually work with or anything. That was kind of fun. And yeah, I figured why not? We should do one.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that's one of the best things that we could be doing in this community, like amongst the creators, is just doing a better job at like fully integrating everybody into the circle, right? Because so many people never get the opportunity to meet most people just because it doesn't show up in your algorithm or whatever.
I'm sharing chat, by the way. So, hello. Okay.
There it is.
Hi Macros viewers. You have
Hello
seen me
to
before,
the-
I guess.
Oh yeah, they've all met you, Woody. Oddly enough, I would like to think. But no, welcome to people who enjoy just staring at me look at an Excel sheet.
Yeah. If you don't know what we mean, you need to pull one up real quick now.
Oh yeah, hold on. I'll pull up my most recent one. That's just insanity of me trying to do the math. Hold on.
Yeah, so Macro is our Necro and Warlock lead on Maxwell, by the way. He's doing a lot of stuff and a lot of testing and calculations like this, exactly.
This is all I do. I just sit here and go, okay, which one of these things? And then I get a number and I go, well, that number doesn't make sense. And then I go get some more numbers. And then eventually I get something down here. And then I forget where I put all my calculations. They end up over here sometimes. And then I get a number and I go, okay, Necro's fucked. Moving on.
Okay, finally.
Finally, now we know. Oh yeah, this is what I do. This is what I contribute to the team.
I mean, finally moving on.
Oh yeah, oh sure, yeah. Well, that's been the really cool part about Warlock is it's somehow more complex and more involved and requires more testing, and people are less interested in seeing me do it. So it's pretty exciting.
Oof. I think it would be actually more interesting because I feel like you have sort of like cultivated this audience, right, in some way.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean more so amongst like the average person, because like Warlock is kind of an unknown commodity, right? It's kind of a new concept to the Diablo universe as a playable fantasy. So people in general are a little bit more skeptical. Everybody knew the Paladin. Not everybody has played a Warlock in a different game or something like that.
Yeah, okay,
But
fair.
I think people will come along to it.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they would have. Like, I don't know. I feel like the Warlock is not as well received, and I don't think it's just because it's not like Giga OP or something. But I think also like all people generally just don't really like playing it that much. So that's a bit of
Yeah.
unfortunate. You know, they made like the new class, and now it's like nah. You know, for most people it's probably like a meh at best, I feel. And
Yeah, they made a lot of changes though this season, and here's the thing. Hey everybody, being the Necro guy, I've gotten real used to a lot of copium, so just like, just accept that as I talk. They made a lot of really, really good changes this season that removed a lot of the clunk, and I think people kind of just need to give it a second chance. Because like all the durations for all the buffs, they increased to like 20 seconds. They're effectively infinite. You just have to click the button once every 20 seconds, which is a far shot away from like the constant spamming every 3 to 4 seconds that we were doing before.
yeah, it helps for sure. I guess it might be like another turn when, you know, there's actually something fancy and something new, and like, you know, Warlock is showing up like, you know, #1 class again or something. Then I would
Yeah,
imagine
for
that
sure.
this like a time when people are gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna check out the Warlock again, and they will notice all these changes then. But I think there's still a general problem of like Warlock just, you know, it's not really on the same level in terms of pacing and action and like, you know, farming speed and so on. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like on Rogue, right, load up a Rogue, you know, you have Dash, you have Shadow Step, you press one of them like every 2 seconds, you're chilling, you know? Like, what do you do on a Warlock? So, it's rough.
I am legitimately working to try to solve that. There
Yeah.
are...
Yeah,
so I started off
I
with
put
the
Anathema
Warlock,
on some
right?
builds actually this season. Actually, I have Anathema in the Apocalypse guide, so I can Rampage jump around, so that should be pretty nice. But,
Yeah,
yeah.
adding the rampage to it. The one thing that I'm trying to solve more so is solving the build so that even though if the thing that you're playing isn't quite the most powerful version of it, you're effectively unkillable and never have to worry about stuff. So like the minion Warlock right now, if I drop 5 Tortured Wretches on top of T12 Mephisto, he can't kill you. So sure, it might not be the flashiest class in
Thanks,
the game,
Tough Loss,
right?
by the way.
But oddly enough, if you could just like face tank T12 Mephisto, you're gonna feel pretty good. And I'm trying to explore a lot more of what the class has to do stuff like that.
Okay, yeah. I can see that. I think this is definitely like, you know, like a reasonable selling point for people, right? It's like, okay, can you do bosses fine, or, you know, can you push very high, or, you know, if you have like something like, going for it, like a quality of life. Can you AFK
Yeah.
farm in a horde? I don't know, right? So I guess there's
stuff like
plenty of
that.
stuff.
So there's also what's very, because obviously I think you and I at this point have probably around the same amount of hours on the class. There are so many skills that like I had just never really clicked, or because I was so used to playing the game the way that the original classes work, I was just like, well, there's no way you could fit this in. I just added like Wall of Agony to all of my builds just to see what it kind of offers them. And it turns out it's an amazing skill. Like it actually brings so much insane amount of like utility and even damage scaling, depending on what your build looks like, that you would just never imagine. Because why would you ever click that button, right? I think there's a lot left that people haven't explored because it's a very confusing and complex class.
I actually
So
think
why would people
I think I put it into some Warlock builds with like the season updates. I definitely have it in some.
Yeah, it's a very, very cool thing. Like I'll give people an example, right? I'm playing the Minion Warlock. Ultimately, what Minion Warlock is you use Summon Agrom. She's this big scythe-wielding, insane demon, and she spits out all these little lesser demons. If you activate her, she blows up her lesser demons for twice her base damage, and there's 10 of them. But if you read the tooltip a little bit more closely, she blows up all lesser demons that are summoned, not just her own. Wall of Agony is 5 lesser demons stuck in a wall, and then when it explodes, it leaves behind 5 brutes that are lesser demons. So when you activate Agrom, it eats the wall to blow up 5 times or 10 times her base damage, and then you get more demons left over that then blow up. Since all these things count as demons exploding, you get to cast greater demon skills for free, and it like feeds into itself. That's awesome. There isn't another class offering that. It's just not obvious why that would be helpful.
It sounds pretty good though.
It's awesome. It's like great for DPS. It's huge for bossing. It's like totally insane. But I have been watching your rogue. So like, and here's the other side, right? Because I am a realist. I then come watch your rogue and you are literally blowing up the entire screen while never having to stop move, while you get 8,000 cinders, right? So I can't pretend like my build's gonna do that because it just won't. And I don't think that's actually the Warlock's fault. I think that's whoever thought rogue needed to be one of the best classes in the game, regardless of what you do with it. And maybe we need to put that genie back in the bottle, but that's kind of a whole other conversation. I don't know if you want to explore that.
Uh-oh. Guys, what do you think about that suggestion?
So before you just hear me say nerf, what I'm really asking is maybe the barbarian, the sorceress, and the rogue shouldn't be setting the standard for expectations. And I think at the end of the day, that's what's kind of screwing everybody's ability to appreciate anything else. So maybe it deserves to be looked at. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I wouldn't mind if we didn't have, like, you know, perma teleport, perma dash, perma, you know, this kind of stuff. You know, as long as you can still go fast and like have a fast paced gameplay and so on. But you know, if there was like some sort of limitation, I think that would be okay. As long as it's like, you know, like the whole game wide, right? I think that's kind of the main issue. So, like if you look at Warlock, okay, you do like a rampage and then you're like limited by resources really hard, and you can do like one, you know, every few seconds if you really try. Otherwise, it's like one every, I don't know, 10 seconds maybe or so. And, you know, I think something like one jump every 3 seconds or one dash every 3 seconds or so is like an okay cooldown. You know, that would be fine. And it would still mean you go fast, but also like you don't like giga trivialize some combat situations as well and so on, right? Because you can just perma teleport around or some shit. So there's that. But yeah, anyway.
I'll give it to this phrasing, right? Because people hear me say anything about maybe we shouldn't be gods, and they hear like, F this hater. Do you know why on-ground explosions and all these affixes need to one-shot you and travel with you and pop you no matter what you do? Because there are multiple builds in this game that have infinite teleport speed and can never be caught. So the only way to challenge them is that these things need to chase you and harass you and be massive and pop without you noticing. So everybody who isn't that fast has a horrible time. And when you get randomly clipped by these things and you get super frustrated, you have a horrible time. But what if combat was a little bit slower, your character wasn't an infinitely teleporting god, and that meant that all these effects could be slower, pop later, not harass you as much. It feeds into itself. Like, the only way for them to challenge us when we can do this is to make these things heinous. So, you know, I don't think people necessarily see that correlation between the two things. But ask yourself, like, how can combat be meaningful when the rogue, the spiritborn, the barb, and the sorc can do these things? How could they possibly challenge you?
I think I should bring back the Nightmare Dungeon affix with the lightning from the sky.
That was, dude, and you had to run to the bubble?
Yeah, but now the bubble is removed.
Oh, so it just kills you. We add the affix. If you get the affix, you walk in and you die.
Yes.
You know? That's pretty good. I think that's just put on your Selig and, you know, figure it out.
Yeah, what's, you know, next patch, they're gonna introduce Nightmare Dungeon affixes, they're gonna bring us back in the pit and there's no bubble. Watch out.
You know what I like about this conversation right now, Woody, just to tell you. So I'm trying out a whole new build, and I was like halfway through theory crafting when we started. And I just went and did like a pit 110 on it. And it wasn't super fast, but I was like, okay, I need to solve something. I realized I never changed my charms at all. So I'm just using 2 sets of charms that don't really matter to my build. And I'm blasting through this content still. So that always feels good.
Nice.
Now, here's the great question, Woody. Do you think that this season is as horrible as everybody is saying it is, and it's not worth playing?
I don't think it is. That bad, I mean.
Yeah. I've just been having a blast. I think playing Solo Self-Found is just... I think everybody should just be doing it. Obviously, I think you've been a long time appreciator of that truth.
I kind of curious. So like, how much did you use trade or group play before this?
So it kind of depended on what the circumstance was. It depended on whether or not I wanted to try really hard, or if I just wanted to be lazy. And the only times I really felt like I needed to trade is if I needed to be testing out a build and I didn't have the stuff to make that happen. But there's been like 2 or 3 seasons where I was constantly at gold cap, constantly selling off like meta uniques, and it was nice to have infinite gold for the purposes of everything in the game where you need to spend that gold. But very often, or very rarely, would I trade for gear that I needed because I like farming my own gear. But if I just like didn't find a unique that was usable, sure, I would go trade for it. So like, sometimes I would rely on it a lot. Most of the times I was trying to ignore it. But there is just something so distinctly different about doing this right here and just saying like, oh no, I did this. I did this for me. Like this diamond mine, I farmed that for me by myself. I just went and played a competent build, had a good strategy, executed on it. And there's something really, really validating about that.
I think, like, when it comes to me, like, I never really traded that much. I did it here and there, where I was mostly selling runes, because usually I had a lot of runes, and I just, like, did that a little bit to get a bit of gold, you know, and that was about it. So I rarely bothered with selling items and stuff. But runes are, like, easy income, basically, and sometimes it helped me a bit when I made, like, a lot of builds. But outside of that, I always basically played solo anyway, like, in the very early seasons, I played more group when you did like the boss rotations, you know, like way back in season 2, you know, every Sunday, you know, Condis, Chronix, and Panda and me, or like Oogie and me or something. We would meet up. Okay, everyone bring 25 Duriel spawns.
Yeah,
Holy.
right. And
that was our group play.
It's kind of funny, right? The difference between just some randos trying to do that and people getting randomly kicked and then getting, you know, like losing out on their rotations and stuff was horrible. And that's why we all hated it, right? But if you just had like 3 buddies and you guys were just shooting the shit the whole time and you were just like getting hype when somebody would drop a mythic, but you just understood all you had to do was be efficient. The experience of those systems are so wildly different. So I understand why it's pretty polarizing amongst people who experience them, but I had some of my most fun just being pissed off that like I hadn't dropped an Air of Perdition yet while we were doing Belial or Duriel or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun to do these group boss sessions as well to some degree, but I guess overall I just enjoy the SSF more.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's also not just that I play SSF a lot, I think it's kind of like this peace of mind of nothing has any economic value, right? Like, I don't have to think about, hey, can I sell these runes to someone to get a bit of gold? Hey, is this an item? Like, you know, I find like some free J item, it's not for my build. You know, do I want to sell this now or do I just salvage it? And it's just salvage it, right? It just has no meaning, no value.
Yep.
And you don't have to worry about it. You just let go. And I think that is really the really big part about SSF.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, you don't have to keep all this stash space, right? The other cool part about it is that it gives you an appreciation for systems that you otherwise wouldn't do. You've probably been blasting so much more efficiently than me that you wouldn't have done it. But do you hold on to like every ring and amulet and then 3-1 them in a big session just to see if you hit like a good base?
I 3-1 uniques, but I don't do this with normal items.
So you spend all this time bossing, right? And you pick up all these ancestrals. And especially, I would say for us, obviously it's a bit different because I have to play 18 builds this season, right? I have to play all my builds for this class, all my builds for Necro, and I have to test everything. So I need to have all this crap anyways. So I've just really been enjoying like getting to the end of a big farming session and then sitting down and just kind of meditating in town while I 3-1 all the random ancestrals I picked up. Even magic, even rare. And when you hit like a really good base with a sick GA on a multi you need, I don't know, there's something really, really nice about that. And it makes it feel like you're kind of cheating the system a little bit. You're getting a little bit more value than you're meant to be.
No, I think you're getting exactly the value you're meant to get. But
do you think that maybe the game is balanced in a way where they expect you to do this, so maybe you're kind of recouping your losses.
Well, it's just like the Peter 1 recipe just allows you to target like some things that you are struggling for, right? So it's like a bit of
Yeah.
an extra target farm towards that one thing. And I mean, I don't really do a 2-3-1 all the time. So I do this, but at some point, you know, I get like a good enough item and I'm like, okay, like this is kind of hard to improve now, which, you know, on one side would like incentivize you to try even harder, you know, and get even more and 3-1 even more. But on the other hand, I can just say, okay, fuck it, you know, I need to like, on average 2,000 drops to get a better item than this, right? So am I gonna try? No, I'm just gonna like YOLO whatever I find, and I'm not gonna 3-1 anymore. It's just not gonna be you know, maybe I get something, maybe not, right? So this is kind of how I do it.
The thing that I always like is when like, oh, you know what? Like I'm gonna save these rings, right? I'm gonna save these amulets. I got really early on, like maybe like day 1, I 3-1 some gloves, and they rolled high crit multi, high vuln multi, high all damage multi with main stat. Now, I don't currently need these for any of my builds because I need attack speed and crit chance before I find some of my endgame pieces. But, like, that's just an insane item. I may never find an item with all 3 of those affixes together in high values ever again. And I got it because I was willing to 3-1, you know, after a farming session. And that's the thing that kind of...
Yeah, exactly. Like at some point you get something good, and then once I have something that's like already good, I'm not gonna try 3-1 anymore, basically. So that's kind of how I do it.
Even though, well, I mean, a lot of gear pieces, you can translate them between builds, but I'm still doing stuff because, like, what if I hit it with the elemental multi that I need for, you know, my Abyss builds as opposed to my Hellfire builds or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, like these Giga transfigurations, I only really care about them on like, you know, like rank 1 push setup or something, right? So otherwise, I don't think I'm doing this.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't even talking about like trying to transfigure a bunch of bases. I haven't transfigured really any of my gear yet, actually. Do you transfigure like immediately once you think you can like lock in a piece of gear?
I mean, it's not really a reason not to do it, I think. Like if you have the aspect marks, you have your temper and everything, I mean, why wouldn't you just send it, you know? Yeah, sure, sometimes you might like re-imprint your ring or something to another build, but okay, I can also just like make one more generic ring and just imprint that one for all the other builds that I want to test, right? And my main one, I can boost it.
I don't know. I like to make fun of people, or in a loving way, right? But there's this anxiety when you play an ARPG, like, oh god, like what if I need this for later? What if I need this for something else? And I make fun of people like, just use the strongest thing you have, just use it, upgrade it, do it all, spend your resources. Like that's the whole point of having them. Except when it comes to transfigure. Because I'm like, dude, if I have to make this pair of gloves again for another build, I'd rather jump out a window than have to do that. So I'm a bit of a hypocrite, but at least here is where I'm like, I experience that anxiety a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it is true though, like especially if you want to like, you know, swap builds, or like, you're not even sure if this is the build you want to stick with or something, right? So it makes sense that you have a bit of flexibility on at least some of the slots.
Yeah,
but like,
I do transfigure like mythics right away because they're just always going to be good. I'm just going to put them on and they're always going to be minimum level good for whatever I'm doing.
Apparently you can break mythics now, I heard, like the new ones. I'm not sure about the iconic.
Oh, you can get the replace affix on them. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, right? Because they have random affixes.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? Not how people receive it, but how do you feel about it?
I kind of like that the mythics were special with that transfigure in that way. It's just like, okay, you get it, you send it, see what you get, you know? I kind of like that. It's just like this immediate gamba, and that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
But at least made the mythics like have some distinction as well, right? Because, okay, previously they had like the fixed stats, now they don't anymore, I guess. But at least that had like this distinction potential.
Yeah. So I told everybody, I mean, I made my opinion very clear early on. I went, oh, I hate these unique changes. These items aren't unique anymore. Name them something else. But the thing I held my ultimate judgment on was whether or not I enjoy playing in the system with this change, because those are two very different ideas to me. I think playing in the new system, this is fine. This is fine. Like, the opportunities you have for fixing your uniques, the opportunities you have for finding good gear, I think it's all fine. and I still hate the fact that uniques aren't unique anymore. Where do you come down on that?
Yeah, it kind of feels the same to me. I think I like the fixed stats on unique more because it's like, okay, like you farm the item and you know what you got. It's also like sometimes you just have to deal with what it has, right? It's like, okay, this has a stat I don't care about, but I'll just do it, right? It is what it is.
Yeah.
And I kind of like that part as well. And I also like that it actually gives the devs the opportunity to actually put interesting stuff that we would never put ourselves on items, right? So
Right.
this is always like what I call, you have to force people to have fun, right?
Yep.
Like you make an item that is good enough that people want to use the item, but you put a stat on it that someone would never put, right? But it's a fun stat. It's like a good stat, or
Yep.
there's stuff like that, right? Where it's like, okay, like numerically I would never choose it, but I have no option. So, and that is the best part.
It's it comes back and forth, right? I think anybody who like is legitimately complaining that's like, effectively the game isn't easy enough for me to do everything in a very short amount of time. I don't think that necessarily the developers need to spend a lot of time worrying about that opinion. Like, I think it's ultimately a very short-sighted opinion. I do understand the idea of frustration with gear, which is really what people are complaining about at the end of the day, right? It's easy for me to say, oh, just go get gear, when I'm okay using suboptimal gear. But if you are not as well versed in the game, maybe you have like a harder time making the systems work for you, you kind of see that as a death sentence. But I do think that uniques with fixed stats were a really, really good opportunity to teach players important things about the game. Like, hey, no, you can't just put this on unless you have gone and gotten yourself enough survivability or whatever. And I think people lose that ability to learn when the game doesn't ask them any hard questions.
Yeah, like in some cases you would have to itemize around it, right? It's like, okay, like I have those 3 uniques equipped and none of them has any good defensive stats, so, what do I do now, right? How do I actually survive or something? And you might have to solve your defenses actually differently compared to other builds. Maybe, maybe you do put, some defensive stats on your offensive slots, or maybe, to go to the extreme, maybe you actually put a defensive aspect on your neck or something, right? So, who knows? So, I think, that actually gives like build something interesting to distinguish them as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's the other thing too is the uniques with fixed stats helped to define what that build could and could not do, which is why ultimately I think that they have moved away from it, because it's hard for them to balance around it. Like, I think that's ultimately why we got this system, is because actually it turns out handcrafting uniques is a very difficult job, and few ARPGs have solved it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it actually makes their job harder. Like the random uniques.
When they're random stats?
Yes.
How so?
Yeah, because we already have the system that every build in the game has a unique for that skill or something, right? So at a minimum, basically every build that we make is intended to have at least 1 unique equipped. And that means it's like another lever to balance a build, right? Like you can tweak the unique power, you can tweak the stats on that item. If that build is nice, but it's like maybe way too squishy, well, you put some random crazy defensive stats on it, right? Just to kind of help that build out if it's really needed, right? And you can actually use that as a tuning knob, I think. And now you can't, because everyone has the same stats. Everyone puts the same 4 meta stats on every single piece of their gear, because we can, right? So
yeah,
you lost the ability to fine-tune those builds now.
Yeah, I would argue that the idea is, with that kind of change, you can then look at the class-specific things, which are, what are the stats in the skill tree? What kind of utility do those classes have? What is the Paragon board offering? It seems to me like they'd rather pretend like Paragon a little bit doesn't exist and kind of just hope it works well enough. But I would argue that's where you could make those kinds of changes to actually customize each class, as opposed to what it is right now, which is gear both has to be the most powerful thing in the game, and also somehow the way that you solve your build. and also they have to be able to succeed at balancing it. I think that's like too many question marks for them. If there's supposed to be one gear system that exists. Do you think we could
Okay,
ever
Tosca.
actually see some like meaningful customization in Paragon?
I think we can, yeah, and I would expect we're gonna get some big like Paragon revamp at some point, so maybe next expansion then or something. So there's definitely potential to make this a better system. I think Paragon right now is like kind of too bland and too complicated at the same time. It's like it's like the most time-consuming thing to put together in your build, and it has like the least impact of anything you choose, right? Because like the impact of your choices is like, okay, do I want this like, you know, 10% damage glyph with that trigger, or this other 10% damage glyph with that trigger? Or most of the time they're all active anyway, so who cares? You know, it's like, what am I doing here, right? So I feel like it's like needlessly overbloated and doesn't really offer any sort of like interesting choices most of the time. So I think Paragon definitely needs an update. Like, it doesn't really do anyone justice. Like, you know, it's like for people like us, like, you know, theory crafting and so on, I feel like Paragon is not very interesting to theory craft. It's more of like a tedious, you know, I must do it, you know. And for casuals, they might not even understand exactly, like, okay, like, you know, what should I even be going for and when, and, you know, how do I progress through the system efficiently. So it really doesn't do anyone any good, I think.
That's kind of, I mean, yes, right? I would love, hear me out here, everybody. I don't know if you've gone and looked at one of our guides on Maxroll. It actually isn't fun coming up with 4 separate progression step pages for each class for Paragon that takes into account like glyph radius and like minimum stats within range, and then minimum pathing, and whether or not I'm recommending picking up more survivability nodes at this point or that point. Doing it one time per build, kind of interesting, kind of fun. Ooh, this is what you can fit on the build. Doing it 14 seasons in without it being meaningfully interesting Paragon board to Paragon board, it sucks. Sucks the moon out of the sky. Least fun part of my job, without question, is doing this 4 times per build every single season. I hate it.
Yeah, exactly. And they're not just, you know, making this discussion basically for, okay, I don't want to do this anymore. But I feel like the system is just not really great. Like, it's not really like on fire. Like, you know, I would say like, okay, this has to be fixed right now, right? Paragon is just like a system that exists. It is okay, but also it could be so much better and so much more interesting, I feel. So it's just there, and no one really cares about it, and no one really likes it. and you know, that's
no one likes
basically.
it, no one cares about it. It is required. You do have to do it, but you don't
exactly.
wanna.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's just there,
funny.
yeah. And that can change, I think. So
yeah. Not only do I think it can change, I think everybody would be happier if it did. I just also get that it's probably a big ask on their side, where it's like you just said, it's literally not on fire, so maybe it's not a big priority. But I would argue it wasn't on fire before they changed it. But it, for some reason, got prioritized. I don't know.
I mean, to be honest, they have done very little changes to the Paragon system since the game launched.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
they did a limit and
right?
for 5 boards, and okay, they tweaked a bunch of boards here and there with a bit of balancing, and, you know, a few mechanical changes here and there, but it's overall still the same thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, also just the fact that, you know, like the Paragon boards, like, you know, everyone rotates them in some different way, and then you never really have like a instantaneous, like, good comparison. You have to like look at the pathing and, you know, find like the one little node, like, oh my god, I can save 5 strength here and then instead take 5 dex there. Wow. You know, it's like, oh man. Wow. Like, I don't know, man.
The most excited I get is when I look at like the requirements for your alternative stats, and I realize that like in one spot I took strength instead of intelligence, and if I swap them, I unlock like 10 additive damage, and I'm like, sick. This is why people pay me the big bucks, you know? This is why they need me. And it's just nothing. It is just like so completely inconsequential. Nobody cares. Nobody checks out my Paragon board and goes, good job, Mac. You really optimized that.
Yeah. Someone is asking toughness rework when. Right now it's taking 0 damage or getting 1 shot. Yeah, I think it mostly has to do with the fact that elite affixes are overtuned and monsters themselves are undertuned, right? So
Yeah.
it's like the monsters themselves need to become more threatening. Like the monster type needs to matter more, and their auto attacks need to matter more. And the elite affixes are just like completely busted across the board, right? So like if like I was thinking about this actually because I see a lot of this feedback from people like pushing. Like, you know, Sora, for example, has a lot of feedback like that on this partner Discord and stuff. Like, you know, he's doing a lot of like tower pushing and he's talking about a lot of combat. And it's true, like, people are getting one-shot by, you know, the lunatics and like, you know, one falling sword kills you. And yeah, and like also when I look at my characters, this is what I optimize around, right? When especially on hardcore, I need to make sure I don't die to this stuff. So how did I do this, right? And when I look back at like how the game was back in like season 1, okay, first of all, the game was slower, we weren't like blowing up screens and whatever, but also like when I walked into the Nightmare Dungeon, I literally had a list of every single Nightmare Dungeon, you know, with monster types. In part 1, in part 2, in part 3, what is the boss? Like, I need to know this, you know, like at least for like a T100 push or something, right? Like, I wanted to know what are the monsters, and this is the factor that mattered, right? And you know, if this was a ghost dungeon, I had some respect, right? If it was just some random Kaza dudes, okay, I know there's like the guys that throw the spears, but else I'm fine, right? And so on, right? So it's like, I feel like the monsters need to matter more, basically. And they just don't right now, and it's kind of sad.
It's very interesting. When you are doing your pushing and stuff, you do have to know all these things about the monsters, except that your return on that knowledge is so little. Like from my perspective, I'm like, oh, okay. You know, like, first off, just skip Khazra, because Khazra are just insane in comparison to every other monster type. I don't know if you feel that same way, but like, they infinitely heal, they have infinite barrier, they all have like AoE CC damage, and for whatever reason.
Wait, do you talk about the Dark Citadel guys?
Yeah, like the Vessel of Hatred Khazra.
Yeah, the Giga Chat Khazra. Okay, yeah, they're insane for sure.
They're just insane. They're insane, and I feel like I never actually can counterplay them, and I just skip them because I'm like, oh, these guys are unkillable and they do infinite damage. So I guess.
But are they in the tower actually? I think they're just in a pit, right? There's like a pit thing on it, I believe.
Yeah, they're in the pit. They're in the pit. Yeah, I forget that sometimes the monsters are different, but like, they're just insane to me. I don't understand how they're in the game. But you can learn all these things about the monsters, like we used to. But because the only thing that will kill you is the elite affixes, it kind of doesn't matter. You just know whether or not it's efficient for you to kill those monsters, as opposed to learning how to beat them net you a reward. Like we're missing that link now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like I was thinking like, you know, there was like Jalal's visual, right? And I remember this dungeon, like it's like that's something that pops in my head. It's like a Skoskin dungeon. There's like these boars that charge you, right? And you're like, oh my god, okay, I have to pay attention to these guys now. I have to look at them. When will they charge? You know, like, and like, I feel like this was a lot more interesting than just, you know, getting blasted by elite affixes, or like even worse, like just the on-death explosions, right? That actually kill you. I feel like combat has definitely like deteriorated over time. And
sure.
it's not just because our builds are insane now. I think it just kind of like misbalanced, you know, what monsters do as well. So I think this just needs some fixing at some point.
It's so funny that you said that. Those boars were the bane of the necromancer's existence, because if you pulled them with corpse tendrils, they were considered charging the entire time they were pulling in on you. So you would just pull them into you and they would one-shot you just immediately. And you would just like die randomly in these dungeons and not know why. And it was because of like this weird bug. Man,
that was actually funny.
Bring back old combat, dude. It was the funniest experience of this game, I think.
That's actually a funny bug. I didn't know that.
Yeah. because it would just keep happening. We're sitting there like, what's up with this? Like, how is this possible? And even if it was so funny, because yeah, the board would charge, it would do that weird little spin around at the end when it like hit a wall, like it got staggered a bit, and then it would finally be done with the charge. But if you moved into them at any point during this, you took this charge damage, and that's why it kept happening. It was just so funny. So rather than just kind of, I don't know, a little bit gripe about the various different things, I actually, can I be honest? I really like that mythics are so rare and that I don't just have them all on day 3. I don't know how you feel about that.
Well,
Well,
I'm definitely a grinding enjoyer, and I like that the mythics are real rare. But man, I wish that after Paragon 300 and like, I don't know, maybe 80 different mythics, I would have at least been able to craft my fucking Eldarin and go back to doing wall plants. I'm stuck in my fucking like Varshan hell here. Actually, I'm out of Varshan. I just used 800 Varshan keys, so now it's time for 700 Mephisto keys, or Harbinger keys. So I'm trying to get one fucking item and I just can't.
so it's very, very funny to me. Day 1, the first 4 fragments I got, I just randomly hit a unique chess piece, immediately got my the chess piece I needed for my character, and I went, oh, easy game, of course. I've gotten maybe like 20 mythics. I'm not insane like Woody, right? I have 2 of the best in slot mythics for builds I don't need. I've probably salvaged another 10. I'm missing 3 mythics across most of my builds, and I think it's just fine. I think that's okay. I think it's okay that I have the regular unique version of an item, and I get to look forward to eventually having a stronger version of it later down the line. Because I'm still doing pit tier 120 plus, have killed T12 Mephisto in 2 days, and am doing fine.
The cope is strong with this one, guys.
No, but okay. All right.
You think you're gonna get that mythic?
I mean, I got the other 2 best in slot ones that I need. Now I just need my 3rd best in slot mythic unique amulet for my 4th build. So like a little bit.
Somehow you're gaming, man. That's insane. What the hell?
Well, so because you know like the different uniques across Warlock. I have my mythic Hemat Stone. I have my mythic Seed of Horizon. I just need a mythic Moloch Speeding Flame.
It's fun fact: mythic Hammered Stone is easier to farm than a normal one.
What? What does this mean?
Yeah, because it's on Bartek, don't you remember? Like.
Oh yeah.
I remember last season, man. I was doing hordes. I was living in hordes for like a week or something, and then at some point I said, "Fuck it." I used all my Belial mats on Bartek, and I finally got some amulet. But holy, like.
Oh. I just used all of my make a unique on base amulets because nobody would drop me a Hemat Stone. So I just said, okay, I'm just gonna keep clicking this button every time I get one until I get this goddamn unique amulet.
Yeah, that works as well, I guess.
But the Warlock has like 18 unique amulets, 15 unique rings. It's insane.
Yeah, I was like playing almost the entirety so far without any mythic equipped. But I made an Etna now, like one of these daggers or the poison build here. And I was like, okay, this is probably something I can justify, and it was like a slight upgrade. But yeah, I've been trying hard to get Eldarin, and I just can't get it, man. It's crazy.
I need a Starless Skies specifically for the build I'm currently playing right now, and it would solve all of my problems. But sadly, I do not have one yet, so I have all of my problems. So before anybody, wants to set up a mob to hang me for my luck, this build is non-functional without that item. So please know, I'm also experiencing the pain. Somebody said that's the problem. It is, right? When it is the build that you want to play does need that item. But this is a problem with the iconic mythics as opposed to just base unique mythics, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that the iconic mythics are still relatively consistently farmable, right? It's just I'm having a super unlucky streak, and it is what it is. But, for most, I think it's like 9 or 10 mythics in your loot pool, basically, when you craft at the blacksmith. So the odds are relatively good whenever you have 2 sparks, you go there. And if you don't get the thing, you get 1 spark back. So basically, you just cycle individual mythics one by one into another chance at a blacksmith, right? So that's basically how I see it. And
well, that's the problem with me is like I did that my first time. I got my Era Perdition. I was like, okay, I should hold on to this. And then I did it again. I got a Grandfather with a G. I went, okay, well, I have to hold on to this. And then I did it again, and I got a good Shaco. And I was like, okay, well, I have to hold on to this. So I haven't gotten any of my sparks back. I just now have.
Yeah,
items
okay,
I might
of
need
course
later.
you're gonna save some on the way, but you know, if it's really about that one item, then you can like brute force it, kind of, you know, just
Yeah. I guess it is important to talk about this part just because I think this is like pretty polarizing amongst people. How do you like the actual seasonal mechanic this season? Like the tears and the whatever. I know you've just been stuck in Helltide Hell of your own volition, but how are you feeling about that?
I did do some of them there actually, and
oh yeah, for sure. Did you ever go in, or was that time loss?
No, it was actually good to build threat meter. So the strat was, you get a 50% threat with the seasonal event. It takes like 1 to 2 minutes from 0. That's pretty fast, and then you go around and hunt the hellworms. And I would just like do these threat rotations, roughly 6 to 8 times per hour, depending on how it went. And you know, yeah, basically it was like 2 minutes build threat, and then like 5 minutes go to full threat, and you know, do the 1 minute finish basically and repeat.
Gotcha. Yeah, I saw you doing that. So like day 1, you know, I was feeling pretty good about myself like day 1, and I was like, well, Woody's obviously like more efficient than me, but you know, like, let's see what it is. I was Paragon 135 and you were Paragon 225. And I went, okay, I know Woody is good, and I know I'm better at thinking about the game than playing the game. Woody's not that much better at video games than me. I'm a goddamn speedrunner with world records under my... And I went and looked, and you were spinning with infinite arrows on you constantly through Helltide, and I went, oh, okay, yeah, I'm not fucking doing that. That can't be me. I do not have the patience for this.
Good times though.
Yeah, it looked funny as hell though. Whenever I'd show up, you're just over there, and you're like 8,000 cinders, and you're like, ah, pretty good.
Okay, but anyway, to
Was
get
it
back...
even...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Oh,
That's-
I was just wondering, was it time? Did you have time to open up chests, or did you just skip that entirely?
I mean, okay, like, for the first, like, 1.5 days or so, I was actually playing the game normally. Like, I have actually almost War Plan 9 now, like, you know, the overall. And, you know, I was doing all kinds of stuff. And it was only, like, basically halfway through that I actually decided to go for the Paragon 300, when I was, like, I don't know, 260 or something, and what,
Yeah.
something like that, yeah. I decided, okay, fuck it, I'm just gonna send it now and see how fast we can do it. So, technically, you know, I could have found more Paragons way faster, but it is what it is.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of how it went, but, wait, what are we talking about now? I was making this tangent.
Oh yeah, how do you feel about the seasonal
Okay,
content
yeah.
in general?
So yeah,
What
the
season
seasonal
offers?
content, yeah. So the mechanic, the tears, I mean, I think they're okay. They're kind of like relatively straightforward, simple. I think the rewards are lacking, like big time. I feel like they're just like not great for anything. I know apparently there's like a strategy where people like group up and like actually farm these for XP, but I mean, this is like not really feasible for me or for anyone else on SSF, and even for most people that don't play SSF, I think. So realistically, there's just like an insta skip outside of like very specific cases of, okay, I want to build Helltide threat meter. Like in the pit, they're completely worthless, I feel. Unless you have like a very slow build, and then maybe they're good. And the Nightmare Dungeons have this affix. Like I've tried it once, I was like, okay, what now? Like what about this death toll chamber? It literally gives nothing. Like what's the point of even going in there?
Yeah, I don't know what the point of that is. I haven't figured it out yet. I just walk in and I'm like, was I supposed to have received something? It makes it feel a lot like, because also people aren't getting a ton of the fragments, right? Like people feel like they're not getting it.
Yeah, I feel like it's just like missing a fragment drop or something, right? It's, if I go into Death Troll Chamber and I get a fragment, I would say, okay, I'll do that, you know, fragment is nice. And I need my mythic. But I'm not getting that. Like, what am I getting? Like, what am I doing? Like, I like the content itself. Like, the boss is also cool, and you know, like the visuals are cool. Like the monsters that are all cool, and you know, the ruptures are kind of fun as well. But I don't get anything from any of it. Like, that's the problem. So
This just in. When you aren't rewarded for doing what you did, it feels bad. More news at 11. No, but seriously, it does feel like, I don't know, there's like somebody forgot to click a button somewhere. And now it's like the holiday weekend, so we're probably not going to see anything for a little bit, right? Until like the first patch.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly gonna buff it, but it's like, man, like how did we even start the season like this? You know, it's like so far
Right.
off on the rewards, I think. Like everything else is fine, but the rewards are just not implemented or something. I don't know.
Because it was so funny, you know, especially because of the way that we're playing, right? We're just like blasting so hard the whole time that unless we personally see something, we don't really come across it. And people just show up to my channel and be like, hey, man, are you getting those fragments? And I go, oh, I wasn't even looking. And I look at it. I'm like, well, I got 6 of them for sure. And I spent 4. And I still only have 2. And I'm 50 hours in.
Yes.
I guess, I feel like I'm doing the content. I guess not, though. I'm like, oh, maybe I haven't gotten caches in a while. The caches don't drop any. I'm like, oh, I haven't like killed the boss in a while. The boss doesn't drop anything. And I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Something ain't right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Although
Chat.
even
Okay, question for chat actually. How many
Yeah.
Pandemonium fragments have you gotten the entire season? Just as an estimate.
yeah, just random. And you can even lie. I'm not gonna believe you regardless, but like, it would be cool to see if anybody got above 20. Today, about 22. Wait, today? What are you doing? Did you have a dealer that you go to?
Holy man. I mean, I guess the strat would be to make alts and just cash in on the like the original rep track, because that actually gives you some fragments, I think.
Yeah, well, that's where I got mine. And I spent them. I got the 1 mythic I needed, and I moved on with my life.
Yeah. Easy, okay.
That was the part that I didn't necessarily like about it, was how quickly I felt like my own personal loop with it was done. And again, you and I have the benefit of, we're going to play multiple builds per class. So it's like, okay, cool, I'll have more to try to hit the mythic I need for my other builds. But for me, it's like, okay, I crafted the mythic chest I needed. I now just have to drop the rest of them. I'm not going to go craft the other ones. So
Oh, you
am I
might
done?
find the thing you already have crafted and then you have to make one of the other items. So
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. But if that doesn't happen, am I done? Like how, like, that just seems like it doesn't catch enough people in the net of this is useful most of the time, was like how I felt about it when I hit it first and I went, oh, I guess I don't care about this anymore.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, if you have the mythic and you happen to luck out, then it's just like, there's no point to engage with the season mechanic at all anymore or something, right? So
Yeah.
even if they buff it now and actually give it like fragment drops or whatever, then like, okay, what else are we getting there?
I guess it's like craft random mythics just to salvage them to get resplendent sparks to go craft other random mythics, I guess is kind of like a...
Yeah, but you
like
can't
a
equip any
sub-
of them because, you know, you already have the one.
Oh, right, yeah. I guess get fucked? I don't know, actually, now I think about it. Yeah, I don't know.
Dude, I was actually completely taken by surprise when the season started. And then, you know, this one crafted limitation was actually, you know, on all of the mythics, on Jeweler and Blacksmith. I guess on one hand it makes sense, like, okay, it's a crafted item, it gets a crafted tag, you have the limit of one item. Okay, I should have known this. But, you know, on the PTR, this is not how it worked, right? It was like everyone has like infinite mythics, and then there was like this new season mechanic, and I figured, okay, this is like, you know, it was like D3 brain, because in D3 we actually have exactly this, right? There's like this this cube recipe, you put an item in and you make a primal out of it, and it's that item,
Yeah.
right? And you have one special, you know, take your own pick primal, right? And that is different from all the other primals that you can find. And that is exactly what I expected would happen here. But the season starts and people tell me, wait, I just crafted a grandfather on the blacksmith and I can't equip it. And I'm like, what? I was
Yeah, what do you...
I was so
the exact same thing
bamboozled.
happened to me.
That was
I think we had the
insane.
exact same experience. Somebody's like, wait. No, you can't equip that. And I went, yeah, you can. It's only in the cube. And I walked over and I was like, here, I'll show you. And I just craft a random one. I hit error perdition and it says crafted. And I went, oh,
Yeah, exactly.
that's not what anybody expected.
Exactly, man. There was something, man, on day one, for sure.
I was like, well, yeah, guys, I actually don't know. I don't know what to tell you about this, but I hope you figure it out.
That was quite a realization there.
And I don't know, it
Morning.
feels so often like this is the outcome. Like so often I go, no, there's no way it would be that. And then it is, and I go, huh, well, that, okay. And I don't know, man, it's very, very funny, especially being in the position that we are, right? Like we do just get more hand-on times with the devs. We do just get to hear their logic, and you talk to them, and they're some of the smartest people I've ever heard talk about video games. Like they consider things I'd never consider. But then we hit the season and this happens, and I go, there is a very weird disconnect. There's some kind of interesting disconnect, and I cannot quite figure out how it happens. And I'm just as surprised as anybody else, which feels like I shouldn't be, but I am. Every single time I'm just as surprised as everybody else.
Maybe you're just not spending your time wisely by talking to the devs that much. Maybe it's all for nothing.
No. Well, no, because all right. No, but yeah. I don't know. I think there's a lot to be said there, and I think part of it is, but then I do see when the exact thing that we have recommended has been considered and implemented, and it just makes that thing better. And we see that time and time again. So that can't be the truth.
True, okay.
But sometimes it feels like that. A little bit.
I was just trying to be a bit cynical.
Yeah, for sure. But that's the problem, Woody. People, people respect you, people hear you, and they go, Woody said it. None of this matters. Just, you know what? Throw your computer out. It doesn't matter. Woody said it.
Does anything,
time to panic.
Does anything really matter? If you want to go completely nihilistic?
Oof. I think nihilism is just so boring. It's such a boring way to engage with the complexities of life. I think it's actually fairly logical as far as trying to wrap up the psychology of the human experience and also what we see. But then that means there's nothing. So if there's nothing, it's nothing. And that just can't be true because we know that things exist. All right, let's have a real deep conversation about the various archetypes of rationalizing the human experience.
Oh boy. Well, you start.
I'm more of an optimist, and we'll relate it. I know we're joking, but I'll relate it back to video games. I do see people who find a lot of comfort in assuming the worst will happen and then feeling good when that confirms their bias. But I think what you've won is getting an early start on feeling bad. Whereas I do think that optimism both allows you to stave off the negative feelings and the negative anxiety, and also when that thing isn't bad, you get to experience both the catharsis and also the validation of your bias. So it just seems like pessimism has less upside, and the upside that it does have is self-defeating. Whereas the other way, you both get to have the upside, and even when it does let you down, you get to experience the righteous indignation of being let down. So I'd rather be optimistic than pessimistic.
Okay, that is logical.
Perfect.
But
Now, what do you think?
But do people really choose like their like, I don't know, philosophical compass based on logic?
Or rather, is it just defined by both their experience and trauma, and it's ultimately the thing that their brain recognizes as the most sensible? I don't know. I'd like to think that people try to be logical when they can be. I think that's very often proven to not be the case. But again, I'm an optimist, so...
I think there's probably more people that kind of like live on autopilot and have like the occasional rational epiphany more than the other way around.
Yeah, it's easier. It's more efficient. Like it takes less. It takes less of your energy every day, and that also has a logic to it. That couldn't be me though. You know me. I need to spend too much time thinking about a plethora of things that ultimately have no purpose or meaning. If I don't, I'll go crazy.
Yes, 13
Where do you
forecast.
think where do you think player power is at now, and do you think we're getting closer to a healthy place? Because I think this is one of the things that people disagree on the most right now.
I would say Rogue is where everything should be.
Rogue, okay.
Yeah.
And do you also mean like the raw fluidity of play?
I mean, okay, maybe, you know, perma Shadow Step 2 times per second with no condition and no cooldown is a bit too much. But in terms of like, you know, let's say an average Rogue build, I like the pace of that. Yeah. So at least like for like endgame blasting, you know, like if on the way there, I think it's fine if you're a bit slower, right? But yeah.
I don't disagree, because, you know, even if you look at other ARPGs, that's really where things end up, right? Like, you eventually have so much power that even if your build isn't the fastest, you can afford to put blink and, you know, shield charge, like from PoE 2 on your build, because you quite literally just have the extra space for it. But I think that should be a reward at the end, as opposed to the expectation of the build throughout, like, you know, I hit Torment 1 and now I'm literally never stop moving. I think we should be rewarded with that, as opposed to it being the base functionality of every build.
Yeah, you know, that's what I mean, right? You can, for example, like, you know, going back to our old Mythic discussion, right? Like, you know, in the past, Shaco had a lot of cooldown reduction. Let's imagine that Shaco was actually an item we would like to equip, because it also offered enough other benefits. Then, you know, this is something where it's like, okay, you get that item at the end of your journey, and it has this giga cooldown, and now your entire build just feels much more fluid, and you're gonna feel good, right? So you can make these sort of things. I don't necessarily say bring back the cooldown on a Shaco, but you could do something like that, right? You could put cooldown into Paragon boards or a glyph or whatever, right? Something that kind of scales up as you go, and you have this sense of progression. You know, not just with number go up, but actually like your build feels different. And that is kind of lacking, I think.
I think, yeah, I mean, that's ultimately what I would like a lot of. It would also just help with not only setting expectation, but not having to all the time explain to people. It's like, oh, what, you know, you're playing a minion build. Am I going to be infinite Giga Blasting the whole time? And I'm like, no, you kind of just suck at Infernal Hordes in Undercity. But for everything else, you're like really good. And it's like, oh, I can't play a build that just sucks at two of the most like consequential content types in the game. Like, that can't be the expectation, because then people will just never play that build. This isn't D2 where, like, yeah, you can just have, you know, like your Singer Barb that all they do is farm gold, because that's not a realistic avenue to gain power or, you know, acquire items or stuff like that.
Well, it's
So
mostly a problem of like the game is more designed for, okay, you just play everything and you get everything everywhere, kind of. But okay, you get some stuff a bit more here and some stuff a bit more there. And this is basically how the game is designed, right? Where in D2 it's like, okay, there's like a trade economy and everything is based on trading, and, you know, people farm this thing like hyper efficient and then they use that to get everything else. So yeah, I see that, you know, a build has to be sufficiently all around in D4, and in D2 it doesn't have to be that at all, right? So you can't just hyper focus on one thing, farm Kuras with a gold find barb or some shit, and that is literally all you do, and there you go, right? So, but I do like the all-rounder approach more. Like, I like making all-rounder builds, and, you know, I don't mind this. It's just that, you know, the game design and the class design especially, it has to follow that as well, right? It's like, okay, why do we have builds that end up just being useless in hordes, you know,
Right.
or something like that, right? How do we get there, and why is this not fixed, you know? And I can understand
so, like,
that, okay, like certain content types have like, you know, a bit of like a certain requirement for a build, or like, you know, so they favor certain builds. Like, you know, hordes is something like, okay, we don't care about mobility. Besides, maybe you can dash one screen, right, for like the next event.
Yep.
And everything else is just like, okay, blast down AoE as much as possible. And I think that's okay for some content types to be a little bit different. But if there's like some stuff where it's like, I know, I was talking about this with Ava earlier. I was talking about the cold imbuement build, right? And, you know, all these cold imbuement rogue builds, they're like so you know, dependent on CC and on the chill effects. Like whenever there's like a
Yeah.
door you have to break, or you have to have some destructible object in the Night Dimension, like you literally can't kill it. You know, it's
Yep.
like
Yeah, it's the old minion issue where literally your minions wouldn't attack doors, except here the doors are somehow stronger than your god tier Nephilim.
yeah. So it's like,
I
okay,
think
so
that's
why
funny as
are
hell.
we designing these classes? You know, like why is this a thing, and why is this not addressed? You know, like if you want people to play these builds and have the option to have this sort of variety on a class, then why are you doing this? You know, so
Right. Do you think the modern ARPG player would actually be okay with, like, let's say doing the hordes was like a legitimate way for you to like capitalize on the market in some way, or like get a very powerful thing that other people wouldn't typically get? Do you think they would actually be okay with every content type not just giving them everything, no matter what they're doing in the modern day?
yes.
Really? Is that just because that's kind of how PoE works, and you think most modern ARPG players are more used to that at this point, or what makes you so confident?
No, but I think there should be choices, and there should be like a reason to go do a thing, right? And if like that, if like everything drops everywhere, then why would I ever choose one thing over the other thing? I can just like, you know, like farm whatever gives me the most, you know, out of from everything, right? If there's like no distinction of like what can drop somewhere, or there's nothing special I can get somewhere, right? Like, why not, you know, together with like the evolve plants, trees, right? Why not also add some sort of like character power effect that you unlock, you know, for hitting rank 7 on each of them or something like that, right? And there's like a certain thing, and maybe you have like a little choice you can make there, and there's like something to look forward to, like, hey, okay, I've done my 50 in front of the hordes, and now boom, I get my extra point here or something. And that is actually not just a content thing, but it's also something of like a character journey, and it's like, you know, okay, I get something there, right? I wouldn't mind that at all, to be honest. And
So, I agree with you. My question is, do you think other people would be okay if the game moved in that direction? Because I think that very same thing you just said about war plans, I think one of the major complaints out there for war plans right now is, why do I have to go do any of these things I don't like doing? Like, make it so that I never have to do them, which I don't necessarily disagree with if there was like war plan customization in that way. But I don't think people are down for the game that you're describing.
Obviously, what I just talked about is something that I don't think will happen, nor should happen. It would be an interesting like, you know, thought, right? It's like, okay, like what if they actually do something like that and they force us to do all of the, like they semi-force us. If you want to at least max out the war plans, you have to get all the points, right? And you have to go to the hordes and so on. But realistically, maxing out the war plans just doesn't really do anything. So who really cares, right? No one is like gonna do hordes just to get like from rank 9 to rank 10 on their wall plans, because it doesn't really fucking matter. So in that sense, we are already at the point where, okay, you get a bunch of the stuff that you care about, and then you just ignore everything else, and there you go. So we are getting kind of close, and I think it wouldn't hurt to kind of like incentivize that a bit more. Like I suggested, for example, okay, you get to rank 5, and now you can ban one activity entirely from your wall plans, right? It just never shows up again. And then you get to rank 10, and you can ban another one. And then in addition to like all of the like you know branches you have, then you can probably almost always get like 3, 4, maybe sometimes 5 of exactly the content type that you actually want to do in your wall plans. You know, if it's only one. And if it's 2 that you choose, you can probably literally do those 2 only, or something like that, right? With like maybe every few wall plans, there's like one random thing that you have to do in between, right? So I think like a ban system like that would kind of, you know, it would keep the sort of like excitement, let's say, of like opening a new wall plan and see what I get and clicking on the thing. Like I feel like that loop is kind of cool, and like it gives like this instant sort of like direction, and you know, this kind of what they wanted to do, right? Like it's something to do, right? You log in, you don't know what you're doing. Okay, I was gonna click on the wall plans and go, right? And I think that is still important, even if people only want to farm one thing. It's just like the whole, you know, the whole structure of clicking on these things, and now you're committed. You know, I have to do this, right? I think that alone is already such a big driver to kind of keep people engaged that, yeah, I think it makes sense to, you know, rather like allow people to actually do it, even if it's just one activity, right? But make it through the war plans, just for that sort of commitment. So yeah.
Yeah.
Something to like
The,
influence the choices, basically. I think that would be nice. You know, like the war plans. It's a really good like structure, and something to influence what actually shows up in your war plans. Because right now it has no influence, right? Okay, you can reroll it a few times, but you know, I am already determined. I never will do Infernal Horde again this entire season. So why do you even show it to me at this point, right? At least,
Right. Yeah.
you know, let me like not do that. So
Somebody in chat, I do think, made a really good point. Just like a little thing that they could do right now that would change this for people. If let's say I make a war plan of 4 Hell Tides, but there's a Nightmare Dungeon in the middle, I should probably just be able to get the reward for doing the 4 Hell Tides all in a row, and then go do my Nightmare Dungeon. It shouldn't really matter, literally the when I do which one. And I do think I agree with that a lot. I think that's like a unnecessary burden on the system right now.
yeah, I agree. Actually, it's also like just unnecessary teleporting, and any opportunity to lower the amount of teleporting we do is welcome, I guess. So
Yes.
I can
I
get
spend
behind
way
it.
too much time in loading screens for sure.
Yeah.
You could teleport right to it to get right into the action. I'm getting right into the action. I
mean-
get there, I do a single whisper. I immediately have to teleport back. There's nothing worse than getting up to a Helltide. Literally, a guy kills one Harbinger near you, and it's like, time to go back to Timus, you idiot. Why'd you even leave?
Yes. Oh man.
Just,
Best part is you do like the Blood Main Whisper, and like, she's like almost about to spawn, and then a guy comes in and kills a Harbinger.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, oops, -3 hearts, unlucky. And also TP back,
yeah.
please. Yeah.
Yeah, get that. You shouldn't have done that, you idiot.
TP
Oh, I'm
right into the
experiencing,
action.
Interesting. I'm experiencing a very weird bug. Well, this is fun. You know what? It's always great to discover these bugs while you're trying to also hold a conversation with somebody. This is using my maximum brain power right now.
Okay, wow, what is going on?
B variant metamorphosis is supposed to grant you permanent volatility, and for some reason, after a certain number of, I don't know, minutes or maybe skills use, it just stops granting me volatility entirely until I drop the buff and re-get it. So I don't know what's up.
Are you sure
Yeah,
it's
I'm just
multiple
not
minutes and not
volatile
just
anymore.
exactly 1 minute?
No. It's B variant says you are
Yeah,
permanently
yeah,
volatile.
I understand that. Are you sure it's more than 1 minute?
What does this mean?
What I mean is, you can extend ultimates with the Warden Fragment,
Yeah.
right? And they just cancel after 1 minute. They just have a max limit of 1 minute. So I wonder if maybe it's the same max 1 minute there. So I think this might be worth checking out.
Yeah, check the actual duration exactly, see when it happens. Yeah. I'm pretty happy though. These Blazing Screams are doing like 2 trillion damage per hit. And I was they just didn't do that last season, so I'm like pretty excited about this right now.
Damn, what happened?
The Moloch's amulet is just Giga Chad now, right?
Yes. I was thinking about playing it on Blazing Scream if I do a Warlock. I'm kind of excited if it sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, doing it on hardcore is going to be iffy because you do have to build into the burning damage, but the guy I have up on max roll is fully functional. I'm testing it right now. But now I have to figure out why I'm just randomly losing volatility.
Getting warmed up.
Well, time for me to go into the training dummy area. I can't leave there for too long. Do you ever go to the training dummy, or are you just vibing out in content?
I do go to a training dummy, yes. A bit less than you.
A little bit less, yeah.
But I do go there. Especially if I have reasons to believe that something is off, then I definitely check it out. I mean, most of the time I can, you know, feel out things relatively well to understand, okay, like this actually did something. And then, you know, if it feels like it does the thing that it says, then I don't necessarily, you know, triple check everything or so. But yeah, sometimes I get surprised as well by some random shit, so who knows.
Ava and I were complaining about this recently about you. So, Chad, I'll give you... We're going to glaze Woody real quick, but we're also going to be mad at him. Ava and I are clearly on the spectrum. I think we can just all agree on that. We can all move on from that. But the way that we test things is in like a very specific, objective, scientific approach that requires us to like prove each step as we go to feel confident in what we're saying. Woody will like look at a skill tree and just go, this makes sense, and put it together and be like 80-90% accurate, just off pure vibes. And it's a superpower that he has, because the way that we approach the game and the way that he approaches the game is just so wildly different, and he has such a high accuracy rating, and it just pisses me off every single time. And then he'll just say stuff. He'll be like, well, you probably have a good idea for like what's going on, so you know, just like plus or minus a couple tiers, or plus or minus like 50%. And you'll go check, and it's exactly 50%. Like, it'll be exactly the number that he just kind of off the cuff said. Pisses me off every time. I spend hours in this training dummy room to, like, find a 10% increase. And this dude just, like, sees the matrix in front of his head, but all the numbers are just drinking a pina colada and chilling on a beach.
Ugh.
So proud of you. Good job. GG. I wish I could do that. I don't know how you do it. Maybe you could tell me your secret?
Well, if you live in Sanctuary, instead of drinking pina coladas on the beach, you do learn a thing or two. And you also get a relatively good,
sure.
You know, you develop a pretty good gut feeling about things, I guess.
Yeah.
So, this is mostly
That's
it, I
just
would
it,
say.
man. It's just, but you and I have, at this point, there are few people in the world who can say they have more hours in this game than us. I haven't unlocked this magic power yet. I can't trust a single thing that I see. None of it works when I click it. And then I have to come in here and figure out why I don't have fucking volatile.
I mean, you do notice things that I would not notice sometimes. Like, for example, this volatile thing. I played Warlock, you know, a lot last season, and I did not notice this effect. Even playing Lunatic Warlock, where I literally transformed for like 10 minutes at a time. But I guess I did not notice it because there was literally not a Hellfire skill on my part. So this might have been, or maybe because
Yeah. And
just
also
a rampage
volatiles is like, when I found out all volatile did, straight up all it does is give you 30 additive damage, and it doesn't matter how much volatile you have or if you have multiple stacks of it. And I just went, wait a minute, hold on, no, this isn't just 30 additive damage, right? And the answer I got back was, yeah, it's just 30 additive damage.
Right.
And I went, what do you mean? It's the hardest thing to do on the class. And I'm like, yeah, it's 30 additive damage. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I also didn't understand it at first, but I did grasp it relatively soon at least, so that I wasn't debating myself into doing too much of that.
Dude, I was out here. I was like, okay, I'll get the 3 max stacks of volatile, and then I'll build into volatile additive damage, and each stack will grant me more damage. This kicks ass, hell yeah. And I was like, wait a minute, why am I not doing more damage? And they're like, oh, you don't do more damage per stack. Then what's the point of the stacks? Like, what does stacking it do? And it's like, oh, that one fragment says it stacks, and you get a 30 multi. I went, okay, so this is nothing. So this is garbage tier nothing. Okay, moving on.
Yep. Yeah, that was definitely a decision they made there on the Warlock. Yeah. Funny stuff. It also took me a while to realize that the damage you get from like the self-burn metamorphosis is actually static and doesn't actually ramp up. I thought the damage and the burn would ramp up together. But I actually realized at some point it's just like this tiny bit, like, I don't know, what, 5% extra damage or some shit, and it just stays that way. And that's it.
The amount of bonus damage?
Yeah, it doesn't ramp.
No, it must ramp. How am I doing all this damage?
Well, try it.
Yeah, I'll add that to the list. I don't know. My build's doing pretty good. I'm doing 120s. I'm doing 120s on like a pretty trash version of it.
Okay. Sounds good. Made the rogue.
So
Holy.
that's an
Thanks, heads up.
interesting. You know, this is a thing that I think we're kind of fighting all the time, and I think it mostly doesn't bother you, but it bothers me a lot. I'm doing 120 on a solo self-found warlock.
Tiers,
with
S, and meta list.
No mythics
What do you mean,
on the
Annie?
character, right? I think this is a really, really good position of power for a build for how much I have advanced it. But because I'm not doing 130 like the Barbarian, this is a trash build that nobody should ever play. How valid do you feel like that kind of mentality is? Like, do you think there's like a good argument there at all to find?
No, I think the only thing that really matters is T12 viability and vibes. So these are the only two factors really that I use to recommend builds. And everything beyond T12 is like whatever. Yeah, some people really like to have like the most powerful build and, can this build hit trillions? No, it can't. I hit like 200 times per second, but not for trillions. But, I do more damage than the other build that does 5 trillion per hit, right? So for some people that matters. And for me, it doesn't. And I think what matters is people having a good time. And so first of all, I try to have a good time myself. I think life is too short and too many builds are available to play bad vibes builds.
Yeah, for sure.
And okay, I might test them, just to see, or just to give feedback, or like to understand. Okay, what is the thing that when I see it in the patch notes, I will say, okay, now I will do this, right? So this is why I test builds that I know will suck or that I know I will not like, right?
Yeah.
To have that knowledge, like in the drawer, right? And then I pull it out 7 seasons later. Hell yeah, I did this testing. Now there's the patch note. So,
I love that. I pull it out of the drawer. You blow off the dust, and you look over it. You're like, oh yeah, this is 30% more damage. Glad I knew that.
Anyway, yeah, so I do this basically, right? I have like random recordings, I have random notes and stuff like that as well, and then sometimes I go back and check. Okay, this is kind of how it was, and how is it now? And then we do the vibe check, right? So. But yeah, either way, I think in terms of like what makes a build is like, yeah, it needs to comfortably do T12. It needs to be not too squishy. It needs to be decently fast. But outside of that, I think everything is kind of fair game. So a lot of builds fall in that category. Even like random C tier builds we have or whatever. I have like a really great time on them, even if they're not that strong. But it just feels fun. I'm gonna load up a paladin. I will play hammers and I will play Fists of the Heavens, which you don't even have on the tier list. And I know it's gonna be fun, So that is what matters, I think.
Yeah, it's we run into that too in the ways that we craft our builds, right? I think we put a lot of time and effort to go like, here's minimum viability. Here's what you would need to be vibing on the build. And we'll typically get some kind of feedback like, oh, haven't you seen that if you swap out this one thing right here, it's 10% more damage, and all you have to do is add like these 3 hoops that you have to jump through, and this is what the meta's doing. And I'm like, absolutely, I fully agree. And I think that you should be able to use our builds and push as hard as possible. Also, 99% of the people who pick up any of these builds, if it doesn't work immediately, have a shit time and then like stop playing the season. So it's really interesting how you even focus on the builds that you do vibe with, and whether or not a build is valuable is something that I think we think about a lot, and it's really hard to put a number to that kind of consideration.
Yeah, I think this has a lot to do with taste, I guess, build taste maybe. if you want to say that, like it's like, okay, like as I said, like I want to have fun with the game, right? And I don't have to play builds I don't find fun. So I just play the fun builds. And then I show them to other people, and that's basically it, right? So this is kind of how I do it, and just, like this works for me, this works for the people that like my builds and that want to watch my videos and stuff. And yeah, other people look like, people don't come to me for like the #1 push meta or something. And I can accept that, this is fine.
Yeah, sure.
And I do my occasional rank 1 pushes and stuff, but it's always like hardcore, and like it's like not the actual meta necessarily that everyone else is doing, like for like the tryhards and stuff. I don't have Korean gear and so on. So it is what it is.
But I mean, I would argue that your name is still very much synonymous with like elite when it comes to the output of a build. How do you think you maintain those like two things simultaneously? I'm trying to learn.
I guess, yeah, I mean, what you said earlier makes a lot of sense with like, sort of like introducing failsafes in your build, or, you know, just trying to like not make it too clunk when you can go otherwise, even if it means giving up numerical value, right? So I think that's pretty important, and I think it's also something that a lot of build creators just neglect way too much. Like they look at the super min-maxed highest DPS number and then literally at no other factor, right? Like, what is the convenience of that build? What is the toughness of that build? You know, like, you know, how many button presses, all this kind of stuff. And, yeah, like, you know, since I do make builds more vibe-based, I think I kind of like naturally include all these other factors. And out comes like a result that is just like an all-round good package. And this is how I make it, basically. And it also just kind of like works more easily, I guess, for, you know, for other people that follow the build, right? Because like basically when the, you know, I'm just problem solving, right? When I start a build from scratch, I guess in D4 I don't do it as much because stuff is relatively figured out. I've played every class 1,000 times. I've played basically every single build that ever existed at some point at least, right? Even if it was like an expansion ago or something. You know, I did play Mini Necro or something. So I at least know sort of like the main gripes you can have with like certain archetypes, you know, even if I don't know the exact meta and the exact items they use right now or something. But I don't have to, right? I will know these items when I look at them again, when I look at the numbers and, you know, I math it together or whatever. But I just have like such a broad overview of all the builds and all the classes, I guess, at this point. And I can instantly make connections, I can instantly compare stuff all the time. Like, okay, this is something that should be in this build, and this is something that should not be in this build. You know, this is something that feels better than this other thing, right? Or something like that. So, yeah, that's kind of like how I do it, I guess. And it matters a lot. And it's just like by the sheer amount of builds I have played, I kind of like naturally gravitate towards the things that I find most enjoyable, basically.
I remember, because it's funny, we've had a lot of conversation about a lot of things. Even back when we were like first putting together guides, I remember you going like, oh, I stack all max life, all survivability, all armor, and then I worry about other things. And I went, why would I do that when you can stack all damage? And I definitely fall into the make glass cannon builds so much, but especially nowadays when if you are doing like above a pit tier 120, it does feel a lot like it doesn't matter how much survivability you have, you do get, like, you do just die. So then the question becomes, if I'm gonna die anyways, I might as well kill them faster. And that's one of the things that, like, I don't know, I've been trying to go, no, I'm going to make this will work no matter who's playing it, no matter what they do. But then I get the flip side where it's like, well, this isn't the top one push build, and I go, you're right. You can do more damage this way. You can always overbuild into survivability, but like you're still gonna get clapped by Mephisto's hands, so I'd rather just kill him faster.
Okay, I mean there are some things where you just accept you can't survive them, like the Mephisto hands, sure, right? Or like, okay, if you tank like an Executioner Sword in like 120, sure, then I guess you deserve it, right? But on the other hand, you can make your builds significantly more tanky to the point where you most likely will not get one shot by any of these bigger effects even. And all you have to do is go like down one pit tier for it or something, you know? So it's like, you know, there's like literally no difference at all in like the output almost if you look at the pit tiers and not at the DPS number, right? If you, like, what is a pit tier? No one cares about one pit tier. It doesn't matter, you know? If you look at, okay, this thing is now 30% weaker, yeah, that sounds rough. But it's just a pit tier, right? So you have to like look at it this way, and then you can include so much defense and so much convenience and, you know, resource and cooldown and all the good stuff into your build, and you're gonna be vibing, and you give up nothing, you know.
And you give up nothing. Well, that's just it. We know you give up nothing. right? When somebody's looking at a top tier build and they're like, well, this does 140, so it's clearly better than the one that does 130. And I'm like, yeah, but you're going to be at 110. So it doesn't, like, it actually doesn't matter. Like, you will not reach that point because you are not going to earn to your gear or no life it as much. So, like, you're going to max out at 110 anyway, so why do these things matter? But it does change how people receive the build. And for whatever reason, that's also, like, very much tied to seemingly their ability to feel like they get to enjoy the game, is that perception. So I go back and forth all the time, where if I feel like I'm not offering them what is the thing that is the top of what the thing is capable of accomplishing, where like a single temper of restore resource is the difference between this build working and not working. But if you can get to this point, this is what it does. And I feel like anytime I do make a VOD build, people just kind of like it and don't really complain much about it. But I don't know how to serve the person who's like, no, I want that thing to do literally 1 pit tier higher. How do I make that happen? And I'm like, I almost feel like you don't need my guide, because if you're at that point, you already know what you're talking about. So my guide doesn't need to help you in this way. But that's not always the case either. So I kind of go back and forth on it. Like the moment that somebody shows up to China is like, hey Mac, I was comparing like this aspect versus this aspect on uptime, and based off the average here, this actually looks like 5% more damage. Is there a reason why you're not recommending it? And I'm like, nah, dude, I just like, you're past what the build can and should do. So I believe you. You can now teach me things about this build. I believe you. Oh, Woody, what mythic did you just salvage?
I got an Ashera's Kanjar, which is I'm farming Harbinger right now, and he drops the dagger that I'm using, that I have currently as a cube mythic, and then another dagger dropped, and it's not that dagger, so it has 2 GA as well.
Damn, brother, that sounds like a good mythic. You should keep that bad boy.
Yeah. I had exactly the same happen like with Varshan earlier. Varshan drops Eaglehorn for pen shot, and I got like 3 mythic bows, man, from Varshan, dude. They were all like the fucking wrong bow, man. It's insane. It's like such a baited, man.
Can I have some of your keys? I saw you had, I don't know, 1,000 of them or whatever. I wouldn't mind a couple. I only have like 40 because I did like normal stuff. I don't actually know where you got all these goddamn keys from.
Well, my 800 stack of Varshan keys are gone, but I have 700 more Greater Lair keys if you want any of them.
Yeah, thank you. If you wouldn't mind. I have a normal human amount, like 40, and I'm kind of holding off on using them because I don't know. I just keep hoping that the rest of the game will drop me stuff before I lock myself in the box. It's not going to work that way, but a boy can hope, you know?
Yeah. Holy, SK. Hello. Thank you so much. No, I didn't.
Here's a question that I don't even have a good guess myself yet. The timing of BlizzCon is interesting, right?
Oof.
And my question is, what do you think they could be showing us at BlizzCon? And do you think it's Diablo 4 related, if it's in the franchise?
So are you saying they might show us Diablo 5?
No, I'm thinking Diablo 1 remake. I think it's like perfect timing for it.
No way.
We are in the expansion right now. How are they going to be like, here's the next expansion? Like, that seems crazy to me.
I mean, to be fair, they announced Vessel of Hatred at BlizzCon 2023, which was like 4 months after the launch. It's kind of similar timeline. And at least this time we have a bit of like a reason to hope for something. So anyway, I think it's kind of early for an announcement for the expansion, but there will probably be one. But either way, I think they're going to announce something last minute, really big, for Season 15. actually, like a paladin, not a paladin, like necessarily like another class or something like that, but something that kind of goes in the direction of the size of the announcement.
Mm,
You know,
okay. Like but like just a sneak peek at a new class, or like
no, not a new class. It might just be a feature or whatever, right? You know, maybe they're introducing, I don't know, some new activity or who knows what, right? But something that is like giga hype and kind of big and very unexpected, and certainly wasn't on the PTR. That is my expectation right now.
for sure. I think it would actually be.
Thank you so much.
So they like
CCD,
they
so.
really changed the mold with how they are handling the game with expansion 2. I think in a lot of ways, right? We got the shadow drop of the paladin. Nobody was expecting that. We got to play it early, and not only that, we were getting 2 classes with the expansion. Okay, great. Expansion launches and was just awesome, and just everybody's having a really good time. They have the season with Asmodean being a new boss. Oh, there's a secret boss, and if you go in there and kill it, it's the craziest loot you could possibly get. The pit comes out. The pit has a secret boss in it that you get after. Like, I feel like they were really, really upping their game for what they were trying to offer moment to moment. And that's why I don't want to be too excited, because that's how you have a bad time, right? A little bit of pessimism goes a long way. It just feels like they're trying to elevate the game in a really meaningful way, especially in like the court of public opinion. So I feel like it's got to be something crazy at BlizzCon. I just can't imagine what it would be that would actually live up to the hype.
Did you see the reliquary time this season?
No, I haven't looked yet. Why? What day is it?
Well, get ready to disparage.
No. What? No, D. What is it?
Yeah, so the reliquary ends, and that usually means the next season starts 2 days after BlizzCon.
Yeah. 2 days out. So like when BlizzCon, 2 days after BlizzCon ends?
Yes. Like literally all the EU bros are gonna be stuck in an airplane or something.
Oh my god!
You're gonna be home.
You are. You're. Yeah, I'll be home sending you guys messages. Be like, don't worry. No. I'm on it. I'm on it. Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh, get wrecked. Finally, my video will get seen first. Yes. Oh yeah, I'm gonna beat Woody in one thing. Let's go, baby. This is great news for me. No, but okay. Huh. So we're going to see the PTR.
Yes.
Right after getting done with the PTR, y'all are going to be getting on a plane for all intents, but no, it would be a little bit sooner than that. Or a little bit earlier than that. Huh. That's very interesting. I don't know how I feel about that, actually. A little bit.
I don't know how to feel about
them,
either. But either way,
I would like for them to calm down a little bit.
What do you mean calm down?
So like, you know, especially because I cover multiple of their games, right? Like, I went expansion for Diablo 4, expansion for Diablo 2, new classes in both of them. I have to cover both classes, have to update max roll. New season for Diablo 2, like shadow drop. Then we walk into getting ready for the next season in the PTR for this game. And I'm expecting something big for D2R. Like, I have nothing to go off of other than it really feels like they're reinvesting in that. So like I'm expecting a big balance patch announcement any day, to be honest. And then it's gonna be like, okay, but I'm at BlizzCon. They're announcing the shadow drop in BlizzCon, whatever it ends up being. I get home, I'm playing the new season. Like, when do we sleep? When do I take a day and go get dinner? When do I do this? Oh my god. I'm getting uncomfortable just thinking about how little I'm going to sleep now.
Either way, all of this leads me to believe that there will be some big announcement at BlizzCon for D4, and it will be like live 3 days later.
Your pets now pick up the little collectibles for What's the thing that pets don't pick up right now? That's the announcement.
For the Overwatch collab. Yeah, Pog.
A Pog. Huge. We're doing a StarCraft. No, they've already done StarCraft, right? We've already done StarCraft. We've done
Yes.
Oh,
Soon they've done all the
more-
IPs. Candy Crush is next, guys.
No, we're gonna do like Lost Vikings. We're gonna go back in the Blizzard vault. Boys, the Vikings are back.
Wait, where's
Don't
the
even worry
where's the
about
Candy
this.
Crush collab? What?
Oh, from King? Oh, you're so right. We need Candy Crush. We need Gotcha 64 or whatever other games they made for mobile.
StarCraft
it's going-
shooter announcement. Holy.
No, it's going to be an Immortal collab. And what it is if you go into Immortal and you buy gems, you'll get gems in Diablo 4. So it's not pay to win in Diablo 4. It's pay to win in Diablo Immortal. You just
Okay.
win in Diablo 4 too.
Good
That's the
strat.
secret. Can't be mad. Don't you have phones? Hey, real quick. So I'm playing this build more, and I'm definitely running into like some issues here or there. It's already crushing 120, and I legit am missing something close to like 5x damage just from having uniques on my build that I don't currently have. This is actually pretty good. Blazing Scream might be good.
Nice.
What are you doing after Rogue? What's next up on the list?
I'll probably load up a Sork or a Barb. Or in the reverse order. So I've not really played those two classes that much since the expansion. I played them a bit on the PTR basically, but I didn't actually really like manage to make them like, you know, like a full playthrough in season 13 and stuff. So I'm kind of like lacking a lot of perspective there. I wanna close that gap. And I think especially Sork is kind of interesting right now. So I'll see.
What's going on with Sork? Bring me up to speed. I've only played Sork one time.
Well, for the past 3 years, we were shooting lightning bolts or lightning spears or all other kinds of lightning. And now, actually, we can do other stuff. So,
What?
yes,
Excuse me? But what about my light? I can still do lightning, right?
you can still do lightning, and it's still there. But it's not like egregiously OP compared to everything else. So that's kind of cool. So, we'll see.
I think this is heresy. I think you're describing a secret that should go unrealized. No, that's good, right? Like, I feel like Sork, if we want to talk about classes that have like consistently kind of gotten screwed, I feel like the Sork has been like the redheaded stepchild of the game for a very long time, but they're always one build that is overperforming, so they kind of like get ignored a bit.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. They have like one build that is OP every season, and usually it's like the same variation of the same builds, you know, like slightly altered from like the previous 3 seasons. And, you know, that's it. And there's like nothing else. That's like, that is really bad. Like the Sork build variety, in terms of like, okay, what are good performing builds, like, has been abysmal every season, basically. So, that is rough.
It is always so funny listening to Northy like describe Sork builds to us when we're trying to talk about tier lists and stuff. It's just like, I don't know, this is crackling, whatever. It's the same thing. It's all the same thing. I'm like, well, no, it's got like a completely different skill, right? He's like, it's all crackling. It's all the same thing. None of this matters. It's fine. It's B tier. We can move on. I'm like, okay, I believe you.
I like having North in our tier list meetings.
Northy is the best. Northy is high key one of my favorite people on the team. He is just like, obviously he's a very smart guy. He's very straightforward. He's like, doesn't get emotional ever. And he's just hilarious. He's like Doomer, but he doesn't care.
Casual Doomer, yeah.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, despairs. None of this will work. It's whatever. We're all playing Crackling. I'll see you next season. Like, okay, see you later, man.
But he will have tested every fucking thing on every single mechanic, on every single build that doesn't work.
Yeah, he'll just straight up be like, oh no, actually, literally none of these skills do damage. I'm like, how is that possible? He's like, I don't know. I'll see you next season. Like, it makes me think, I'm like, he's got to be wrong. And then I go look at it and I go, how is any of this supposed to work, actually? How is this possible?
D4 balancing right there. Yeah, if the things actually did what they said on the tooltip, most of the stuff would actually make some sense. But the problem is, like, half of it does not do what it says on the tooltip. And, well, that's the source of all problems that we have, I guess.
I mean, yeah. And there we go, and just solve that.
It's just solve that one little thing, you know? Make the tooltip say what it does. And you solve everything. You solve macro being burned out on season start. You solve, you know, Ava never seeing the light when he's stuck in a training dummy room for 7 weeks. You solve people cooking their own homebrew builds, trying to make it work somehow, but they can't figure out why it's not working. Well, it's because the game is just lying to you. Maybe you weren't that bad at making a build. Maybe, you know, it's the game. Sometimes you just have to say, it's not me, it's you, you know? Yeah, through the game.
Look, every once in a while, you just gotta be like, look, I promise you, this is strictly a you problem. This isn't me at all. That's why I have to end this.
Exactly, yeah.
I won't go too deep into it. I have gotten to say that in a relationship where it was valid, and I gotta tell you guys, it was real good. It felt real nice to do that.
It's not me, it's you. Yes.
I got to say something along the lines of like, you know, obviously people say like, no, you shouldn't change. This is me. Nah, dog. I think this is you, and I think you gotta work on that.
That's great.
All right, I think I finally got footage of the bug happening. Now I need to figure out why that's happening.
Guys, quick, exclamation mark raffle. In Macros chat.
Oh yeah, hey, yeah, come win the raffle. You guys want to win a premium battle pass? You want to steal it from my chat with the 2,000 y'all? Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, Woody.
What?
Actually, I don't... Oh, it is working.
It is working through the shared chat?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it is.
Guys, go get it. Yoink.
Hold on. Wait, Sato is here. Sato, did you come to my channel? No, because it's not working for everybody, but it's working for half of them.
What the fuck?
Sato, did you come to my channel or are you in Woody's channel? At me.
Okay, I think I have to launch a counter raffle. Yeah, we have to...
Oh, no. Okay, so that's what it is. Some of these people were in my chat and just hadn't done it yet, and now they're all coming over and following and taking it.
Easy.
Well, hey, welcome. Thank you very much for all the new follows. I'm glad that this needs to be purely transactional, and you know what? That's why I have the raffle going. I got you now. You're all mine.
Yoink.
Woody over here like, I'm gonna get me a premium battle pass. Hell yeah. Don't worry, I'm just gonna hold the raffle after we're done talking so all these people can't steal it from my viewers. That's the game plan. Get you to follow and give you nothing. That's the macrobiology way. All right, I have the build doing 125 now. I think this is a good build, Woody.
It's like push though, right?
No, this is like the all-rounder version of it, and like look at my character right now. I don't know if you want to pull up my stream real quick.
Yeah,
this
I'm looking.
Yeah, so it's like a defensive helmet, defensive armor, temerity pants, single GA, literally only temper GA, just weapon damage, not mythic, not even max roll on it. The rings I was using for a different build. This is not pushed at all. This is a good ring, but only kind of. but not pushed at all. 217 Paragon. Glyphs are 120 to 115. This is not even kind of pushed. My charms are good though. My charms are all +3 or +4 skill. And Diamond Mind, obviously. But so T12 farming.
Yeah, I gotta say that the easy access to Diamond Mine Seal this season definitely helps the Warlocks a lot, I think.
Oh, it feels so good on Warlock. It's so funny how many, like, you didn't realize how many sets we have that if you just put on 2 of them, you now do 3x damage. It's making me actually think run 3 set bonuses.
Well, if you can fit them, that could be interesting, yeah. I think there is
Yeah, you
definitely
can.
potential for something like that.
Yeah, because if you're like a demon form build and you're not Hellfire, this is a 3x multi. The other demon form is a 3x multi on its base, and Nameless is a 3x multi. So enjoy your 9x.
Yeah, and you
And
also get
you
triple
get 50
defense,
yards.
yeah. Like
Yeah,
you don't even
triple
need like any defensive aspects or something. It's got triple defense on your stats. It's kind of sick.
Hold on, Woody. We're theory crafting in real time. I need to get a #1 push and put 3 2-set bonuses in there and just ruin the meta. Also, yes, just real quick, everybody, thank you very much for coming over and following. I do appreciate that. Hope I'm able to entertain you whenever Woody manages to log off. If he ever does.
I'm gonna make a waffle and then give away the key again. Easy. Recycling.
Easy recycle.
Then I can join everyone to my channel. Get more followers. Double the follows, man. Easy. Yeah. This is
Double
why I do.
follows.
This is why I do a shared chat, guys.
I think amongst like people in this space, I think you definitely do like a really good job at making sure that other people get recognized and that you refer them when you're like, nah, dude, this person knows what they're talking about. Go ask them. So good job.
Yeah, I do that.
Good
for
job.
sure.
Good job being a good ambassador in the community.
Well, I think I could do a better job at that specifically. I think that the way that, with my style and my like how I stream and, for example, I know who are the people that know shit, but I don't know necessarily what they say and when they said it or something. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
I know what are the people that I can trust and, that I know are doing the due diligence, the proper testing and so on, right?
Yeah.
But, when it comes to the specifics, I don't always have the answer. If someone asks me, okay, like which is the best build of this thing, and maybe it's like a build that we don't even cover or whatever, then it's like, okay, I don't know, like, or this kind of stuff, right? Or, when they ask me like very specific build questions, like, okay, I haven't read every single updated season 14 guide on Exile, like, I don't know every single detail about why this thing changed or why was that build moved on the tier list, like, I don't always know all these things. It is just what it is, and, I just trust people to do their thing, and, yeah. But, when I don't know, then I say, okay, go. You have the guide from this guy right here. Go check it, right? And I know it's gonna be a good guide. So this is basically if I do my job well, then I know I can blindly refer at least anyone on Maxroll.
Yeah, for sure.
that is like the mark of me doing what I'm supposed to do, basically. Well,
Yeah.
I need to make sure that I can do this. Yeah, it's like for my own sake, but also it's actually my job. So
Yeah. At the end of the day. I'm very excited for going back to BlizzCon, considering, as far as I can tell, the last BlizzCon that we were at was supposedly not a particularly good BlizzCon, all things considered. So I'm wondering like how that energy is going to be different when, the people there are the most excited about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, apparently last BlizzCon was not great, but I enjoyed it. But it was my first BlizzCon, so maybe it's just,
Yeah, exactly. My first ever BlizzCon, got to do it for free. That's a big up, oddly enough. Pretty cool to get to do it for free, obviously. But, I mean, not to be too sentimental, but like we all grew up kids loving these games, and I never thought I would literally ever be able to afford to go to BlizzCon because I didn't have it like that growing up, and I'm a pretty, like, I like to save my money kind of person. And getting to go was obviously amazing, but just like getting to be a very excited fan about this thing that I've loved since a kid was pretty magical. And then to find out it wasn't the best one possible, I'm like, damn, I had a blast. I can't even imagine what it would be like if if everybody else is having a blast too. So that's why I'm the most excited.
ZDPS. We have ZDPS Pally in chat. What?
Love ZDPS Paladin. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for holding the meta down so that my class isn't the worst. Thank you so much.
Actually, I wonder what the group leaderboards will look like in like 2 weeks when the leaderboard closes. Because it's probably like the first time that people kind of take the group stuff seriously now.
Yeah, because there's rewards, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, the paladins are actually good for support. So they are like definitely, they have a spot, right? But the other 3 spots, like no fucking clue, man, right? And like other supports also don't really exist anymore. Like previously we had like double or triple support or some shit. And now we have paladin and that's it. And I don't think you're gonna see necessarily a second support in there. So it's gonna be like some triple DPS thing. But who knows?
Mm. Yeah, I can't even imagine. Like, I don't know. What if you just... Well, the funny thing about support, especially in the tower, is because it's so linear, you know, just putting 4 rogues in there and having them each go in a different direction doesn't do anything, right? Because there's not 4 different directions to go in.
Yeah, I could imagine maybe people will run like a support barbarian because they still have a bit of utility, and most importantly, they have the pulling with the chain, which is pretty nuts when you're like just optimized for that. Basically, you can go crazy, and you know, it's just you kind of just run ahead and make the pull or something, and you know, your team pulls up. I mean, I could see something like that maybe.
Mm. Yeah, just having the one ZDPS barb just for that thing. Like D3, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like in D3, and it's just like putting monsters together is pretty strong, yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely... So, I'm missing how free pulling monsters together was on Necro, playing on Warlock especially. But I feel like I don't have any room in my charms to really fit, like, what, Cry Rune in or whatever?
How about Sigil of Subversion?
Yeah, kinda. Right,
for pushing,
like
at least, it's kind of nice, I think. I think I have it in the push builds on,
nice,
on Lunatic, for example. Like, you just kind of like set up, do a Sigil of Subversion. It also gives you the Hex for Calamity aspect and so on. So I have like a nice combo there. That worked pretty well. I did that last season, and I got the rank 1 on Hardcore with Warlock with such a setup. It was kind of fun to play, actually.
I do like how silly it looks. Like, you just like run by stuff and they just get
yeah, they just disappear. Yeah, it's kind of weird. And then they pop up somewhere else. Like, and sometimes like you walk away from that sigil, and then like the trail still goes off somewhere, and then you engage a new pack, and boom, it's gone. Like, it just vanishes. Like, oops, it's now 4 screens behind me. Unlucky.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like great for pushing. It's terrible for speed farming.
Mm-hmm.
So you just have to like, I mean, you could swap out the variant, of course, but it's just like, it's just very, very funny to me, where it's just like, this thing is super awesome in a game mode I don't really want to be doing.
You got 155 conviction aura stacks. Ah, but that only works for you, not for the party, you know? I'm not sure if the support party can buff others with the conviction aura.
What's the likelihood that they end up at least reverting some of these things about uniques, or do you think we're locked in now?
I don't think we're locked in. I think in general, this season, like, you know, appears somewhat rushed. Like, not only because of the proximity of the dates to the expansion, but also, yeah, you know, it's a bit undercooked, I guess. And
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that includes the Mythic changes and the season theme and stuff we talked about. So I could definitely imagine they're going to do some other changes to Mythics again next season. It's going to feel different. Hey, the conviction hour does work for everyone, Sada. Damn.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's crazy, actually.
I'm a sicko, right? I just like when things are different, so I have new stuff to go look at. But the other flip side is, it would be cool if, like, I didn't have to completely reinvent my understanding of itemization again.
Yeah,
I have done
I
that,
think it's especially
what, 8
strange because
times?
yeah, we just had the expansion, and the expansion did change the unique system in a pretty significant way. And I feel like, I don't know, were there a lot of complaints like about how uniques worked with like the random stats last season? Like, was that like a huge problem like that needed immediate? Okay, we fix this one season later, and like, you know, one of the things you're gonna change is that, you know. So that seems kind of strange to me. I feel like the unique system was okay, at least. And now it's like different, but not really better, I think. So I don't know.
Yeah. It's I like being able to enchant on a unique, and I think that could have been the compromise already. I think being able to enchant like a single stat on the unique probably could have answered most questions, and they didn't have to like nuke the idea of interesting stats on them.
Yeah, I would actually like to see like interesting stats a bit more as well. Like, you know, stats that don't even exist otherwise, or like from different slots at least, or, you know, something that makes an item a bit special and gives like some identity and so on. I think there's definitely a lot of potential.
I remember, you know, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is good. I won't get too specific, but I remember like one of the first times it was like me, you, like one of those, and we were sitting down talking about like what kind of stats should temerity have, right? Like all the way back in the day. And I don't know, I felt like we got it in one. And temerity was like this like kind of perfect example of what a unique that does this should look like stat-wise. And I'm not sure why we've moved so far away from that. And it was like, oh yeah, like it's okay that temerity has these weird stats, but like, you know, one of them has to be good, like good enough to use, but then all the rest of them, yeah, be crazy with them. Like, give me potion refill, a lucky hit chance, and now I can make a drink potion all the time build or whatever. Like there was a lot of cool stuff that it could be. Whoa. Haha. I died in the pit, and I got sent back to the beginning of the previous level. I didn't know that could happen. I didn't know that was one of the options, guys.
The game always keeps you on your toes.
Oh yeah, I'll never know where I'm gonna show up. Very funny. I was fighting. You know that like the only pit boss that can kind of kill you. Well, actually, two of them can kind of kill you, but the one that's like a weird floating tentacle monster, and it does like all the cold attacks.
Viscous stuff, yeah.
Yeah. So this one, it killed me, and I respawned at the beginning of the level, and he teleported to me. But it was one of those levels where you have to climb down a ladder. So he just got stuck in the ladder, and I couldn't hit him, and he couldn't hit me. and then I ran back to where my corpse was, because that's where the stone was, and I was like, I don't know, maybe. And then he teleported back to me over there, and like
what?
That's
since when did he supposed to teleport? I have never seen that.
He just teleported to me. I don't know what to tell you, but he teleported me twice, and one of them got him stuck in a ladder like an idiot.
What the fuck? I've never seen a teleporting boss in this game. What do you mean he's teleporting to you?
Dude, it teleported me. I don't know what to tell you, Woody. I didn't make it happen.
That is insane.
But yeah, he teleports, and he can get stuck in terrain like an idiot, and then you can't hit him, and he can't hit you. So if you ever just wanted to hang out with one of the pit bosses, you know, get like a close-up selfie with them or whatever, that's how you do it.
What the fuck? I'm not saying they shouldn't teleport, but that is wild that they actually introduced this finally.
But they do teleport. That's it's just not normally what happens. Woody is a teleport denier. He's anti-teleport.
I believe it when I see it with my own eyes.
Next, we're going to find out Woody thinks the world is flat, because the only way it could work is if people could teleport. So I think there's a question that is at the top of everybody's mind when they think about you, the person, and kind of how you handle yourself in the real world. The guy just teleported me right now. It just happened. Hold on. Yeah, dude, I don't know. The pit boss just teleports to you, Woody, if you die. Oh, you never die, so you've never experienced this.
Oh, so it's only when you die.
Yeah, apparently they just teleport you if you die.
Oh. Okay, then I guess that makes sense. Interesting. So he doesn't regularly
But,
teleport when he's far away or something.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so here was the joke I was going to make. Can you explain to the people why you Europeans love Shake Shack so much?
It's hard to explain. It's like
What is it about Shake Shack that
it's like
makes you
love at
guys just
first
go
sight, you
"Ooh,
know?
gaga"?
Like, I don't know, they just make really good burgers. And somehow it exactly hits the taste of us EU folks, I guess. And yeah, it's just like, I mean, we have burgers here, and you know, there's plenty of really good and high quality burgers I can
Yeah, but you don't
order
have
right now.
American burgers. Your burgers are like normal sized and made out of cow.
Yes,
Ours are special. We got special burgers over here.
I think to really answer this question, we would have to get Chronix and Condas on this call.
You need to get them in here, the boys.
Yes. So they will be able to explain this much better than me. Like, there is something about it. That's what I can say.
Okay, so here, perfect. I just stopped getting volatility for whatever reason. I don't know what's up with that. But it's not consistent. I lost my 125 because of it. That's pretty cool.
Why do you use that aspect? Can't you do something
When
else?
is the pit only going to be 10 minutes?
How about 5?
That's my next big push. Make the pit 10 minutes, please.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that in 2026 the pit is still a 15-minute timer. After all this time. Like, it was 10 minutes when it originally came on the
That's
season
one of
for
my
PTR,
Lord
right?
favorite things. Like getting to hang out with you EU boys is getting to just have one of you point at something and go, "Why is that like that?" And I go, "I don't know, man, America. I don't know what to tell you. That's just what we do here."
Yeah, I think pit being longer than 10 minutes, it could even be shorter, but I know. You know, obviously we're talking from like a blaster perspective and so on, right? But the thing is, no one should ever do a 10-minute pit if they want to enjoy themselves, I feel, right? It's like, who does this serve? You know, what is the reason that this is an option? Like, the only thing that comes out of this is people getting debated by their own ambition, you know, going in, clearing like a 13.5 minute like pit. They unlock Torment 7, they go into Torment 7, and then they get absolutely blasted because they struggled for a 13-minute pit to unlock it. Of course they can't do shit, right? So what is the point? Like, who does that? Like, you know, why don't we just like, you know, you don't even have to like directly educate people that this is just not the way to play this game, right? You can literally just lower the timer and people will not fall into that trap, right? It's literally just that. And, you know, everyone who knows will never do a 13-minute pit run. So, I don't know. Oh, did he just, no, you didn't see that macro, right? We just got a bits donation. No, you don't see that. Wait, are you here? Where's macro? Did he drop? He dropped the call. Ah, shit. His internet ripped, he said. Okay, fine. Wait a little bit. Nope, I'm out. Yeah. Maybe he did it on purpose. Like, he dropped the, you know, opinion. Like, this is, why is that? And so on. And then he bailed, just to, like, watch us from the shadows. F. It was fun while it lasted. 07 macro. The boss teleported. Detonated patch. Oof. The boss got him. That was a strong one. Killed the internet too. Dude, we're getting so many of these. My stash is filling up so fast. It's a 3-to-1. It is this long just for the ladder. What ladder? Like, the thing is that, you know, like, 50-minute pit run, the game is just not made for 50-minute runs. Or even 10-minute runs, you know? It's so slow-paced and such a slog, and basically no one enjoys that. You know, and even all the people that are, you know, pushing enthusiasts say the timer should be faster. You know, at least this is like all the people that I see. Like, whenever we talk about a timer or anything like that, no one says that the current timer is good, and it certainly shouldn't be that long. Like, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I'm a big pushing enjoyer in D3, but I have just accepted that pushing in D4 will never be as good as in D3. And the game is just made differently. And it is what it is, you know, it's just like not the game for that combat and for that sort of system. Still 90% gold still exists. It was nerfed to 85% now. So it's not really worth doing, I think. Get an Eyes in the Dark with Blade Shift and Shadow Resistance, man. Oof. I think I discounted his letters already as well. If you run a pit in under 5 minutes with Korn's Haste Node active, you get 2 glyph upgrades for free. And you think they don't have the ability to change Korn's Haste to something that would fit a different system? Like, what is the point?
Hey, yo.
You just change the number on this thing, and that's it, you know? Say +1 glyph upgrade for every 1 minute left. Boom. Yo.
Yo, I don't even know what just happened. Legit, whole house just lost internet, and then it was just back. So kudos to whoever's out there jumping on the line.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just like talking about, you know, you drop your opinion and then let us go off, and then you leave watching us with popcorn or something.
No, it was, yeah, that's just it. It's like I asked the question, you didn't respond immediately. You also didn't do your kind of telltale little chuckle, and
Oh, yeah, goodbye. Wait, did you lag out again? Hello? He's gone, guys. Oh.
No, no, I'm not gone. That's not possible. No, really? You can't hear me?
I hear you. Now I hear you.
Okay, all
But
right.
you were cut out for a second again.
All right. So like we've had some storms in the area recently. I don't know if they had to like work on a line. So if I just drop again, we'll, you know, whatever. That's fine.
I'm not Vazding. And builds cooking. I mean, first we're gonna do like the full progression.
But I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm done streaming. Time to go heat up pizza. So now I need to go get my pizza. Right back.
Oh, actually, like shutting down your stream now? Or, like, you're not putting it up again?
No. So I dropped internet and I went and looked and it was just like not reconnecting through the modem. I was like, okay, I guess stream's done. Let me eat. I haven't eaten in a bit. So I put in some food and then we saw the internet. Like I got my, like I reconnected to Wi-Fi and I was like, oh shit, my stream's probably still up.
Did it actually save it?
It saved, yeah.
Oh, wait, you're still in the chat as well, right? We do have it? Oh, no, I see my own chat only, right? Are we shared chat still, guys? Any macro buyer boy enjoyers in chat or something? Uh-huh. Hello. We're back, guys. We're still back. Oh.
We're doing a sauna with Thor? What's happening?
Wait, so did you see the notification and the bits?
Yeah.
Okay, there was a one before that. Did you see that? This was
no,
right when
hold
it
on.
dropped, I think.
No. Yeah, it cut out. And then the last thing I saw was Macro teleported out of the call. That's where I cut back in.
Okay, so I just linked it in Discord. I can read it out as well if you want.
Yeah, I need to eat this pizza, so please entertain me in my chat for a bit.
Alright, so we got some bits earlier from Foreign Avengers, who's keeping us updated about his sauna adventures and relationship status, usually bi-weekly. And he said, "Hey, wudijo, who is the guy on Voice of You? He reminds me of the guy who stole my first kiss in high school. Does he enjoy going to the sauna?"
Okay. Based. Yeah, I'm sorry for stealing.
And now we got a follow-up. Ask him if he would like to join me sometime for a sauna trip. We can grab a sausage pizza after that and talk about D4. So, what's your answer?
Sausage pizza sounds very specific and a little bit like an innuendo. But you know what? Hey. Well, hold on. Thorin, you sexy? You hot? You good looking? That's the only time I'm going to eat sausage pizza with you.
Woody W.
I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure. What brings you to the ancient isles?
Pizza's pizza. Free sauna and pizza. You know, you can do worse.
Man, you're making me hungry now. I think I need to check if you have anything. So you got this. I'm gonna be a beer.
No, I'm eating. All right.
Yeah, but you can talk, no?
Right. Yeah, I can. I just have to hold down the button. What's up? Well, how we doing, chat? All right, everybody. I need Wudijo's chat to chime in. Is he gone? Woody, can you hear me? All right, great. Thorin said, I'm a solid 6 on a good day and a rainy day, 7 in bed. Hey, man, same. You know what? I think we can make this work. All right, Woody's gone. Chat, what is the thing that Woody does that makes you guys like groan or get angry the most? Like, what's the thing that he says consistently where you're just like, Woody, you're crazy, you're so out of touch? D4 is good is crazy. Log in the grand scheme of things. I love the way Woody talks. CCD, like church? CCD, thank you for the bits. You ask, is the Warlock really immortal? You heard something like that in the last YouTube video. It is truly immortal. The only thing that's going to kill you are like the phase 3 one-shots on Mephisto, like the big hand clap. But you can drop 5 Tortured Wretches on top of phase 1 and phase 2 Mephisto and not move and not take damage. Hi, everyone. He says hello. Woody says hello. Madge. I think you guys are just saying Woodyisms, and I think that's the best part. Too often, I think that and obviously y'all are being cute, right? Like I'm not taking you this seriously, but I think so often people will say fun or interesting things, and then you have like the pedantry police who come in and they're like, actually, that's not correct. This is from ancient Greco-Roman. It's just like, why do you want to take whimsy out of the world? You sound downright bland. It's just fun when people talk fun. Sometimes lucky after he gets a literal perfect item. Woody, it's very funny. It's easy to say like, well, Woody gets like super lucky, but also on day 3 he has 200 hours played in the season. Oh, here's an interesting question. Of the people who are here from Woody's chat, how many of you is the first time you've ever even heard that I was a person who existed? You're not going to hurt my feelings. I know the answer. I love this. This is exactly what I was thinking. Although I will say more of you know who I am than I was expecting. All right. Here's the final question. Again, you're not going to upset me. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I've said some stuff. I've said some opinions. How many of them do you think are completely unhinged? Like, have I said anything yet while chit-chatting with Woody? We're just like, this guy doesn't fucking understand video games. this guy hates me having fun. Thorin's turning 29. Homie, I'm a fresh level 35 character. 85% based? I will take 85% based. I'll take that. All right. Now, chat. Here's the real question. Is D4 good or is D4 bad? You can say D4 mid. It can be in the middle. All right, last question that can be polarizing. For the people who play Diablo 4 and for the people who play Path of Exile or Path of Exile 2, which one would you say you play for more hours per season? Obviously, PoE 2, we're not in seasons, but there are seasons, and it is like per patch, right? Which one do you play more hours of in the season? I'm a big proponent of both games are good for very different reasons. And also, both games have a lot of room to grow. I think my most fun I've started having with PoE 2 was when they finally added Abyss crafting, like the Abyssal League. Was when all of a sudden I, as somebody who mostly played Solo Self-Found without trading, felt like I could do any crafting that actually mattered at all and could actually get my foot in the door as somebody who only has like a few hundred hours in the franchise across both games. I finally felt like I was making decisions and they kind of mattered. I haven't been able to play 0.5 yet. One of the things that I really enjoyed about kind of the balance in the genre is that I do think with the expansion of Diablo 4, the game finally had enough of the things that it should have had to offer that now we had to start basing the merits of Diablo 4 off of what it was like legitimately delivering on, as opposed to this kind of waiting game of like, when will it be a full game? Which I do think has had some merit for a while.
Yo, I'm back, by the way.
You're back? All right. We're discussing the idea that both PoE and Diablo 4 can exist simultaneously. Also, your
Crazy.
chat thinks I'm 95% cracked on my opinions, which I think is actually doing pretty good. Because like only zealots watch me every day and can agree with me. So I think we're doing pretty good.
Okay, progress, I guess.
We're making progress. Look, I know I'm crazy, but there's some crazies out there who want to come hang with me. I just need to find them. Now I have to figure out how to reconnect to YouTube stream. What is she doing over there?
Someone says we need the PoE stash in D4. But I think
Do you want to pay for it?
Sorry?
Do they want to pay for it? Because I think that's the only way you get there.
I guess so. I mean, if you're talking about PoE stash, that means you have to pay for it. But I think way more funny would be the opposite. Why don't we put a D4 stash in the PoE 2 and just see the spectacle?
Oh my god, yeah.
That would be great. I would pay for that too, actually.
People would lose it, Woody. It's so here's the thing though, right? Here's the thing, and it's kind of interesting, right? I think there's a lot of people, and I think it's valid either way. Adults can spend their money however they want. I don't care. I legitimately could not care less about how adults spend their money. But I do think that the stash issues in Diablo 4 have now occurred for so long that people are like, you know what, screw it, I would pay for stashes. But we, rightfully so, demanded that they never make us pay for power in this game because of what Immortal did and like the Live Immortal, right?
So this game is just eternally brandished with the Immortal stamp, and we cannot give people stashes for money.
Kind of, right? I mean, this game is currently branded with the Diablo 3 real money auction house stain, and that shit happened 20 years ago and people need to move on, but that's my hot take. But like, kind of, right? It must be that stashes cost a lot of money because you either pay for them or you don't get them, is kind of how the genre works.
Well, in last Epoch, there's a pretty incredible stash system, and there is like even like that doesn't even exist in the other games, but there's like a character found mode, so you can literally restart every character like multiple times per season with like a fresh stash and fresh everything. And
so
last Epoch is certainly not making a lot of money from their stash of from anything really, and they seem to be fine. So
well, fine is crazy. So the thing that I was going to say, people are like, well, no, last Epoch, they can do it. Isn't that the studio that had to get bought out because they couldn't afford to run their studio? And now, like, a hedge fund capitalist group is a little bit ruining it? No, seriously, like, I'm not, this is not slander. I like last Epoch a lot, but, like, is that not also true?
yeah, I mean, they were definitely bleeding money. But I think this has not much to do with the stash. That's what I'm saying, you know? there are
Sure, but
there are plenty of
what
other
I'm
reasons.
saying is, what there's plenty of reasons, but like maybe it is a death by 1,000 cuts, right? Like they go, okay, so here's the thing. People don't like Diablo because you don't get enough of this stuff. People don't necessarily like buying a bunch of tabs in PoE because they feel like it's not actually free to play. Here's how we'll differentiate ourselves. You'll get it and you won't have to pay for it. Then immediately had to get bought out by another company because they couldn't afford to like keep the doors open, is my understanding. So maybe there is a kernel of truth there where it's like, this apparently is a problem, and that's why you either pay for it or don't get it. So that's my...
Hmm.
I'm not saying that's true. I'm asking the question, is there something there? Because if it was such an easy fix, it seems like they would... there isn't some overlord out there that is like, let the peasants want their tabs, right? Like it's just purely a money decision at the end of the day.
Maybe it's just bad priorities.
It could be, and by the way, because
you can't just explain everything with money. You know, there is infinite money in Blizzard Entertainment for anything you want, right? So it's not really a money problem.
It's a profitability problem. So like, does Microsoft have infinite money? Yes. Would they like to keep as much of it as possible? Also, yes, that's how they make money, right? I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's valid. I'm not saying it's okay that they do that way. I'm not defending it. I'm asking the question, is that ultimately the reason?
Okay, I can see that, of course. You know, it's a business. And the thing is that I don't really see how developing a better stash system can cost that much that it wouldn't be profitable to do this. You know, I feel like people would be so exhilarated about a better stash system. Like, how can this not be a high priority in terms of profit?
So exactly, right? It doesn't logically make any sense. Everybody here would love this thing. People are even willing to pay for this thing. It seems like such an easy win. And we don't get it. So it can just be there's no reason and they're just wrong about not prioritizing it. Or I would argue more logically, there is some reason because it seems so obvious that, like, of course this is a win. Hell yeah, brother. The next expansion could be no new class. You get one more outdoor area, 10 new stash tabs. And I think it would be one of their highest selling expansions ever. But for some reason they don't. So like, what is it? Is it like a super legacy system where like actually each item is like way too much data than you would expect it to be? I don't know. That's all I'm saying. I think it's very easy to say like, oh no, actually just stupid and bad. I think greedy is the more logical answer. But it just seems so obvious to me. That's like, it's got to be something. I must be missing something because it's insanity. You know, there's like a we call them like bean counters, right? Like a bean pusher somewhere. That's like, well, actually, the server cost increase per month would be 2.3%, and that shows net loss in return, and as such, we don't have it in the budget. And that person's like literally never played a video game, right? It's just some MBA out there, you know, working for Microsoft trying to make a name for themselves.
How does such a person get to make decisions about video games?
Capitalism is at the root of all evil in this world, and I think you should get ready to join the revolution, Woody.
Does that mean we're gonna get stashes? Stashes for the people, guys.
Eventually,
rise up.
Worker, reclaim your rights to stashes, the means of your own item hoarding.
Reclaim the means to storing items, guys.
Is a man not warranted the sweat of its own item hoarding? I'm an average Redditor. No, I fucking hate Reddit. I hate Reddit and most people on it. I have continuous derision for Reddit. Gets me in trouble a lot.
What are they even doing
but
there?
I am anti-capitalist, but yeah, that's a whole other story.
What are you even doing on Reddit? Why are you going there?
I go there to answer questions for people. So Woody, when you are not infinitely famous, you have to make a name for yourself. I don't know if you remember that, but I have to go out there and talk to people so that they know who I am.
And you think Reddit is the place?
I do it across a lot of different forums. I also try to not watch short form content as much because it's bad for my attention. And this helps me I get bored very quickly. That's actually why reading books is such a good hobby. You get bored of it very quickly, so you'll get up and leave the bathroom. So like, I go on Reddit. I make sure nobody has tagged me. I try to answer a few like noob questions. I put a few heart reacts when somebody tags me, and then I leave.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I used to be on Reddit on D3 a long time ago.
Yeah, back when you were a normal human and you had to prove that you were good at Rogue or at Demon Hunter. I get it.
Yeah, kind of.
It's one of the ways that I can use to try to gain some insight on like what kind of the average person is just talking about at any given moment. Not whether or not I agree with it, but just to see what is bubbling up. Like, am I crazy, or has other people experienced this problem? And it just helps me to keep my ear to like what the average player is doing, what they are talking about, and where, you know, if you do see like a comment, if you do see a critique, or if you see an opinion, where it might be coming from.
Yeah, fair. Okay.
I used to like much more often like post like full guides to, especially like the necro portion of the subreddit. I don't do that so much anymore. I'm not trying to like self-promote and bog people down with that kind of stuff, but it was a nice way to like at least get my videos out there.
Yeah, I can't say I've used Reddit much in like at least the last half decade. I'm not really sure how it is these days. Like, you know, what's the vibe? Basically.
Oh, just a cesspit. It is unhinged in there. That also is part of it. It is just like fun. you see somebody post a thing and it's in all caps and it's like, they kicked my dog. I hate these devs. And I'm like, damn, dude, this guy's having a moment. This guy is having a bad time and wants everybody to know about it.
Oof.
Actually, a very heartwarming thing happened on the Diablo 2 subreddit recently. Somebody posted like a pretty low effort meme about the stat energy not being really worthwhile in the Diablo 2 subreddit, and like a weird power tripping mod like banned them from the Reddit because they like got rid of the meme. And he's like, hey, I kind of want to appeal this, and like I was like, suck shit and die. So the entire subreddit for like the next 3 days just kept reposting the meme and like hiding it behind other images and stuff. And finally, like the head mod for the subreddit came down and said, hey, we kicked that mod, we're looking for more mods, and we want to readdress the you know, the rules in the subreddit. So it was a really cool place to see like true like democracy win and for like a community to come together.
That sounds kind of nice, actually. I guess it's nice that these things also happen. It gives you some faith.
Yeah. No, I mean, unironically, I was just like, wow, you know, maybe we can make it. Who knows? Mephisto fight. Just because I saw somebody ask a question about it. I really, really like the Mephisto fight, especially at like different points in your progression. But I think kind of like the Lilith fight, a few too many of the mechanics aren't necessarily respectful of the expectations that the game has set. How do you feel about the fight as a whole? Like when you first do it on T10, when you eventually do it on T12, what's your read on it?
I mean, usually, yeah, okay, there's like this one time on T10 where I do like the season journey thing, right? And then usually I only do T12 after that. And I like the fight as well. I think it's a pretty good fight. It's not like, you know, something that is like undoable even on like a weaker build. You know, if you learn the fight, you can do it on like a kind of shitty builds even. And it's also like easier to learn than like old Lilith, for example, I think. So
yeah, I think for sure.
But it's a cool fight, and I think it gives a good closing as well. Like in terms of like, okay, we know Mephisto is badass and stuff like that, right? Like you definitely get that idea. Like, oh no, maybe it has to
the
do
actual
with the
like
story.
like in lore what the fight represents, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I kind of like it. I think it's pretty good done. Pretty well done.
I really enjoy the fight. I do like the mechanics. I spent, especially because we're doing this, right? Like this race, I normally don't try to like do the T12 Mephisto fight that early, like day 2. So I was like a little bit underpowered for it. And that was very frustrating, right? Because I felt like too many of the things where if I get clipped, I'm dead. And there's not a lot I can do about that. So I still feel like, I don't know, like the weird laser beams that he shoots out, right, in phase 2, I feel like their hitbox is way too big. The weird little spermies that he shoots out at you, I feel like sometimes just somehow get ahead of you, even when they shouldn't. But when the fight doesn't feel unfair, I think it's just very well done.
Yeah.
I also think, like, kind of like you said, they did a really good job on the payoff of it. Like, you feel like Mephisto is just stronger and better than you. You're just like, oh, shit, maybe, hey, hear me out. Maybe fighting a primeval is dangerous. Maybe I should have known about that. I think there was very easy for them to have dropped the ball, and I'm not sure that they did. I think they did it pretty well. And then in retrospect, it kind of makes the dog fight kind of feel like hot garbage in comparison. I really like the dog fight when we first got it. I didn't like doing him as like a lair boss, but I like doing it in the campaign. But this one, I don't know. I like doing it in the campaign. I like doing it at the end game. I like feeling challenged by it. It's another place where I just kind of completely changed my build just to try to like net some additional bonus. On the minion build, I just slotted in Profane Sentinel. I just kind of like splashed in that DPS to automate some of it while I was more so worrying about like survivability and moving out of the way of mechanics. And I felt very smart in that moment. It's like, oh, I can do something off meta here to make this easier for me in this moment.
Yeah. I mean, that's also the beauty of having like, these weird different content types, even if you don't do them often, right? Like the bossing, like, you know, doing like a hard boss and like suddenly like some other ability is like so much better in that scenario or something.
Yeah.
Like we talked about Sigil Subversion earlier for push and stuff like that. And it's also nice that these things exist and they kind of give like some dynamics to some of these things.
Yeah. Yeah, in a desert that is like a moment-to-moment difference between two people making the same build, it's cool to have these different ways of expressing both like expertise and knowledge and ingenuity. That's actually what I like so much about the Warlock and what I think most people bounce off of. I feel like you have to have a lot of ingenuity to make some of these builds work. And that ingenuity comes from sitting in the training dummy room and working on it for 50 hours to figure out an interaction.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine that sometimes there's like some weird complicated interactions, but it's not fine that like half of the stuff just doesn't do what it says, right? So
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
If I could just like look at the tooltip and, you know, expect it to do that, then that would be great. And I think this would help a lot with like people just like kind of enjoying making their own builds and so on. But you know, it's kind of like a funny thing. Like I talked about this the other day. It's like I find it easier and more straightforward to make a build in PoE 2 than find it in D4. You know, which is ironic, right?
I mean, yeah, sometimes.
But it's true because in PoE, like I look at the stuff and I know what I get. And okay, there's also bugs and everything, right? But you know, it's like not even the same universe, right? And here, like I look at the stuff and okay, I can piece it together, I can map it out, but you know, 70% of that will not work the way it says, you know? It's
Yeah.
it's like, holy fuck, you know? Like, it's actually so much more effort to make a build in D4. Like, on like the, let's say the high-end level, right? Like, okay, like you can load up D4, and the build can be a complete dog shit and unoptimized and bugged to hell in a bad way, and you're still gonna be okay, most likely, if you play it casually, right? Where, you know, maybe for on the casual end, it's probably harder to make like a PoE 2 build. But I feel like when I try to like, it's just like theory craft a build and like find the optimal choices and stuff, I have a way easier time in PoE than in D4. So, I don't know. It's like, it's kind of like, it's more like, you know, you just grow in, like in PoE, it's like you grow into it. I feel like they did a pretty good job as like you progress, you try out stuff, and then at some point you kind of have your setup locked in, and this is just your build, and then you can still like min-max in like late game with crazy stuff and uniques and whatever if you want. But I feel like in D4 this is like always so all over the place basically. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, how many, you know, even me just recently, I was like, hey, by the way, like, you know, like this is happening with like these sets, right? And you're like, wait, what's the problem? I was like, oh yeah, if you don't have the 5-piece bonus, all the stacks just fall off. And it's like, how? how is that how that works? I think you're definitely right. I will say, I mean, at least in PoE 2, where I have more of my hours with the game, like I didn't play so much PoE 1. Not that I dislike it, I just didn't, you know, it never really clicked with me for a while. You know, it took me a long time to figure out armor didn't do anything. Now, I assume armor has been fixed at this point. Does armor actually work in PoE 2?
Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
Okay. You know, and that's, you know, that's unfair, right? It's like, they have made it abundantly clear, like, hey, very much.
I mean, it was working as intended. The intent was just wrong. So
the intent was just insane. They're like, what if it sucked intentionally?
that was the problem.
It's like,
so it was not
that's
bugged.
An interesting. Not bugged. Just bad idea. Okay, first idea, worst idea. Sure. I think to do very cool things in Path of Exile does require a lot more thought than
yeah,
D4,
okay.
though.
There's definitely some, you know, crazy interactions that kind of pop up, and you know that also surprise me sometimes when I look at what other builds look like and so on, right? So there's like more surprises and more craziness and so on. Like the potential of doing like weird shit is definitely way bigger. But in terms of just like playing the game and like, you know, making like a I don't know, like a capable build or something, right? I feel like in PoE it just kind of like very naturally clicks. And in D4, you always have to go through some hoops and stuff like that.
Yeah, you kind of don't know moment to moment whether or not the thing that you're looking at is going to do anything. That's definitely a problem. It's a little bit why I have any presence at all. I like to call that job security for me, which is not great, but yeah. You're not wrong. Actually, so my only pushback on it is that that's just not always true, but in all the circumstances where it is true, it's kind of the most frustrating way it could work. And that's like, that happens too often.
Oof.
Like, I'll be over here and I'll be like, oh, so what's Barbarian doing? And it's just like, oh, he's just infinitely unkillable, infinitely spinning. It doesn't even matter which ones you clicked. It's just whichever one you click. And it's like, oh, okay. So what's going on with Necro? It's like, well, if you don't reassign the skill every 2 seconds, you lose the aura damage. And then that means that you can't do this. And I'm like, wow, okay, all right. Well, huh. That doesn't seem fair.
Who said it was supposed to be fair?
Yeah, I guess. I guess in my heart of hearts, again, the optimist. The optimist is like, oh, we're working towards like a fair utopia. We just have to get there.
Mainlanders, what do you see?
Oof.
Oof. Oof, indeed. How do you feel about the fact that when you run a pit, all the monsters are still alive when you summon the boss? How's that work for you? Do you think this is interesting in player skill, or does it just piss you off every time it happens in a bad situation?
I think that maybe they had the idea, hey, what if we put some stuff in the pit and it's actually worthwhile to continue on until the very end to find the cool secret that no one has ever found because no one ever went past the glyph upgrade.
Right.
I don't know, maybe there's something there and we don't know, and there's like, you know, goblins every floor, who knows. No one ever explored it. But either way, if there is a reason to do this, like ever, compared to starting a new pit run, I would say sure, but I don't see that reason right now, so it's kind of weird.
Well, I don't know if you've ever done it. After you complete a pit, if you go to the next floor, and maybe, I don't know. I just remember going like, oh shit, like you can just have random goblin floors. Why am I not checking just like real quick? And I think I got to the end and it didn't spawn any new floors because I had completed it.
Wait, it was just like an exit and there was no other floor out?
That was what happened. And the only thing I can't remember, because there's no way I went like 4 floors, right? There's no way you would take that long to complete a pit. It let you get to the 5th pit. Okay. Okay, so it still happens. I could have sworn I legit like tried to get to the next floor and nothing happened. But I guess there's like a non-0% chance I had already reached the final one. Is it still, did Europe get hit with the same heat wave as we did here, or no?
I mean, Europe had a huge heat wave. I'm not sure what you guys had, but Europe was really bad. But here, where I live, it was okay.
Okay. Yeah,
It's
it
still
was like,
very hot.
it's been close to like 100 degrees here every day, which is like, I don't know, is that like 40 degrees over there for you, or is that insane to say? Maybe it's 38 degrees? Whichever number is, you shouldn't be outside for like more than a few minutes.
Okay, this is 38. 100 is 38.
Yeah. So it's been that, or close to that, for like the past week.
Okay, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, here where I was, it's like maybe like 5 less or so. So it's kind of okay. We're chilling.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Germany got a new heat record of all time or something. I heard. Number go up, guys.
Congratulations, Germany.
Yeah, GG.
May you find your way.
Always chasing the next rank 1. The record was broken 3 times in 1 week in different parts of Germany. Oh boy. That's kind of wild, actually.
This should be interesting.
Huh. I have found a new bug.
Oh.
I went from doing 2 trillion damage on crits to doing 23 billion damage. And I've just been attacking for 2 minutes. Uh-oh. Something bad has happened. I don't know what it is.
Unfortunate.
Oh, my sets aren't working.
All of them.
Just both of them. Just both of them are not working. Hold on. Woody, what are some fun rogue bugs that you've run into? Or is just everything working?
Definitely not everything is working. I mean, Ava is definitely the candidate to explain more of these if you want to get him on the call. But there's plenty of hilarious stuff, including like, you know, an entire set that just was not functional for the entirety of last season. That is now semi-functional, but turns out not enough. So that's kind of cool. So we have that.
Oh, maybe you can help me to understand. Last season, what was it that made the rogues do 30-second 150s?
I don't know all the details about it, but there was a bug of like the shadows just randomly one-shotting anything. I think it had to do with like where they spawn. So if they spawn inside the enemy, they just kill that enemy or something, I heard. I'm not sure that's actually how it worked, but stuff like that. And then there was also another bug early on where like spawning and like basically a despawning shadow would then count as progression. But that was actually fixed at some point, I think. But yeah, basically people would just stand at the entrance of the pit, and they're kind of like how the Hydra was at some point in the AOZ or something. People would just like spawn Hydras and that's it. Yeah, so you could do this with the shadows. Yeah, there was some stuff like that. There was also apparently some death trap bug that I only heard about after the season, basically. So people were concerned that death trap would be one-shotting 150s and it's bugged and stuff, but that never materialized. So I guess we're fine. I'm not even sure what was wrong with that. If that was even wrong, I don't know. But yeah, it does that. Yeah, fun stuff for sure.
And then the most important question. If and when we get the new expansion, and if and when there is a new class in it, how much do you not want it to be Witch Doctor and why?
That's a tough question. So, if you ask me, I would like to play Witch Doctor in Diablo 4, actually. Which is kind of ironic, because it's like such an opposite of the Demon Hunter in D3. And in fact, it's like the class I played by far the least, until very, very late, like literally 10 years in. But then I became a big Witch Doctor enjoyer. I think I actually never made a Witch Doctor until even the expansion, like some seasons in or something like that. So, yeah, but these days I actually like Witch Doctor a lot. But I don't want it in this game because I think it would be hugely unpopular. And, you know, it was left out of Diablo Immortal for, well, I guess some good reason and some not so good reason. But, I think it should be Witch Doctor. I think the game would suit Witch Doctor really well, but I think the stigma is too large.
Yeah.
Like it's burned ground, basically. You can't do it.
All right, I think I figured out the bug. I just have to report it real quick.
Let us know.
Yeah, so it's the Flesh of the Abaddon's Flesh set, right? The one that I kind of already told you about. The it says while you're in demon form, you get these hunger stacks. After you kill an enemy or you hit an elite, they get turned into demonic strength. Okay, cool. So as long as you're hitting all the time, you're never taking this extra damage. The issue was when you moved between pit tiers, this would drop off. Because when you move between pit tiers, it kind of unloads your character for a hot second and then reloads them. And because of that, you were considered to have dropped demon form. Because you drop demon form, you can't have these stacks. So it reset them. The thing, though, is that because the 5-set bonus actually continues to look at your stacks after you leave demon form, this was supposed to fix that. Or rather, it wasn't supposed to happen even if you drop demon form. But in the middle of combat, I am randomly dropping these stacks and then they're not coming back. So now I just have to find the point in my pit run where they dropped off and I felt like I wasn't doing any damage, and then see when they came back and try to figure out what is triggering that. And then I can get that sent off to the dev.
And you think you have a chance of finding out what is the trigger?
I do, because just like you're very good at intuiting the things, I'm very good at looking at them at 25% playback speed and trying to figure out what triggers are. You know, we all have our strengths. Somebody said I'm doing free work. I am. That being said, this is kind of my job. Unironically, right? Like, this is why anybody would watch my content ever, because I sit here doing this stupid shit.
Oh my god, man. So close. Need to place the decks with more decks.
We'll figure it out. I want the class I wanted them to add, which I thought Nayrel was pointing at super hard, hence why I thought we were going to get it, was some kind of like Herodric Artificer. So like kind of like the assassin from Diablo 2, right, where you kind of like set up these little mechanical traps, but it does like Herodrum magic. So it's, you know, big bubbles and energy shields and whatever. And that's what I thought a new class would look like in the game because of who Nayrel was. And then they just went, nope, Paladin Warlock, hear me out. Which, obviously, you know, like, I'm very excited everybody finally got their Paladin. Me, a known and long-standing Paladin hater. I hate the Paladin. Shoutouts to my Paladin fans out there. But I at least got my Warlock, so I was pretty happy.
I like the Paragon. I think that's pretty well done.
I think the Paladin in this game is very well done. I was very impressed when we first saw it. I was very impressed, you know, like, getting to test it out and stuff, and I remember, like, one of the first things I said to the devs was just, like, do you understand that, like, nobody's going to play a different class? And that was true for that one season. Now, Paladin enjoyers are a little bit in shambles.
Yeah, how did we get here?
It turns out if your class is fully buoyed by scaling off armor from a system where you're going to now get, like, 10x the armor you previously did, and you fix that, you have a much weaker class. Who would have guessed?
Oh, how do I do this? I need stash space, but I have no attune dust at all. I'm just completely stuck.
I did enjoy testing the Paladin when we were just figuring out, like, the aura scaled with attack speed for no discernible reason. The like the Paragon node scaled with attack speed beyond the cap and stuff like that. That was some of the more interesting testing I've done. Like
Yeah.
just staring at the damage I was doing and going, I'm doing 2.4%. I'm doing 2.4x my damage. I have nothing on my character that says that. There is no reason for me to be doing this much more damage. How is this possible? Are you into chess at all? Have I asked you this?
Chess.
Yeah, chess, sir.
No, I'm not.
The gentleman's game.
Guess I'm not a gentleman. It's fine.
I mean, yeah. No shade, but I'm just saying you should get into chess. We should have a big max roll chess tournament.
Holy.
It's fun, dude. It's fun learning all the little patterns and all the little traps and like tactics and stuff.
I understand, but I don't think I would find it very exciting myself.
Not a big chess guy. Woody does one thing and it's spin to win. I get it.
I'm not spinning, actually.
You're not doing Dancenize? Oh no, you're doing some kind of bow something, right?
Yeah, I'm playing pen shot right now. Very fun.
What makes the arrows like half the size of the screen shoot the entire length of the screen and bounce? What build is that?
Yeah, so one of the upgrades makes it wider. Then you have like the shadow clones shooting them as well. And then they bounce on the eagle horn. And then the poison imbue also makes them even larger because of the glow or something. So that's why it looks so crazy. And it's amazing. I'm here for it.
It looks like a lot of fun.
You should try it.
No, I'm busy, dude.
With what?
I'm very excited. I'm now 2 for 2 of the theory craft I came up with. The Warlock just works 100% the way that I built it. Even with like all the new changes and everything. So I'm actually pretty happy with that. I'm like pretty ahead of schedule for testing.
Nice.
Ooh, 10 trillion. Let's go, baby. We're getting there. Oh, I get, yeah, like what's like your top damage output on that kind of build?
I mean, I don't play with the numbers. But this is a very good build. So if I go in, I can probably do like 120 in 4 minutes or so at this point.
Hmm. Yeah, if I could figure out how to stop this bug from triggering, I'm pretty consistently doing this 125 in about 8 minutes. I just haven't hit the boss without the bug happening. So try to figure it out. But I think I could probably do a 120 in like 4 minutes if I drop down 5 tiers.
Okay.
mainland. What brings you?
Greetings. Hello.
Do you think the mythic crafting makes a lot more sense if you take the item you actually have and it turns into a mythic versus this like completely random version?
Yes.
Greetings.
I think more
Right.
importantly, it should just be the same item upgraded. You know, this is basically what it means, I think, when you look at upgrade to mythic. And it's kind of weird that
Yeah.
it's not working this way. And I think they should just like raise the cost or something, and it's like this one thing you work towards, and then you know, okay, there's something, you know, right, that you can go for. I think that would be more interesting.
Yeah, when I found out it was just completely random, my first thought was, what happened to like the item journey? Like why have we heard that explained so many times as like the ideal, but then very rarely do we get to like see that be the practice? I feel like they did a really good job of finally giving us crafting with the cube, and this feels like a very weird regressive step.
Yeah, I agree. I think the mythic upgrade in particular is kind of an L.
But you know, that
I
means
heard it
they
so
get
many
to
times
change
actually
it.
from people in my chat that they put in like their 2GA unique, and they're like, oh my god, I'm like a mythic now, and then boom, poof, like, oof, dude.
And then they
man.
get Mother's Embrace, and they're like, huh. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
Man, poor Mother's Embrace. You know? Let's see that item revisited.
I break the arraignment of the infinite, the arraignment of the sea.